This story begins with the hero almost losing in a battle with a demon when all his comrades fell. He is rightly called the Emperor of the Blade. But now his opponent was one step away from victory. Hoping for a decisive blow, the demon was sure that today the hero would lose this title. However, the man only smiled, as he had accomplished his main goal, which made him relax a little. But that was precisely why he was ready to die at the hands of the demon, and now he did not regret anything. The woman asked him not to be so serious, but suddenly the smile on her face disappeared as she tried to approach the man. Another man immediately stood in front of him, holding out his sword to protect his comrade. John apologized for being late, but promised that he would take care of everything himself from now on. At that very second, the boy soared into the air while the demon asked who he was. At the moment, the guy was the death of the moon sage, and he is a swordsman who cuts the moon. The next second, he used his strongest skills to instantly deal with the demon. The woman immediately howled in pain as her body was cut by the blade and 2 dragons created by Yan. On that day, 9 streams of sword energy rained down from the heavens upon the demon. 6 years later, at the Waring estate, a woman was beating her child quite brutally. She sternly asked him to become more serious and get up, because she said that an important guest would arrive today. And knowing this, he simply ignored her order to clean up the backyard, even though it wasn't true. The boy stood next to the broken broom, shaking with fear as his mother scolded him. The woman suggested that he was ignoring her because she was not his real mother. After all, if this mother, who left him immediately after his birth, had entrusted him with something, he would have done everything. The boy refused everything, which angered the woman even more, as she decided that he was trying to rebel. She decided that today she would teach him a good lesson by starting to beat him again while the other children watched. They saw that their brother was so scared that he didn't even dare raise his head, comparing him to a turtle. However, the oldest of the children did not smile, but only silently watched what was happening. Meanwhile, a cortege was arriving at the estate. I wish to see my father's adopted brother, Uncle John. They had almost reached Waring, so they decided to check that there was not a speck of dust on their clothes. Meanwhile, one of the girls was looking for Jan, but she was told that she had settled on the roof of the cart. She asked her to come down because she had said earlier that if it fell, it would break its legs. However, this was already the order of things, and Jan would hurt me with her level of martial arts. The son was more interested in hearing about Uncle Jan because he is so strong that even his father, the Blade Emperor, acknowledges his strength. He was incredibly strong. The ball skills he demonstrated 6 years ago were perfect in every way. That day, if he had not arrived in time, the man would have already been dead, and the demon would have won. His 9 Heavens sword technique can even compete with their advanced techniques. Hearing this, the boy was shocked, and then he began to wonder why no one knew about him. As it turns out, he retired and didn't pass on his knowledge to anyone. So you should try not to say anything that might offend him. In fact, he had 2 wives, and he loved the second one especially strongly. But unfortunately, she died after giving birth. This also happened 6 years ago. And since then, John has lost the meaning of life. As the man heard, he locked himself away from everyone in his second wife's room, and now he wants to somehow get him out. When they arrive together, you must not mention his second wife at all, and act as if he had not said anything. Meanwhile, one of the family's subordinates ran up to the woman who was abusing the child and reported that the master had left the room. The hostess froze abruptly, at first not believing his words, and decided to ask for sure. He left the room only to hear that the Namgung clan's carriage had entered the village and he wanted to meet them personally. When she begged him to come out, he didn't even look at her. But everything changed as soon as her adopted brother arrived. John rejected his native blood for 6 years, but decided to meet him. Then she turned her head towards the beaten child, declaring that he would finally be able to see his father. However, the woman did not want him to appear to him in such a pitiful state, and the boy promised that he would not catch his eye. This was enough because he began to understand how he should behave, and the guy should know where to go. If he does not want to disgrace the family, then he should not even dare to show himself to other people. And the boy must understand what will happen if he starts doing whatever he wants while she is not looking. Then she approached the other children, asking if they were ready to meet their uncle. Mubak turned to look at his brother, but his mother told him that he had a very important task today. He needs to meet his uncle's daughter, Namgun Yan, and once they meet, he must be sure to become friends with her. He must have understood what the woman was talking about, so he agreed with a serious expression. When the guests arrived, the first one to apologize was the brother, who had not been able to visit John all this time. The owner of the place was surprised, although everyone was really worried about him, but they could not come for a long time. At least now, they were still able to see each other. After which, they began to introduce their families to each other. They stood in the courtyard for a while, exchanging greetings and getting to know each other. The first to introduce themselves were Jang Heun, his brother's wife, and Namgung Jeon, his eldest son. Yeon greeted his daughter-in-law and remarked on what a great guy Jung had grown into. Jeon hadn't been outside for 6 years, and now he looked completely different from what Jung had imagined. Hyun had also heard a lot about him, and now she was glad that she was finally seeing him in person. After this, the woman wanted to introduce her daughter, Namgung Yeon, but was surprised to notice that she was not there. Hyun immediately apologized. Drinking happens quite often. That she disappears like this, and it's all because of her age. The mistress of the estate noticed that their fourth also constantly runs away and does not show up. She then asked her husband to introduce them to the guests, but the man only indicated that they were his wife and children. The woman's name was Baek Miju, and she suggested that the guests go inside and rest, as they were tired after their journey. Everyone immediately agreed, deciding that Namgunyeon would return to them a little later. Passing by Mubek, Miju ordered him to walk around the estate and look for the girl. He must remember that he needs to make a good impression on her. Meanwhile, the boy sat under the fence, raising his hands up, trying to find out when the guests would leave. He was very hungry. His arms ached unbearably. His eyes closed on their own from fatigue. He tried to convince himself that he couldn't fall, otherwise he would be punished. But his body simply couldn't take it. Suddenly, the boy heard a rustling sound nearby, as if someone was approaching him. He saw only the silhouette of a person, so he hastened to apologize, deciding that it was his mother who had arrived. The boy immediately sat down in his seat, raising his hands up, and began to explain that he had only passed out for a second. At the same time, he began to reproach himself because he had made a mistake and angered his mother again, and now she would not forgive him. But when he opened his eyes, he noticed that it was not his mother standing in front of him, but a rather pretty girl. Meanwhile, at the estate, it was proposed to hold a wedding with the Namgung clan, since becoming related to the Waryong house was an ideal option for them. For Miju, this was a joyful event because it was also wonderful news for their children. Then the man decided to ask his brother what he thought and whether he would become his family. John was grateful for his offer, but it would be better if his children chose who they would be with. This was quite logical, because parents should not tell their children who to marry, and their lives do not belong to them. This arrangement did not please Miju, because he almost directly said that he regretted their arranged marriage. Then she decided that their children might like each other, and they would visit them more often to get to know each other better. The woman apologized for getting ahead of herself, but decided to ask for a favor. Her face changed dramatically as she stated that she wanted the Namgung clan to give her son, Mubaik, some lessons. Brother Jonah was surprised because they should have their own techniques. And this was not a question that he could solve on his own. But suddenly, Yeon decided to ask him for the same thing, if it would not inconvenience him personally and the entire Namgung clan. The brother was surprised that he didn't want his son to inherit the Nine Heavens technique. However, their techniques are not as difficult to learn as Namgung's techniques, so Mubaik could already master Yeon's technique. The man decided that his brother was joking, because 6 years ago, he had seen with his own eyes how Yeon used the advanced technique of the Nine Heavens. But in fact, in his current state, he cannot pass on the knowledge, but he decided to tell his brother the details later, personally. He wanted to do this when they returned to Mount Mudan, when suddenly, Yeon began to cough wildly. Realizing that something was wrong, the brother immediately ordered a doctor to be called, not knowing how to help him. Meanwhile, Mubaik was in the backyard of the estate, trying to find Namgunyeon. Suddenly, he heard voices around the corner, and someone was clearly delighted, continuing to ask questions. It was Mubaik's younger sister who later asked Jung how he had defeated his sworn enemy. The girl read this in a novel, a blade of azure cloud that kills all enemies in its path. Although that's what they really call him, the part about the murders is a lie, and it still confuses the guy. At that very moment, Mubaik ran up to them, calling out to Solju, who was not particularly happy to see him. The guy immediately decided to apologize to Chan for his sister, but he wasn't particularly upset. He then introduced himself to the guest, while Solju also asked him not to forget her name. Mubaik asked his sister to stop being rude to the dear guest, but the girl was sure that she was very polite. They then started arguing with each other, while Jung watched them in surprise. A guilty smile appeared on his face, but he was in no hurry to separate the brother and sister. In fact, he would really like his sister Yeon to be such a cheerful girl. Suddenly, Mubaik realized his mistake and apologized to the guest again, but he assured him that everything was fine. The guy then asked if Chan knew where his sister had gone, but he was looking for her himself. Then Namgung suggested that they look for her together, and then he could introduce them to each other. Solju heard that she couldn't speak, but that wasn't entirely true. In fact, she had a slightly sick heart. Jung hoped that she would get better once she became friends with them, and Solju promised that she would cure her. Meanwhile, the boy, who was sitting near the fence with his hands raised, was trying to understand who the beautiful girl was standing in front of him. Suddenly, he remembered that his mother had said that important guests would arrive, and she was one of them. She also told him to stay away from important people. But now, one of them has found him. The boy didn't know what to do, because he would definitely be punished for such an offense. In the end, he couldn't think of anything better to do than run away, while the girl looked after him in surprise. But suddenly, she grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back, causing him to fall on his back. Without making any sudden movements, he began to apologize. And the girl noticed that his body was covered with scars. She didn't understand what he was apologizing for, and he couldn't even stay on his feet, even though she pulled him gently. His bruises and scars don't look like they're from training, and he doesn't seem to be eating very well. His red hair is the same as the swordsman who cuts the moon, so that means he is his son. John just sat down next to him, and the little bundle became even more frightened and began to apologize again. The fear deepened when the girl extended her hand towards him, and the image of his evil mother appeared before the boy. John herself realized that he had never been treated kindly, but instead of scolding or punishing him, she simply patted him on the head. The girl decided to find out his name, and after learning that the boy's name was Joka, she promised to protect him. She was surprised when the boy burst into tears and decided to console him with a strong hug. Suddenly, she stood up and extended her hand to him, deciding to take him to another place. John led him to a fence that had a hole hidden by bushes and began to climb in first. Joha hesitated for a while, but still decided to follow her, as interest took over. A couple of minutes later, they were at the market, surrounded by various people. John noticed how eagerly the boy looked at the food, so she decided to feed him. Joha swallowed his food almost without chewing, but the girl looked at it with a smile. As they continued walking through the market, a tall man with an angry look suddenly stood in front of them. That same evening, the owner of the house woke up in his bed while his brother was sitting next to him, as he was very worried. John was ashamed because he couldn't even stay in a normal state until the guests left. However, right now he had to focus on resting. He needed to get better for the sake of the clan and the children. Although he had already told his brother that his clan's technique was inherited from Gucheon Hyunyo, however, since then, he has not received any blessings from her. Perhaps she is disappointed with his wretchedness. When his wife died, he, Yeon Muryong, died with her. She left him, but left a child who was the spitting image of him. However, men do not dare to see him, and all these years he is afraid that he will hate him. Although he understands that the boy is not guilty of her death, because of this, he is unworthy of being called a man. His brother asked him to finish this, but Muryon wanted to ask him for one last favor. He has no right to ask him about this, but the man hopes that his brother will take care of his children. It was hard for the brother to listen to such words, so he tried to calm the sick man, but he kept insisting that they were unfortunate children who grew up without a father, and that this was his first and last request to him. Meanwhile, guards arrived at the estate, announcing that they had found young Mrs. Yan. Her worried mother immediately began asking where she had been all this time. Suddenly, the woman turned her gaze to Jock, wondering who it was. Miju immediately ran up to the boy, worriedly asking why he looked like that. She pretended to be worried about him, while the boy was paralyzed with fear. The woman then turned her gaze to John and thanked her for finding her son. But in response to this, she saw only a look full of malice from the sweet girl. At the same time, Zhang, Mubak, and Solju returned to the estate, surprised to find Yun. The worried brother thought that it had climbed onto some roof again. Mubak also noticed that John was holding Joe's hand, but he didn't say anything, even though he should have been the one to approach John first. The women concluded that the children were tired, so they invited everyone into the house. The guests entered first, and Miju decided to go after them, continuing to hold Joe tightly by the shoulders. She told him to stay away, but it seems he wants everyone to know that she is not his biological mother. The boy immediately began to apologize, hoping that this time he would not be beaten or deprived of food. However, the woman turned her head to look at Yan, remembering the angry expression on the young girl's face. In the 7th month of the same year, the head of the family, Yeon Muryong, died quietly in his sleep. But after his death, Baekmiju summoned 21 Baek clan warriors to the Young clan to fill the gap left by their leader. The warriors of the Baek clan became known as the White Tiger Troop of the Waryong House. Also, the eldest son, Yeon Mubek, went to the Namgung clan to undergo training. Thanks to this, Baekmiju officially took over as the head of the Waryong household. While in Muryong's annex room, Miju made a mess. I don't understand who could do such a thing. Her subordinates searched every corner of the estate, but found nothing. Mr. John did not leave a single allowance, which made the landlady even more angry, although she herself heard how that man said something about her late husband's advanced technology. Miju ordered all the things related to Muryong to be moved to a warehouse so that she would never see them again. The subordinate bowed low, promising that they would take care of everything. The man immediately called the members of the White Tiger Squad to him so that they would gather in front of the extension. But suddenly Miju stopped him, asking him to lock up Joe along with his things. Sometime later, the boy was captured, but his changes did not save him from being imprisoned in a warehouse. He was informed that this was now his room for the near future. One of the men asked them not to hold a grudge against them, because they had to do this if they wanted to survive. Yoha begged for help, but no one could do anything for him. The boy was given a hint that he had his father's things with him, and this could be considered a way to honor his death. However, this was not what interested Joka now. He wanted to be free much more. He then turned his head to find that he was in a rather creepy and dirty place. He was very scared, and it was also unclear how long he should sit here. With these thoughts, the boy quietly fell asleep. He woke up to find breakfast in front of him, not believing that he could eat it. Yoha was incredibly hungry, but even the food they gave him was disgusting, when suddenly he discovered some light in the depths of the treasure. Morning had come. So now, he was not afraid. Once he got there, he removed the unnecessary things, discovering a huge mirror. It was all covered in dust, which is why Yoha couldn't see anything. And after wiping it off, the boy noticed his reflection. Suddenly, the reflection began to talk to him and move in its own way, which frightened the boy. A couple of months later, winter arrived, and the guards were interested in whether the boy was still alive in such cold. However, they were sure that he was constantly screaming, which calmed the men down a little. Besides, someone was eating the food every time, and it was obvious that the blood of the master was flowing in him. They would have frozen to death long ago. But this guy turned out to be much tougher than he seemed at first glance. However, he would still die soon. This was evident from the extent to which his food portion was cut. The guards were sure that they would soon have to remove his body. Shivering from the cold, Yoha asked his reflection in the mirror to sit quietly, as it was distracting him. He is no longer afraid of it because he simply does not have the strength to be afraid, and there was a feeling that he would soon die from the cold. As a friend, the reflection lifted the shelf from the floor, attracting the boy's attention. Turning his head, Yoha did not fully understand what he had started and why he had suddenly started dancing. But he didn't care about that, because now he was only worried about the cold and hunger. At first, he was surprised, but it didn't seem like it could come out of the mirror, so he really wasn't afraid anymore. Yoha is sure that the reflection behaves this way because it wants to attract attention. Suddenly, the boy noticed that these movements seemed very familiar to him. This was the family art of the Nine Heavens sword. Yoha remembered that he always watched his brothers learn it, and the movements were the same. But the question arose as to how the reflection knew the art of their clan. If a person uses the Nine Heavens sword technique correctly, he will be able to control his internal energy. At the same time, he will be able to create yang energy with its help, and be able to create and maintain it. This is the first step to mastering the Nine Heavens sword technique. Yoha immediately remembered that his brother could surround himself with warm air, even in the cold winter. For the first time, the boy decided to trust his reflection. After which, he took a stick and began to repeat its movements. But he asked not to look at him like that, because if he had a choice, he would not think of repeating after him. If he continued to sit there, he would surely freeze to death soon. But now, he had to at least try. If it displays the true movements of the Nine Heavens family sword art, then it will be able to resist the cold. Hope entered his heart, but suddenly the boy stumbled and fell. For a long time, Yoha tried to repeat all the movements perfectly, over and over again. And at one point, he didn't feel cold at all. When he performs the technique's movements, warm air spreads around him. All that remains is to maintain it. Suddenly, the reflection began to get indignant and show him more powerful movements. But this was to no avail. Initially, Yoha didn't intend to repeat exactly after him. It was enough that he was able to warm up, and that meant he had no reason left to look at his annoying movements. Since it was no longer needed, the boy thought about turning the mirror towards the wall. Suddenly, the reflection began to make new movements that the boy no longer recognized. He then realized that what it was teaching him was the family sword art of the Nine Heavens. Yoha decided to ask about it directly, hinting that he was not interested. He doesn't need martial arts, so he's not going to repeat these complex movements. Hearing his statement, the the reflection only began to mockingly laugh. Yoha took it as a challenge and then declared that he could do better than him. However, this turned out to be much more difficult than all previous movements. And even if he could somehow repeat the movements themselves, some attacks seemed completely impossible. This only made the boy even more exhausted, as he couldn't understand what exactly he was doing wrong. However, the reflection continued to repeat this every now and then, thus setting an example. Reflection was mocking Joha, but the truth is that he really doesn't understand how to do it. Then the boy decided to ignore it, because he didn't understand how he could even repeat something like that. All this exercise had done was make him hungrier, and now he didn't understand why he had tried at all. It seemed pointless to him since it wouldn't help him anyway, but it looked cool. Even though it was pointless, he wanted to be able to do the same, but nothing was working. But when Joha mentally compares them with the movements it showed earlier, he can trace the similarity of some elements in them. This doesn't make the task any easier, as these movements are still an order of magnitude more difficult. This martial art is more advanced than the Nine Heavens technique, and the brothers never practiced such movements in training. Obviously, they are related to the art of his clan, but it is unclear how the reflection even knows about them. Suddenly, Yoha decided that the reflection was deliberately missing something, because he was repeating it exactly, but something was missing. Seeing the sly smile, the boy decided to respond in kind. He covered the mirror with a cloth, deciding to stop looking at it and simply not study. Suddenly, the boy noticed with surprise that the reflection began to peek out from underneath. Having torn off the fabric, Yoha asked him not to dare lie again. Otherwise, next time he would lock him up forever. At the same second, the reflection raised its finger up, pointing the boy to the hieroglyphs. It shows some inscription which means the true mirror of the goddess Gucheon. In that same instant, the 900 words hidden inside the true mirror appeared before him. Even if their meaning was too deep and complex for a child, you'll have felt the meaning of these words penetrate his head. So he realized that the art he was trying to replicate was called the Sword of the Nine Heavens. He had been bullied by his clan for as long as he could remember. His life was one big misery. He was doomed to die. But it was this evil fate that led him to a fateful meeting with the mirror of Gucheon Gyeongyo. An abandoned child, already considered dead, began to rethink his existence. The secret teachings of the Nine Heavenly Realms sword technique were lost due to Murion's death. This is what everyone thought. However, slowly but surely, this knowledge found a new owner. It was a cramped warehouse where Joha was locked up and had to endure a miserable existence while awaiting death. But it became a great place for him to focus on training without interference. As time went on, the boy continued to train, and his technique became stronger and his movements smoother. Day after day, year after year, and 10 years have flown by unnoticed. That's how long it took for the guy's movements to become exactly like those of a reflection. Meanwhile, a carriage arrived in Luoyang, carrying a man who had arrived home. It was Mubek, who returned after 10 years and was immediately greeted by Miju. She was delighted that his son had returned, so courageous. The brother and sister also came out to greet Mubek, meeting him with a smile. The boy greeted his mother, announcing that after 10 years, he had finally finished training. The woman was confident that the Werong estate would now become the strongest in the entire Henan province. Suddenly, she realized that she had been too focused on her son. Miju noticed the guests from the Namgun clan and apologized to them, as she had not seen her son for a long time. Chong has become stronger in 10 years, and there is no one in Jianghu. No one knows the name of the Azure Cloud Blade. Yan has also changed beyond recognition. Compared to her, the other girls are just withered flowers. The guests were probably tired after the journey, so the woman suggested that they rest. She also asked about their father's health, but he was feeling fine. Yan ignored Miju's words, constantly looking around, trying to find Joe. The woman decided that her illnesses were still not cured, and she was worried about them. Chong clarified that she had gotten better, and the mistress of the estate invited them back into the house. Moving away from the guests, Miju turned to her subordinate, who immediately flinched. He had to tell everyone that John was not to go anywhere near the garden. She's looking for Jock, they can't be allowed to meet, and it's surprising that she remembers him even after so many years. The subordinates were looking for time to tell the owner that he had looked into the warehouse last night because it was too quiet. There he discovered that Mr. Joe was not inside, which seriously scared Miha. The woman also grabbed him by the throat, demanding that he tell her everything he knew. The day before, Joha, as always, was training. honing the skills he had learned. Many things were broken, but he finally managed to perform the movements perfectly. A smile appeared on his face because this movement was very difficult. The reflection in the mirror, which was still a child, applauded him. Once he had memorized all 900 words that the reflection showed, Yoha realized the part he was missing. He wanted to study further, but the reflection pointed him upward, and when the boy raised his head, he noticed a hole in the ceiling. The reflection smiled, realizing that the boy's long training was complete. For Joe, who had spent 10 long years in a dark, dusty warehouse, the sight of the sky, which he had forgotten, was beautiful. He looked at the sky for a while and couldn't bring himself to go outside. However, the guy managed to overcome himself and climbed onto the roof, examining the surroundings. Yoha was genuinely happy, and so he asked his reflection to rise and look too. But suddenly he noticed that there was no one in the mirror, which immediately made Yoha feel sad. A little later, Miju ran to the warehouse and, after unlocking the doors, found no one inside. She noticed a hole in the ceiling, but couldn't figure out how the guy could have gotten to it. The subordinate suggested sending a squad to search, but the owner refused. The woman didn't think that anything would change if he ran away, because she didn't even have to make any effort. He is a 6-year-old in an adult's body and doesn't even know how to make a living and survive. Miju was sure that after some time, Yoha would begin to starve and die alone. After some time, Mubak asked his mother if Joka had really left home. 3 days have passed. They sent people out to search, but they couldn't find him. Yoha is not one to run away from home, but perhaps he was worried once upon hearing about his older brother's return. Their conversation was overheard by Yan, and her face changed instantly, which surprised Mubak. Miju realized that she came because she was worried about Joe, but she didn't ask him not to make such a big deal out of it. The woman tried to explain that he was simply at the age when people like to run away from home, but John didn't believe her. They said he left 3 days ago, but there wasn't a speck of dust on the furniture, as if it had just been cleaned. But otherwise the room was completely neglected, and there was not a single sign of human life. Miju continued to insist that they were trying their best to find Joe, but the girl didn't believe her. The owner of the house was irritated by her behavior and thought that they were a joke to her. Mubak decided to find out if Joha really left home because he doubted it, looking at Yan's reaction. A flower telepath. With a face as beautiful as a flower, she reads people's thoughts. That's how people speak about Yan. If she was emitting bloodlust, then it was for a reason. But Miju continued to stand her ground. If she had killed him, John would have left silently. But her son was still interested in what had happened. The woman admitted that he did not live in this room, but he did run away. This surprised the guy, who decided to find out where his brother had been living all this time. He had never seen his father, so Miju made sure he could at least admire his things. Mubek, hearing this, immediately jumped up and headed towards the warehouse where his brother was imprisoned. He was surprised to see John in front of him. I don't understand how she knew to come here. This is his most secluded place on the estate, and yet there are so many guards around. Looking at the place, she understood why they did it. Overgrown with dirt, filled with the smell of mold. If someone had told her about this, she would have thought that they were hiding demons or something like that here and decided to report it to her father. Since Mubak is her father's student, she will not spread rumors to the outside world. But their relationship cannot remain the same. The girl firmly decided that she and her brother would return home. Mubak clenched his fist, realizing that the alliance between the Wadiong family and the Namgung family was hanging by a thread. This situation instantly ruined the long-standing relationships between him, the teacher, and his brother and sister. Meanwhile, Yoha, walking around the city, noticed that everything around him had changed a lot. Absolutely everything has changed, even the streets themselves. He almost gets lost here, trying to remember where the exit is. Thinking about this, the guy accidentally collided with a passerby and hastened to apologize. The man simply asked the clumsy boy to watch where he was going. Joe's eyes widened when he recognized the boy as a warrior from the Waring house. Frightened, the guy promised to be more careful, after which he decided to leave quickly. However, the man immediately asked him to wait because it seemed to him that he had met him somewhere. The warrior frowned, deciding that he was forced to check the guy's identity. Joe's heart began to pound as he thought he had been found out. While the warrior was calling him over, the boy decided that he didn't want to end up in the warehouse again. He realized that he had relaxed because he didn't have to go out on the ice, and suddenly he decided to simply run away. The gate out was definitely somewhere here, so he couldn't let himself be caught. Yoha wanted to run as far away as he could so that no one could find him. However, The man continued to chase after him, not understanding how he dared to escape from the warrior of the varying house. Squeezing through the people, the man promised the guy that when he caught him, it would be the end for him. Johan noticed that at this rate, they would soon catch up with him, and if so, they would drag him straight to his mother. He didn't want this until the very end, and the warrior gave him a final warning. The boy decided that he would never return to the warehouse again, and did not want his mother to punish him again. One of the guards warned him that the gates were closing, but the guy continued to run forward. Johan was on the edge, but he was confident that he could cross the gate. Suddenly, behind him appeared that very warrior who had finally caught up with him. Since he was trying so hard to slip away, it was not for nothing that the man paid attention to him. Suddenly, Joa hit him with a sharp movement, running towards the closing gate. The warrior noticed with fear that the gate threatened to crush him, but Joha held it with one hand. This picture stunned the warrior, who could not believe what was happening. Let's say in the head, the guy admitted that he didn't want to get caught again. The warrior explained that he was simply following him, which pleased Jock, who had worried for nothing. After this, he decided to leave, lowering the gate all the way, leaving the man in the city. The warrior himself tried to understand who this guy was and what he had just seen. In Jianghu, they say, "Don't look down on children, women, and the elderly," which was absolutely true. While walking through the forest, Yoha realized that he had not eaten anything all day and was very hungry. He might get poisoned if he eats something bad in the mountains, but he can't eat nothing at all. The guy picked a mushroom and decided that everything would be fine since these mushrooms looked very appetizing. When night fell, Yoha noticed that everything inside him hurt a lot. Everything was swimming before my eyes as if the world was spinning. And there were also fears that wild animals would appear. He needed to quickly find a place to spend the night, but his eyes were already closing. Yoha fell to the ground, although he knew he couldn't fall asleep right there. Suddenly, he heard unfamiliar voices discussing what to do with the guy. One of them decided to help him because it could turn into a better life for them. Whether it was fate or not, the boy was still breathing, which meant they needed to make a decision quickly. Then the leader decided to take him with him because she didn't believe that this weakling could be more terrible than them. He looks like a beggar. If they save him, the guy will be grateful to them. There were already 6 of them in the family, but they decided that they would die because of one more mouth to feed. Yoha himself had a dream in which a goddess appeared before him. Then his eyes suddenly opened, noticing a stranger in front of him. They immediately started asking him what he had been doing to fall into the ravine, because if it weren't for them, he would have already been eaten. Yoha thanked the stranger and then decided to find out where he was. 6 people surrounded him, explaining that they were in the 5 Peaks Fortress and that they were mountain bandits. They are all brothers in spirit here. The second brother, whose name was Gomyong, introduced himself first. The third was called Hendo. The fourth, Imdal, noticed that the guy seemed out of place, and it was unlikely that they would remember the names. The commander's name was Encho. He said that they saved Joe, so he must repay them in full. The man assumed that the guy had only ever done begging before, so he didn't know how it all worked. But now he's here, so he needs to learn everything and repay them for saving him. Imdal asked them to stop dialing the number of the child who had just woken up, offering him a potato. Yoha doubted whether he could eat it because he was a little scared right now. He then decided to refuse, but was asked not to lie, as his stomach had been roaring while he was sleeping. The guy said that he had no money, but they didn't ask him for anything, and he just had to eat. Encho noticed that the guy was speaking strangely, as if he were talking to a small child, although he looked about 16 years old. Even though the child looked stupid, they could still assign him simple chores around the house. Although the leader was sure that the beggars were used to being idle, so they worked half-heartedly. Encho decided that this wouldn't do, so he grabbed the guy by the collar and dragged him along with him. The others asked the boss to also put the guy's brains in place if he took on this job. Yoha demanded for a long time to be released, and after a couple of minutes, he was thrown to the ground. The guy began to tremble with fear, declaring that he had nothing, but no one was going to kill him. Encho realized that the boy had been beaten all his life, and he doubted that he could survive in the fortress like this. Yoha didn't understand what fortress they were talking about, and why he needed to survive in it. Encho decided to give him a chance to live like a human, and not become a snack for animals. He will not starve if he joins them. Yoha began to doubt that he could become a mountain bandit. The guy was sure that he was a complete weakling and couldn't do anything at all. Encho decided to convince him otherwise by explaining that there are only 2 types of people in this world, those who take and those who give. Then the man asked what the boy wanted to be. Yoha didn't fully understand what this meant, and Encho wondered if he wanted to continue living in hunger. At this rate, he will be looked down upon and called trash. Then Yoha realized that he didn't want to be looked down upon. He doesn't want anything taken away from him again, and if someone is going to take it from him, it's better to be the one who takes it. Encho was pleased with this answer, because such determination was all he needed. They are the tops. No one here sleeps to look down on them, which surprised the guy. If he stays with them, he will also become one of the kings here, which sounds very cool. Yoha pleased the leader, and from now on, he was a strong brother of the fortress. There are some things he needs to remember if he decides to become one of them. After this, the man took a deep breath and shouted loudly that they were the strongest. At that moment, Yoha felt a tremor that shook his entire being. His heart turned to stone, and as soon as this stone cracked, the guy became free from the pressure of the past. This sword art of the 9 heavenly realms, which had been dormant within him until now, responded to his desire to enter a new life. Yoha also took a deep breath and then repeated after the leader. This roar, which conveyed everything that he had kept within himself for years, spread over all 5 peaks and dispersed the clouds around. It was like waking up from a long sleep, and with it, Yoha opened a new page in his life. Encho praised him, noticing the boy's loud voice despite his skinny body. It would be a waste to waste such spirit on cooking and cleaning, so he would teach him martial arts. But for now, he needs to follow his brothers and still learn housework, since he is still weak. This is how Yoha began his life as a mountain bandit. And the first thing he began to learn was the basics of survival. Although he was childishly naive for his age, he had spent almost his entire life in captivity. The new brothers accepted him, and he also opened up to them and quickly adapted to his new life. Overall, he lived a normal, ordinary life. But of course, things never go smoothly. Because the bandits came from commoners, they were not particularly skilled in martial arts. And when they went into the mountains, they never returned without wounds. Despite this, Yencho always returned home with prey, thereby delighting his brothers. They knew how to enjoy ordinary things and enjoyed every day they live. Although Yoha was born into a renowned clan of martial artists, he never experienced a carefree life. Ironically, he only learned what joy was when he became a mountain bandit. And then one day, some serious people came to visit them, because they heard that they would find a fortress here. But in reality, it looks more like a shelter for homeless dogs. Green Forest, because the bandits called themselves that. It remained the subject of jokes for a long time, but one day an incredibly strong man appeared who called himself the Green Forest Bandit. When rumors about him spread among the people, the best martial arts sects made attempts to subjugate him. No one succeeded in this. Meanwhile, his power, as well as his notoriety, grew day by day. People nicknamed him the Lord of Demons. Under this name, he entered the top 10 strongest masters of the world. Unrecognized sects were extremely happy about his appearance. As a result, many masters from all over Jianghuo began to seek him out, wanting to enter the Green Forest. And he, having by that time become the head of the bandits, accepted them. As a result, the Green Forest gained power unprecedented in the history of Miram. The sect's reputation grew, and they began to be spoken of as the unattainable dream of all mountain gangs and unorthodox sects. And now, the 2 vice chiefs of the Debyeo Mountain Fortress, Sanchol and Chanan, listened to Yancho's requests to join them. They wanted to join the Green Forest, but Hanan was against it. He doubted that a rabble of less than 10 people deserved to become part of their force. If it was just a matter of quantity, the leader promised to recruit 3 in less than a month. Encho knelt before him, hoping that in this way he could get the coveted chance. Hanan considered him impudent, after which she pointed to Joe, who could not be considered a member of the gang. However, the men tried to dissuade him by pointing out the guy's usefulness, but it did not work. Hanan concluded that there were only 6 people in the gang, and the area around them was quite large. At this time, Yoha was trying to understand who this man was, to communicate with the commander in this way. The vice head realized that 10 people would not be enough to keep everything under control here, so he decided to leave. Suddenly, Sanchal approached him, deciding to talk to him face to face. Hanan couldn't trust this rabble, even considering all the circumstances. They have only recruited 1 distant fortress, so they don't have any more time. On the 15th, the boss will check their progress, and he will not be happy if they do not complete the task. Hearing this, Hanan felt a shudder run through him, as he understood the full responsibility that had been placed upon them. Trying to double the number of their fortresses is simply unthinkable, but it is an important choice. If word gets around that they're accepting people like them, their heads might roll. Sanchal asked not to worry about this, since he himself mentioned the size of this territory. Large groups have divided it among themselves and are firmly standing their ground. Even they would have difficulty establishing a stronghold here. This means that one of the larger groups may come to this gang with a sword, but no one will say that this rabble was incompetent, because in their place, anyone would have failed. Hanan understood what his comrade was getting at. They just needed to fulfill the quota. Then he announced to Yencho that they needed to recruit 10 people before winter, and that they were also not allowed to run away from other groups. They are also prohibited from leaving these territories, as this would ruin the reputation of the Green Forest. The Five Peaks bandits were happily drinking, unaware of the whole situation. And the masters, knowing how strong the neighboring groups were, left with the confidence that the fortress would not hold out for even 2 months. They had doubts about Yencho's gang, but their expectations were not destined to come true. From today on, they were in the Green Forest, so they had to try hard. They decided to leave the housework to Jock and set off on their mission. The guy was already tired of these worries. He wanted to go with them to the mountains. However, Encho always told him that housework was very important, and everyone would laugh at them if they saw them hungry and miserable. Yoha couldn't let them down, so he was sure that he was doing important things here too. But he still wants to go with them no matter how much he denies it. A month had passed since the day he began living in the fortress, but the boy continued to do household chores. The second month came, and then the third, but nothing changed in his life. Joha had already gotten the hang of doing everything quickly, and now he didn't know what to do before their arrival. Suddenly, a realization came to him, and he went into the forest, taking some kind of stick. He decided to remember everything he had learned in the warehouse and to prepare well for the day when he would go with them. If a guy wants to repay their kindness, he must train hard. One day he will definitely be able to help them, just as they once helped him. A little later, new people wanted to join the Five Peaks Fortress, and Incho wanted to make a statement. And now they will issue titles to applicants depending on the order in which they arrived. The man introduced himself as Chulsan and fled the city because he was accused of assaulting a judge's son. The other one was Gideok. He went to the city because there were too many mouths to feed in his family. The girl's name was Cheng. Her father sold her to a brothel, and she ran away from there and decided to live as a mountain bandit. Gomyong told Joha with a smile that he wouldn't have to clean anymore since the new ones had arrived. Now he would finally be able to go with them to the mountains because it was clear how much he had been waiting for this moment. Imdal knows the boy has been practicing swordsmanship in the backyard and has wanted to join them for a long time. A smile appeared on Joe's face as he gave his consent. Meanwhile, Yoncho indicated that Cholsun would be the 8th brother, Gideok the 9th, and Cheng the 10th. However, Chulsan decided to ask if he could rise higher if he proved that he could do something. The leader gave his consent, because they are part of the Green Forest where the strong rule. 3 years ago, the man trained at a martial arts academy, so he learned a few things. Encho asked to tell him which of them he did not want to serve, and if he beat him, then he would be given that rank. Chulsan decided that he was not ready to put up with serving the skinny boy, and pointed at Joe. Encho frowned, asking the boy whether he would defend his position or give in. If he ran away from the fight, he wouldn't be able to go with them to the mountains, and Joha didn't want to let that happen. Gomyong was hesitant, as Cholsun looked like an experienced fighter. However, the leader gave the go-ahead for the battle, thinking that it would be interesting. These two will fight right now, and the loser will become number 8. The older brothers were proud of Yo's fighting spirit and tried to support him. Chulsan decided to quickly deal with him and become the 7th brother. The man changed in front of the guy, declaring that he would knock him out with one punch. Joha reacted instantly, dodging the fist, which surprised his opponent quite a bit. The guy swung his hand sharply, as if he were holding a sword in it, after which he remembered that he was unarmed. Chulsan was startled for a second, then swung his fist again, hitting Joe in the face. Lying on the ground, the boy tried to figure out how to attack without a weapon, since he had not been trained in this. Gomyong suggested stopping them, as he doubted that Joha had ever fought before. Suddenly, the boy screamed loudly, not understanding why he was in pain from such blows. Unable to bear it any longer, he jumped up and aimed his fist straight at Cholsan's jaw. It was a pretty strong blow, but the man didn't even lose his balance, but only became more angry. He literally trampled the guy into the ground, ordering him to calm down and accept defeat. However, Yoha refused to do this, being confident that he would win. Chulsan continued to beat him until the boy lost consciousness. The man warned him, and he just had to lie down, but in the end, it turned out to be his own fault. A joyful Cholsan addressed the leader. announcing that he was now the seventh brother, but his face froze in surprise when a voice behind him informed him that this was not the case. Rising to his feet, Yoha ordered him to attack, determined to fight to the end. Yoha's spirit was revived, and he was ready to fight again. Chulsan couldn't understand how this guy was still standing. Even bigger guys went to bed after a fight with him, but he took several blows to the head and is still standing. Encho decided to hurry the man, because if he didn't fight, it would be counted as a defeat. Without wasting any time, Chulsan rushed forward again, threatening that he could seriously kill him. Although Joha had learned the 9 Heavenly Realm sword technique in the warehouse, he still didn't know how to use it in combat. For the same reason, he didn't realize how strong he was. And his desire to go to the end of the mountain and his unwillingness to lose anything again, that turned out to be more than enough. Thanks to this, he was able to release the energy of the 9 Heavenly Realms sword. When the boy decided to think of his fist as a sword, it seriously scared Chulsan. This second's hesitation was enough for the man to take an incredibly powerful blow to the chest. Noticing that his opponent was still standing, Joha hesitated for a second. He decided that it didn't work, maybe it only worked with a sword. But at that very second, Chulsan collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Without noticing this, Gomyong decided to stop them, but suddenly froze in place. He couldn't understand why that guy was lying on the ground and what had happened. The others only saw that he ran towards Jock and suddenly fell, and now lies unconscious. Many were distracted by conversations with each other and did not notice whether the guy had delivered the blow. Encho declared that the title fight was over, and Yoha remained 7th in the Five Peaks Fortress. Towards evening, Gomyong called him to hand him a huge sword. This is a gift from the boss. It seems he liked the way the guy fought today. Tomorrow he will start walking with them, which made Jock incredibly happy. It's great that he's filled with fighting spirit, but fighting with a sword is completely different from fist fighting. After all, if he overestimates his strength and behaves recklessly, he will be killed on the spot. Today he got off easy because he went out without a weapon, but the enemy's path is the sword. He would have died 12 times over already. Gomyong decided to take pity on him and learn his demon-slashing blade technique. He lived in a temple when he was little. He doesn't know all the technology. Only 3 pieces of information. It will be difficult for Yoha and them because he has never dealt with sword techniques before. Yoha seemed to have inspired the second one, because no matter how much the others begged him, he didn't want to teach them this technique. Incho was determined to take the boy with him, since they no longer needed to fight for their rights. The next day, a huge caravan entered the mountain gorge, carelessly moving forward. One of the men had a bad feeling. He had never had such a bad dream before. He was worried, because his instincts usually didn't fail him. But Khan was confident that even the people from the Sea Dragon Fortress would not touch him when he walked through their territory. With such an escort, the owner of the caravan felt better. But anxiety still did not leave him. Suddenly, Khan caught an arrow in flight, which was flying towards your master in the war. The warrior immediately turned his gaze forward to find out who had decided to cross their path. Encho's group came towards them, declaring that this was the territory of the Fortress of the 5 Peaks of the Green Forest. If they want to go this way, they have to pay a certain amount. The Khan was stunned that they were accepted into the Green Forest in such a group. Then he laughed, deciding that they were underestimating the Monsu trade union too much. Encho wanted to send an arrow at him, but he just caught one with his hand. Then the leader asked them not to try to jump above their heads, and decided to show them what happens to those who contradict them. After giving the signal, the rest of the gang began shooting at the caravan with bows. Khan just smirked, saying that was why he didn't like fighting with people like that. He easily deflected each arrow, not allowing it to get close to the caravan. Yansho and Gomyang were stunned that he had just blocked all the arrows with his sword. The leader realized they were in trouble, not realizing when the merchants had acquired such an escort. In front of them was clearly a martial artist they were unable to defeat. The Khan declared that they would all die by his hand and asked them to prepare for battle. Encho asked the brothers to stand still, because if they ran, they would definitely die. The leader decided to distract them and buy time while the others had to escape. But while Yencho was giving orders, Joha walked past him with a confident gait. Khan assumed that they had decided to send the child away in order to escape like rats in the meantime. The martial artist doubted that this brat would be able to buy them time. Yoha announced that the gentleman was in big trouble, which discouraged Khan. One day the boss told the guy that in the 5 Peaks, no one can bully them. Khan couldn't believe that children in his time were so fearless or stupid. However, he was not going to hold back just because he was a child, and he thought to spare him if only he admitted he was wrong. Yoha noted that he talked too much for someone who was about to die. Meanwhile, Gomyong asked his boss with displeasure why he taught him this at all. Such speeches greatly angered Khan, whose patience had already snapped. The man rose into the air, swinging his sword straight at Joe. The guy wasn't scared, and with one swing of my sword, I cut Khan's blade in two. Everyone watching this stood in stupor until the martial artist understood why his attack had failed. He remembered that the guy had returned at the last moment, but even among the greatest masters, not everyone could do that. Moreover, he broke his sword, and the man didn't even see his movements. A wicked smile appeared on Joe's face as he declared that it was his turn now. The frightened Khan asked permission to at least change his sword. Yoha calmly agreed, suggesting that they take something stronger this time. The previous sword was so thin that it almost cut off his head. The man thought it was impossible. From that distance, his broadsword could not reach his blade. Suddenly, Khan fell to his knees and began to apologize, deciding to pay their fare so that they would be spared. He was sure that there was a monster standing in front of him, because the boy had already mastered the control of internal energy at that age. The man had never heard of anything like this, and Yoha himself was surprised by such a reaction. They decided to charge them a considerable fee, but the guy's friends were shocked. After some time, Yensho decided to find out from Jock what he did then. It was clear that they were talking about a sword, and the leader was interested in where he learned to use it. As it turned out, this was the demon-slashing blade technique that his second brother taught him. It was strange, because Yensho's heaven and earth blade technique, like the second brother's, was only third-rate. Cutting through a master like Khan's sword with something like that seemed completely impossible. If this was really so, then the man was interested in looking at it again. When they returned to the Five Peaks Fortress, Joha again took up his demonstration stance. He began to use his technique, raising leaves into the air and attacking the tree. With one movement, he chopped it down, leaving only the stump, and the trunk itself fell to the ground with a crash. The guy was sure that it was nothing special, but the others shouted with delight that it was cool. They couldn't believe that this was really the second one's movement, and asked to be taught these movements. Cheng also praised Joe, asking how he did it. She then started asking if he could teach her this too, which confused the guy. Ensho doubted that the demon-slashing blade technique had always been so powerful, which the second brother also confirmed. After several days, the gang continued to block the path of trade caravans. Yoha easily dealt with everyone who stood in their way. The guy patrolled from autumn to winter, and during all this time, not a single member of the trade union could withstand his attack. A bandit of the Five Peaks who was a master of the sword. Rumors of their fortress spread throughout the surrounding area like wildfire. Almost all the brothers began to ask the leader what was going on. Ensho himself didn't know what this situation was. Most likely, it was all because of the rumors about their Joe. The fact is that new people have arrived to them again, and if they accept them, there will be 25 of them. 3 months later, the Five Peaks Fortress had grown rapidly. They had made a name for themselves in Henan Province, and their morale was high. However, the larger their gang grew, the higher the people's ambitions stopped. Some discussed how they only needed to take out the 7th, and then they would be able to pass. Then we need to deal with the commander and vice commander. All the rest won't survive the blow. Huang heard that their commander uses the heaven and earth blade technique, which he learned from a merchant. Yangguk, who was 26th, was disappointed because the authorities were using such garbage techniques. However, another oddity bothered him: how such weaklings were recognized by the Green Forest. Huang was surprised when he heard this, and his misunderstanding made Yangguk even more angry. The man couldn't believe that his comrade, being a mountain bandit, might not know about them. A green forest is the pipe dream of all bandits. Beggars are a sect of the poor, and they have a green forest. The Green Forest boss, the heaven-crushing demon lord, is known for his incredible strength. And that is precisely why Yangkog, a minister of the Orthodox sect, came here to become part of the Green Forest. Huang realized that it was quite difficult to become part of the Green Forest, and he couldn't understand how this bunch of losers had joined him. Then they both assumed that Yoha was much stronger than they said. Yangguk still hadn't seen it in action, because they weren't on patrol due to the weather. Suddenly the door opened, and another man asked not to worry because it didn't matter how strong Yoha was. He is uneven with the northern sword Gumil, and has stood up to the masters of the 5 great clans. The Green Forest also took a course of expansion because the Orthodox Union expanded. There were no significant fortresses here, so they were ready to accept anyone. In fact, Yensho's group is an ordinary gang of mountain bandits, and there is no need to look for a hidden meaning. They give people rank based on the order of joining. So it's hard to believe that such guys became part of the Green Forest. At that very moment, everyone present fell to their knees before Yankag, expecting a reward. Whatever the reason, luck is on their side, as they will be able to seize power in the Green Forest Fortress so easily. They themselves said that it is strength that determines their position, which means that Brother Beck and he will easily become the head of the fortress. Meanwhile, Chang informed Joha that the new additions had requested a title fight. However, the guy had already heard about this from others, but did not see anything special in it. Chung explained that she heard them belittling the boss and speaking ill of his sword technique. She was scared when she heard the crash. Yoha broke the table, asking who humiliated the boss. Having not heard an answer from the girl, he decided to get an answer from them personally. Imdal noticed Jock on the street, deciding to find out where he was going so late. The guy explained that he heard that the newbies were humiliating the boss, so he decided to rip out their tongues if it was true. However, this was what Yensho was worried about, that the guy would want to kill the newcomers they had recruited with such difficulty. And looking at Joe, Imdal is now also worried, because the guy can chop them into cabbage in a fight for the title. Yoha agreed with this, because he would not forgive those who bully his brothers. This answer satisfied the brother, but they would have to return to the mountains once the snowfalls ended. And when that happens, they're going to need the hands and feet of the new guys. So now's the time for the guy to go back. The next day, Yensho gathered all the brothers, because the title fight had been abandoned. Chulsan was asked if he would try, but he decided not to be rude to Joe anymore. Yangak noticed that Yensho had a good tongue for trash, but it didn't last long. The leader noticed 3 men walking towards him. They must choose the one whose rank they want, but from 7th onwards, they will have to rise 1 rank at a time. The duel is conducted fairly in front of everyone, so they must accept the results without objection. Smiling, Yangak stated that they all wanted number 1, which made Encho nervous. They will not regret it at all, because they are well-known masters of Henan province. Some of them certainly won't be afraid of some merchant's apprentice. Gomyong became very angry, but the leader asked him to stay put. Yangak noticed that it was chilly today, so he asked to finish everything quickly. This was too impudent of him, so the other brothers asked for the opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, they had to go in turns as stated, so Yensho called Joe forward. The masters laughed at the gang's hopes for this child, but they wanted the world to know that his skills were exaggerated. But suddenly they noticed that the guy walking towards them was emitting a deadly energy. Yoha thought he would die from an excess of anger, and now he wanted to know which of them to beat first. Seeing this, Yangkog decided that they shouldn't go first. It wouldn't look very good. Another elder added that it was normal for the weak to go first. Their subordinate noticed that they had spoken differently before and understood that they wanted to send him away. The guy was dangerous. That's what his instincts told him. He needed to look at the situation first. However, it was too late as someone pushed him forward towards Joe. Standing in front of him, the man felt an incredibly strong thirst for blood. However, there is no need to be afraid. If he runs away now, he will definitely lose the chance to rise in rank. But since they say that Yoha is good at handling the ball, then he will have a better chance if they fight with their fists. When the boy agreed, the man rushed into battle, deciding to attack first. However, Yoha reacted instantly, punching his opponent right in the jaw. He knocked him out with 1 blow, then asked the next one to come forward. Savoon also decided to choose fist fight, but was also defeated by 1 blow. Kwang decided to fight with swords, noticing that he had no chance with his fist. However, even here the elders were in for a disappointment, as the boy did not spare anyone. Yoha took down all 3 too quickly. He was stronger than the elders thought. They need a little time because they can't decide which of them has a higher rank. They noticed that the guy had plenty of arrogance, but he was definitely strong. Then Beck stepped forward, deciding not to use his sword in a friendly duel. Yoha agreed to his conditions, and the man decided that the boy had fallen for his trick. The elder rushed forward using a fan, which the boy defended himself against with his bare hands. He didn't look so arrogant now that he couldn't keep up with the fan. Yanggak was pleased to see this, because it was with this fan that Beck became famous in Henan province. Going out against him barehanded would be suicide. It looks like he won't have to fight anymore. Yoha noticed that it was an unusual fan, but the elder asked him not to be distracted. His fan can even cut through stone, so the guy won't be able to do anything. However, Yoho was quicker, asking the elder if he knew what a fair fight meant. The man didn't even have time to understand what was happening before he was immediately punched in the face. When he had finished with Beck, he noticed that Yanggak was the last one left. He dealt with Beck too easily. The guy is much stronger than people say. Noticing Joe walking towards him, Yanggak declared that he did not want to continue fighting for the title. Although it is difficult to say who is stronger, he or Beck, it is unlikely that they are far apart. so there is no point in them fighting. Yoha asked him to remember that if they laughed at bullying the brothers again, next time they would all die. For the elder, this was very humiliating. And not only because this brat was so familiar with him, the man also couldn't believe that these idiots would command him. Yangaku had no choice but to bow and declare that he would work for their benefit. Delighted, Yensho decided to treat Jock in gratitude for all his victories. The boy was happy with everything that was offered to him, and his brothers supported his modesty. However, Yanggak promised himself that he would still hold them accountable for these humiliations. Meanwhile, in Heijia settlement, Nanyang Trading Union, a man ran down the street to meet his master. When he got there, he announced that they were in big trouble. And those rumors turned out to be true. Yanggak and Beck recently went to the Five Peaks Fortress. If the world knows that 2 of the province's 3 demons have joined the fortress, their influence will grow. Then they won't be able to stop them. A whole bunch of their traders have already suffered from them throughout the autumn. Murian only smiled, asking which of them became the commander. The subordinate frowned and replied that Yensho, who wielded the sword technique of heaven and earth, remained the commander. Rumor has it that they both lost the title battle soundly. Murian was sure that this was nonsense, or a trick that they wanted to feed them. Also, from now on, there will be 30 people in them, including 2 fighters of this rank. Murian has always been worried about them and can't stand it when they are called the demons of Henan province. It sounded like they were equal, and it was illogical that they were put on the same level as him. Moreover, they can no longer allow the Five Peaks bandits to wreak havoc here. They have crossed the line. You can take the chance and deal with both them and the old men at once, but they should not be underestimated. However, even though there are 30 people there are currently 3 times as many of them. Towards night, when everyone had gone to bed, Yoha sat next to the fire and cleaned his sword. One of the brothers praised him, offering him some water to drink. He was truly surprised at how easily he took down one of the Henan demons, Beck. He also noticed that the guy hardly uses a sword, although people had said something about it before. Martial arts masters are even capable of cutting people with a leaf. When he remembered these words, Yoha immediately came to mind. The brother decided that he had said something stupid, but these words made Jock think. The boy wondered if he could do the same when he became capable enough. If such masters exist, he would like to meet them. At that very moment, the patrolman announced in fear that fiery arrows were flying in their direction. The enemy attack was too sudden, but Joha immediately grabbed his sword. Encho, who ran out of the house, ordered everyone to remain calm and prepare for battle. But if this continues, all the walls of the fortress will burn down. So we need to put out the fire as quickly as possible. There is only one entrance to the fortress. If the fire is swirling around them inside, they will run to the gate. There, they will definitely be met with an ambush, and in the end, they will be like rabbits that have been smoked out of their hole. The leader suggested that the idiots who attacked them didn't think he was that smart. He ordered no one to leave the fortress. Instead, they had to stop the spread of the fire. Joha couldn't believe how they dared to set fire to the fortress and asked whoever it was to wait. Murian noted that although they were only mountain bandits, they were smart, since no one even tried to escape. He felt sorry for a second because they could have finished everything quickly, but it wouldn't change anything. His subordinates released hooks to bring down the walls. Everyone supported the leader of the union, asking how he came up with the idea of using fire to attack. Murian was sure that as soon as the walls fell, they would easily break them down. But suddenly shock appeared on their faces when they noticed new walls. Now they didn't know what to do, because the oil had run out, and it looked like their strategy had failed. Murian asked everyone to calm down, because they expected something like this. He decided to try a different strategy, taking his axe and heading towards the wall. Looking out through the crack, one of the brothers reported that some guy with an axe was coming here. Encho couldn't believe he was going alone, so he asked everyone not to relax. They didn't think he'd just hit the wall with an axe, so he definitely has some kind of trick up his sleeve. Yanggak decided to check it out for himself and looked out through the crack, frozen in a stupor. He recognized this man, Li Murian, the divine swordsman. He realized that a trade union had come out against them, and their leader was one of the 3 demons of Henan. Joha was the first to speak up, deciding to check whether the enemy leader was right in front of them. Meanwhile, Murian swung his axe, declaring that the wooden wall would not stop him. One blow from him would be enough to smash her to pieces. But as soon as he struck the first blow, the wall in front of him collapsed, and he was thrown back. Joha began to ask if he was their leader, and Murian was surprised that there was a child in front of him. However, he had no time to be distracted, as the guy had already started attacking. As they exchanged attacks, Murian noticed that his hand was shaking, and this was after only one blow. The man immediately realized that the boy was a 5 Peaks swordmaster and did not expect him to be so young. However, What matters most to Joe now is that it was because of him that their fortress burned down. They didn't seem too pathetic to the guy, there were so many of them, but they still used fire and tricks. Murian explained that this was a strategy, but Yoha did not understand what he was talking about and wanted compensation. However, the man came precisely for this reason, on behalf of the entire Henan province, to rein them in. After all, paying for the fare is theft, and these mountains do not belong only to them. The guy thought differently, and now he was unhappy that his opponent was talking too much. When people have different opinions, they cannot agree, and then the one who is stronger will be right. Murian doubted that the guy would survive after provoking him. Throwing aside the axe, the man took out his sword, deciding to teach Joe a lesson in good manners. He won't let his guard down like the two of you, and there won't be any concessions. However, that's what everyone was saying, so the guy asked him not to relax and have fun to the fullest. Murian had already rushed forward, declaring that if he began to beg for mercy, it would be too late. He won't come up with a clever plan, he'll just use the strongest formation and finish it all at once. Murian used movement in stillness, which noticeably surprised Jock. It was even more interesting than he expected, but he managed to block this attack. A smile appeared on the guy's face as he decided to counterattack. Murian blocked the blow, and Joha praised the man in his techniques. However, moving while still was a technique of the Manhwa sect. The bandit definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Murian began to ask who Joka was, where he was from, and what kind of art he used. He replied that he had no homeland, and his art was the technique of a blade that cut down demons. It's incredible, but no one has ever withstood more than one blow, except Murian. Joha was glad that he showed him his technique, and now the guy did not want to repeat it. This angered Murian, who doubted that the guy could do it. His art includes hundreds of movements, which are much more difficult to replicate than third-rate techniques. However, Joha noticed that there was nothing complicated in this technique, and then began to copy it. The others watched in shock as the guy seriously managed to repeat it on the first try, exactly the same. Murian was genuinely shocked and did not understand how this was possible. Movement in stillness is the latest information of the Six Swords fusion technique belonging to the Manhwa sect. Ultimate stillness may look like a normal lunge from the outside, but at that moment, the warrior makes hundreds of changes in body position. In the Manhwa sect, the six-sword fusion technique is taught to absolutely everyone, but even the main branch disciples face difficulties. Murian mastered the fusion of 6 swords to perfection, despite the difficulty, and became a master. However, now his pride in the titanic efforts he had put into his apprenticeship was instantly destroyed. He was sure that this technique could not be learned just by looking at it. However, the man decided to remain calm, because he knows this technique better than anyone. There can be only one true body here, and the last one is the real one. But when he was attacked from several sides, Murian realized that each body was real. It wasn't just an imitation. Yoha had truly surpassed him. The guy became curious as to why his opponent fell, even though he hadn't even completed the technique. He felt sorry, but at this rate, he would chop off his head, which scared Murian. He could not move, but he promised that he would never come to the Fortress of the Five Peaks again, and asked for mercy. Joha doubted it, but Murian swore to him on his right hand. The boy accepted this promise, while the brothers rejoiced at his incredible victory. Everyone immediately surrounded Jock, bombarding him with a bunch of questions about his health and the new technology. While his subordinates were carrying Murian away, he turned around and looked at the guy who was incredibly strong. At this time, a man whose face was hidden by a mask watched them from afar, and Encho asked Jock with displeasure how he could destroy the wall that they had worked so hard to build. Excluding the small trading unions, 3 of the largest unions in Henan province fell, one after another. And naturally, even they, the Mansu Trade Union and the Nanyang Trade Union, which divided the Henan province, fell. It can be said that there was a shift in the balance of power, because even the divine sword was defeated. No one could have imagined that the little one would be so strong. This is all they talk about in the Hija settlement now, so the number of bandits in the Five Peaks Fortress will only increase. It would be better to strike before they become a big force, but there are some concerns. This little guy might be the Green Forest boss's disciple. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain why he's so strong. It appeared just when the Green Forest began to expand. If this is really the headman's student, they better stay away from him. The head of the trade union smashed the table with his fist, not wanting to run away from some bandits. Machan, like everyone else, knows what will happen if they back down now. The Mansu Trade Union will become the laughingstock of all of Henan, and with such a reputation, They have no future. The rest didn't know what to do because their leader was on the same level as the divine swordsman. If he lost, then they will hardly be able to deal with that bandit. The head didn't know what to say. This boy was on a completely different level. Before challenging him, he must study everything thoroughly. Otherwise, he will become his pawn, like Murion. He is too strong. And now there is every doubt that he is truly the Demon Lord's disciple. Then he decided to go to the province of Hagan and asked to bring the best tea leaves from the western lake. However, if he leaves now like this, unrest will begin in the Union. The chief called his subordinate stupid because he forgot that he was in this province. The man froze and thought, then remembered that the Mudon Mountains were located in this province. Their leader is an external disciple and has the right to learn the martial arts of the Mudon Mountains. And his teacher is the oldest of the Mudon sect, the sage Chongji. The subordinates were shocked to hear about the renowned master of the Mudon sect. He is also very good at teaching, and Machon noticed that his subordinate was finally using his head. The Mudon sect is one of the 10 great ones. Their disciples are at a level that they can hardly even imagine. If he asks the master to train him, he will be able to become no worse than them. And this bandit will become a dead man. Even if he is a Demon Lord's disciple, he is too young and inexperienced to fight on equal terms with a sect disciple. And if he loses, then the Fortress of Five Peaks will follow him. Meanwhile, Joha found himself in a rather expensive restaurant with 2 girls. Their dream was to order whatever they wanted at least once. And now it has come true. They didn't have to worry because they now had the strongest warrior in Henan province with them. The guy immediately became embarrassed because he can't be the strongest when there is a boss. The clothes he was wearing were also expensive, but he felt uncomfortable because he had to be economical. However, the girls convinced him that everything was fine because the guy had earned so much money for the fortress. They spoil him with such things because the second brother gave them a lot of money and told them to help Joka have some fun. Added that the guy should sleep and enjoy the day before returning. Suddenly, Yoha noticed the girl next to Cheng, deciding to find out her name. She immediately became embarrassed and introduced herself as Sobek. As it turned out, she joined them a week ago. Cheng added that she was very cute, which caused a huge uproar in the fortress. She is also popular in the Hija settlement, but Sobek immediately began to deny this. However, no matter who you ask, everyone knows her name, and she came to them because of her popularity. Sobek ran away from here because some hooligan tried to marry her. Suddenly, a man approached them and asked Sobek to find him if she got into trouble. Why did he understand why she was not visible, although he was not yet worried about her? Cheng guessed that it was the same bully. The man pretended to be upset that he was called that. Then the girl said that his face was just asking to be punched, so she asked him to leave on his own. She doesn't want such a luxurious table of delicacies to collapse, and he doesn't want to die. The man took it as a joke, as he doubted that 2 girls could do anything to him. Then he asked Sobek to tell her how scary he was when he was angry, and that she shouldn't make him nervous. But as soon as the man touched her shoulder, Yoa could not stand it and asked him to stop. He's in a good mood today, so he'll count to 10, and if he leaves, he'll spare you. The bully couldn't believe that a child was talking to him, but he had already started the countdown. The girls also noted that it would be better for him to listen to his advice and run away. Cheng was calm and confident that the man would definitely die, but the man asked if she had heard of Youngchul from Hejia. The girl gave a negative answer, adding that he didn't understand who he was talking to. Cheng calmly stated that they were the Five Peaks Fortress, and that the guy was a bandit who was a perfect swordsman. By the time the bully realized the situation, the countdown had already reached 0. When Johan noticed that the man was still there, he didn't stand on ceremony and kicked him in the chest. After smashing his body through the wall, the boy noticed a man on the street who was using a strange technique. For a few seconds, they looked at each other silently, appraisingly. A little earlier, Machon wondered why his teacher had arrived unannounced. Otherwise, he would have met him properly and called a carriage. Then they would be able to get to the trade union with all the comforts. However, the head of the union was most interested in why he decided to come in person. The sect elder did not answer, continuing to walk forward silently. Machen was ready to go crazy, not understanding why he had come here, and so unexpectedly. It wasn't just some student who intervened, but the sect elder himself. That's a completely different story. Suddenly, he heard that people had already started talking about the fact that Chongji had decided to take on this matter personally. When you look at it that way, it's impressive that the trade union managed to attract even an elder. However, the man's words were immediately laughed at. since Machon was a disciple of the Mudan sect. It turns out that he was scared of the bandit and complained to the teacher, although he had previously behaved arrogantly. Machon started to lose his temper, and his teacher couldn't believe that he was angry because of market rumors. Turning around, Changji sternly declared that he still had a lot to learn. Once it's all over, he must go into secluded training. Suddenly, at that very second, a man flew in front of Changji, breaking through the wall. People on the street tried to find out what that noise was. Suddenly, Machon's eyes widened when he saw the same boy in front of him. The atmosphere around him is a little different, and you don't see hair this color every day. Machon immediately announced to the teacher that it was him, but the man asked him to shut up. He just wanted to relax here. But it seems the street is not very safe. Joha frowned, noticing the ominous aura hovering around the old man. Cheng was stunned by the debacle. Although the boss told her not to create problems and ruin her reputation, it wasn't worth going that far because the repairs would be expensive. Joha tried to justify himself by saying that the guy was to blame himself and that he had time to leave. The girl didn't care about him, but the guys smashed their table and they still didn't eat. And the restaurant is completely destroyed. Even if they pay for repairs, they are unlikely to be served. Joha promised to look into it, but Cheng repeated that he needed to maintain a good reputation. That bully turned out to be weaker than the guy thought, and he didn't expect to fly away with one blow. But it would really be strange if he got off easier after his blow. Cheng took out the coins, announcing that this was all they had. But fortunately, it would be enough for the repairs. Unfortunately, they won't be able to buy clothes for Sobek, and she really wanted to finally get an outfit befitting a band. Sobek immediately started waving her hand, saying that she had never said such a thing. Cheng suggested buying clothes next time, and Yoha suggested buying clothes instead of soup. However, the money is still not enough, but if he really feels sorry for these troubles, he should listen to her request. Yoha agreed to anything, promising to do everything in the best possible way. Cheng smiled. Ask the guy to teach her Sobek martial arts. Meanwhile, Changji realized that the guy was the bandit, but Machon continued to pester him with questions. The Five Peaks Fortress was so quickly recognized because of the incredible strength of this youth, who was rumored to be a disciple of the Demon Lord. Perhaps it's not like that. If the Demon Lord had a disciple, they would have been whispering about it for a long time already. He loves to brag, so such an outstanding student would definitely not remain in the shadows. It seemed like coming here was a great idea. To think he met a martial arts genius in a place like this? Looking at the tablet with hieroglyphs, the man concluded that it was very pleasant. 3 days ago, in the Hagan province, Mudan Mountains, an elderly man came to Changji. He noticed that the scenery was more beautiful than ever. Even within the Mudan Mountains, there were few like it. Taehi brought him some tea leaves from the West Lake as a gift, because she remembered that he loved tea. Changji frowned, knowing that these leaves were incredibly difficult to obtain. Since Taehi brought such a valuable gift, he definitely has something to talk about. The old man smiled, not expecting it to look so obvious. The merchants are in huge trouble, all because of the bandits in the Five Peaks Fortress, and their connection with the Green Forest cannot be ignored. If Greenwood is involved, things can get too problematic. They have a reason that the head of the trade union is a former student of Changji. It was he who brought this tea to appease the teacher. Sending a teacher to observe the progress of his former student is a plausible enough excuse. Changji realized that they wanted him to look after the Green Forest. He remembers how much trouble the Moon Sage caused in the past. That incident showed that the Orthodox Union needs to become stronger. The Moon Sage used terrifying martial arts to take over the central continent. Then the Sword Emperor and the Moon-Cutting Swordsman still managed to win, but their strength could no longer be relied upon. No one can guarantee that Muram will not face such a threat again. It is unknown how long this peace will last, as unorthodox sects also pose a threat. The head of the Green Forest, the Lord of Demons, many swordsmen are polyglot in his hand, and it is unlikely that anyone can stand against him. Changji suggested that he should strengthen his influence over the trade union before he began helping the Demon Lord. His students have always brought them all a good reputation, and this is another opportunity to improve their opinion. They will also increase their influence over Henan province, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Changji slowly drank his tea and then agreed, but on one condition. He asked permission to subjugate the Fortress of the Five Peaks. Having managed this temple for the past 10 years, he has participated in many rituals and heard hundreds of predictions. However, whenever I tried to look at my success in my endeavors, it was always the same. He saw only possible failure. It seemed that he was destined to live a smooth life devoid of ups. However, today the prediction has changed. and he has been predicted to have incredible success. It must be heaven itself that has sent him this opportunity, which he cannot refuse. Although Changji doesn't believe the absurd rumors that the bandit is a disciple of the Demon Lord, there is definitely an unusual aura around him. But if there is a possibility to put this idea into practice, the influence of the Mudan sect will skyrocket. Meanwhile, at the Yancho fortress, they reported that they had finished construction. The leader looked at the brand new Five Peaks Harmony Pavilion. Things were going well in the Five Peaks fortress, as their bosses, Debyul Fortress, helped them rebuild the buildings. Accordingly, new people were needed. For these purposes, Yancho recruited carpenters, advisors, and many others. The children who also joined them were delighted with the new building. Gomyong approached him and decided to ask why the boss was in the clouds. Incho thoughtfully recalled that he had seen such a scene in the past. Suddenly, a man who had heard that Joha was teaching Chang and Sobek martial arts ran up to him. He also wanted to ask, but he was nowhere to be seen, to which Gomyong said that they had just gone into the forest. Meanwhile, in the forest, Yoha explained to the girls that today they would learn breathing techniques and would have to memorize 300 words. Anyone who intends to obtain the power of the 9 heavens must first tame his heart. The shocked girls explained that it was too difficult, but the guy was sure that they could do it if it took 10 years. But he asked them to close their eyes and slowly repeat after him. With time, it would become easier for them. After a while, Yoha looked at the girls and noticed that they were completely focused. It's the first time he's seen someone else train like this, and it's a feeling of being able to clearly hear something he couldn't hear before. Later in the evening, Chen opened her eyes and wanted to address Joha, but suddenly froze. He and Sobek watched in surprise as the boy, who was extremely concentrated and hovering above the ground, looked at them. Now he was inside himself, clutching the sword tightly in his hand. However, no matter what movements he made, everything was wrong, and he did not understand what he needed to do to understand more deeply. Suddenly, his old reflection advised him to calm down and focus on the voice of his heart. Yoha began to move as if they were one with him, the blurry formations becoming clear, one after another. Chen and Sobek couldn't believe their eyes when they noticed 3 golden lotus flowers above the boy's head. When Yoha opened his eyes, he couldn't understand why the girls were looking at him like that. They said it was amazing and hoped that one day they could do the same if they continued training. He hesitated, advising them to read these words to them every morning and night during meditation. When the company reached the pavilion, they noticed Incho standing with his back to them. Yoha was surprised. I also tried to find out from the boss where everyone had disappeared to. The leader turned his head towards him, announcing that Sage Changji was going to attack the fortress. All those who had recently arrived to them ran away in fear. The Mansu Trade Union has attracted the sage Changji, and now they are planning to attack them. They would be right here tomorrow. So Imdal suggested that they also run away somewhere. The leader didn't like this idea, so he decided to ask Yanggak's opinion. He snorted, confident that such a trick would not work on the sage. It seemed to him that the others did not understand that the Five Peaks Fortress no longer existed. Changji is the elder of the Mudan sect, he is the strongest in the sect, and was once even the strongest in Hubei. Moreover, each of his students is incredibly strong, and they want to stand up to such a monster. Everyone was thinking only about where they could escape, but Incho ordered everyone to be silent. Seeing no other choice, he decided to find out what Joha thought about it. The guy didn't know what to answer, and Yanggak was sure that if they stayed here, they would definitely die. The old man decided to leave because he didn't want to die here, and his life was more important to him. The rest began to whisper among themselves, after which they also decided to run away. One of the men noticed that Chulsan remained standing there, looking at Chung and Sobek, so he decided to stay, while others decided he was crazy for wanting to die because of some girls. However, no matter what anyone said, the man decided to stay, although others did not agree with him. In the end, there were 10 of them left, and Yensho thanked everyone who didn't want to leave. Objectively speaking, they should have run away. There is a new pavilion, houses and people who want to return. Suddenly, several leaves flew into the open window, one of which was caught by Yoha. Suddenly, the boy stepped forward and asked the boss if this sage could cut a person with a leaf. For a while, Yench tried to think about Yo's question. The leader doubted that the sage was so skilled, and it was unlikely that a human would be capable of such a thing. The guy then concluded that, since he was not that strong, there was a chance to defeat him. Encho decided that Joha would be able to restrain the sage, and then they would all attack together. Suddenly he remembered Yanggak's words, who declared that the Five Peaks Fortress no longer existed. He imagined what Changji could do to him and what would happen if they lost. The only way to protect the fortress is to rely on the strength of a child. This year, the most people came to them. They even built a luxurious pavilion, many good things happened. Everyone present was surprised, as such speeches did not resemble the boss's usual behavior. Chang was also confident that Yoha would be able to handle this situation. However, the leader did not want to rely on him constantly. And we are talking about a sage from the 10 great sects. He can't put such a responsibility on a child. Yanggak said everything correctly. They don't have a chance in the face of such a force. Through the pain in his heart, Yancho announced that from now on, the Five Peaks Fortress would be dissolved. After a while, the leader stood in front of the gate, unable to bring himself to leave. Suddenly, the rope that held the walls gave way, and the logs began to fall, right on Yancho. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice, which declared that he had forgotten how to lay logs properly. Opening his eyes, the leader noticed Gomyung holding a log in front of him and not going anywhere. The remaining members also held the logs, preventing the wall from falling. The man then turned his gaze to Joe, who was holding a huge number of logs. A smile appeared on his face when he was asked why he was here if he had disbanded the fortress. They all decided that if they died, it would only be together, because they were not ready to abandon each other. Lowering his head, Yancho concluded that they were all too naughty. Later in the evening, the company built the wall, glad to have some wood left over. They can relax now, but they had better be on their guard, even though they only expect their opponents tomorrow. Everyone unanimously agreed with the boss. Now, only Gomyong remained, who was accustomed to living in the temple. Hendo, a thief who escaped from prison. Imdal, a petty thief. Sanchan and Sabong, former farmers who were able to find refuge here. They all believe in the pathetic Encho, who considered them all family, to whom he was grateful. He thought that luck was on his side, when suddenly, Chung turned to him. Since they all decided to stick together, the girl suggested that he accept them not as gang members, but as family members. Lost in thought, the boss asked the others if they really wanted this. Having received consent, the man concluded that it was a good idea, deciding to find out the brothers' opinion. They were all in favor as well, so the leader listed them all, saying that he was counting on his family. They are simple bandits, and it is not that they have their own customs, so they only repeated the oath of the peach orchard. Whether they were educated or not was absolutely unimportant at that moment. When morning came, a small army led by Chongji began to move out. Meanwhile, in the fortress, while everyone was sleeping, Joho woke up first, going outside. He couldn't sleep, and although he tried not to show it in front of others, he was actually worried. He didn't know if he would be able to defeat the sage, but he simply had to win so that they could stay here together. Suddenly, the guy felt someone's presence behind him and immediately swung his sword. His eyes widened in surprise when he noticed a frightened Yancho. The boss scared him, but the guy realized that he was going to keep watch. The guy scratched his head nervously, explaining that he didn't feel like sleeping. While he was trying to convince the boss that he was not tired, Encho suddenly drew his sword and decided to launch a surprise attack. The wind offered him a small duel to warm up, to which the guy immediately agreed. During the battle, Yencho admitted that he regretted constantly relying on the younger one. Johas smiled, reminding him that they were brothers, and wanted to say something else, but he was suddenly interrupted. Someone's loud voice demanded the attention of the Five Peaks Fortress. The head of the Mansu Trade Union demanded that they surrender the fortress, otherwise blood would be shed. Encho decided he couldn't let Yoha deal with everything alone, so he jumped over the fence. While in the air, he reminded the younger one that the leader should go first in the vanguard. The man noticed quite a few warriors in front of him, but the thing is that he is no longer afraid of anything. Machan turned to the leader, asking him not to put up any useless resistance. Instead, Yencho began to insult Machon, who joked to ask the sage for help. They won't run away in fear from the old man, because such tricks won't work on them. Joha listened with a satisfied look to the heroic speech of Encho, who was ready to fight with anyone. Chongji told Mancho not to fall for provocations, but he could not allow such speech to defame his name. At the same moment, Yoha ordered the boss to jump back, and Chongji used the shouting technique on the wall in front of him. However, he did not manage to do this in time, noticing how the sage was already approaching him. The moment Encho was in danger, the fear and pressure that had been holding Jock back evaporated like dust. He just wanted to protect his boss. And so, an unknown force, unknowingly, burst out. Chongji reacted in time, managing to repel the sudden attack. While he was trying to understand what this incredible power was, Yoha had already rushed towards him, swinging his sword. Their blades touched, but neither of them was injured. The old man threw the guy away, and he clearly felt the enormous force in this collision. However, even after the first crossing of blades, Joha realized that he was stronger than the sage. Chongji praised the boy for mastering the transformation of internal energy at his age, but he shouldn't think too much of himself just because of that. And Yoha remembered that they had met before. It was that time, near the restaurant, when he felt its incredible energy. Joha was glad that he was a sage, and asked if he could cut a person with a leaf. Chunji suddenly laughed out loud, noticing that the guy was no more interesting than he thought. The man had met many talented people while traveling through Jianghu, but he had never met someone so fearless. He then said that all the masters of Jianghu were prostrating themselves before him. And since Joha was so fearless, Chonji decided to give him a chance to prove himself. Rushing into the attack, the sage wanted to know if he was better than all those he had met in his life. They crossed blades again while in the air, creating a shockwave. Those watching this immediately began to cover their faces, and Yencho, who had come to his senses, tried to understand what was happening. Gomyung asked him not to be surprised, but right now, the two were fighting each other on equal terms. Dropping to the ground, Chonji came forward again, asking the boy to dodge it. The sage advised him not to weaken his defenses and to think about the next step. When their swords connected, there was an explosion, but neither of them were injured. Looking at the guy, Chonji realized that he had not overestimated his strength. Then he thought that this boy was really a disciple of the Demon Lord. The more he learned about Yoha, the more he liked him. And now the man understood why the tablet had been such a success. This guy could easily learn all the advanced techniques of the Mudon sect. Yoha didn't understand what he was talking about and decided that he didn't need it. But Chonji replied in the negative. The sage was sure that from that moment on, he needed to know them. The boy noticed that the old man's energy flow had changed slightly. It was an art of the Mudon sect, accessible only to the elders. The ultimate attack. The mystical sword technique of Taiji. The sage decided to end the games, but Yoha declared that it was too late. The guy rushed forward to interrupt his opponent's technique, but he again asked him to focus. At that very second, Chonji disappeared right in front of him, and in an instant, appeared behind him. Yoha knew he couldn't dodge, but he still managed to jump back, receiving a cut on his shoulder. The sage asked him to get up, as he did not believe that everything could end so soon. Rising into the air on the created slabs, the man swung his sword. Those watching Joha were very worried as the sage was about to strike. When he reached his target, there was a loud explosion, causing the others to run to a safe distance. Changji hadn't fought at full strength for a long time, and he was so immersed in the battle that he could barely control his strength. Suddenly, he was stunned to notice a huge golden dragon in front of him, not understanding what it was. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of Luoyang, at the Warang estate, a celebration was underway. Mubaik thanked the elder of the Yan clan for coming, as he had learned a lot over the past 10 years in the Namgun clan, and today he would like to show everything he can do, proving his strength. His martial arts have reached 7 stars, although he is still far from his father's level. This should be enough to be recognized as a master. When the boy began to draw a movement, the elders at first could not believe their eyes. Mubek imagined a huge dragon and how its claws would tear the earth apart. He abruptly lowered his sword, and at that very moment, the marks of the dragon's claws appeared in front of him. It was an incredible sight, and everyone wanted to take a closer look. And now Chonji was watching exactly the same thing, unable to believe what was happening. Joha decided to ask the old man if he had been hiding his strength. It was obvious that he had underestimated the guy, but from now on, he had to fight seriously. Chonji was delighted, because only with such strength could he enjoy the fight. He then asked Joe to try to resist it by rushing forward. At that very moment, the man discovered traces of the dragon's claws next to him. He recognized this technique, and Yoha stated that it was he who told him not to get distracted. After this, the guy himself rushed into the attack, stunning the sage. Changji had exhausted all his internal energy and only had enough strength left for one last attack. When their attacks ended, the man asked the boy to state his name again. Yoha introduced himself and with a smile on his face, explained that his name means Red Dawn. After this, Changji let go of his sword and fell to the ground. His comrades couldn't believe that their youngest brother had emerged victorious. After a second of silence, everyone suddenly burst into joyful shouts. Joha was surprised when the leader picked him up on his shoulders, declaring that he was incredible. Mancha didn't understand how this was possible. I couldn't believe that the teacher lost. He ran up to him at that very second. The sage was covered in wounds, so he offered to take him to the doctor as quickly as possible. But suddenly Changji laughed, which noticeably surprised the student. The man explained that today, he lasts mature heaven above heaven. It is impossible to take this fortress unless the emperor himself leads an army. Pointing at Zhou, Changji advised him not to even think about defeating him. Sometime later, in the southern region of Henan province, people were discussing Zhengji's defeat. They didn't understand how the elder of the Mudon sect could lose to some bandit. Initially, the sage went to the fortress of the 5 Peaks to subjugate it. Everyone heard about it, but no one personally saw how it all happened. And since they don't know the truth, Most likely, these are just rumors, which sounded quite logical. Suddenly, Muryan, sitting nearby, declared that it was not entirely impossible, and this guy could beat the sage. The men immediately turned their heads in his direction, asking who he was. Muryan replied that they could call him the one who met this bandit personally. It was truly incredible, and one wonders if anyone can resist him. Those around him immediately became interested in whether the guy had beaten him up too. And Muryan asked the same question. All of them were knocked down by his blow, but Muryan was able to withstand several. The Mansu trade union failed to subdue them, meaning that in Henan province, no one is comparable to the Five Peaks fortress. For the sake of the reputation of Mansu and the Mudan sect, Machang did his best to suppress the spread of rumors about their defeat. However, this news quickly spread to southern Henan. The Five Peaks fortress has gone from being unknown to the strongest. However, they claimed that part of the sage Chongji's right was false. But at that time, other rumors were spreading. They talked about 10 heroes who defended the fortress of Five Peaks. And the name of one of them was heard especially often. A bandit who wielded a sword perfectly. Meanwhile, one of the Green Forest's subordinates told all these rumors to Hanan. Only 10 men defended the fortress, so they are now known as the 10 heroes of the Five Peaks. A couple of months ago, they were just a gang of 7 bandits, and he personally told them to recruit 10 people. He thought they would be crushed by the pressure of the trade unions. But it seemed they were lucky to pick a strong guy. When the teacher spoke of doubling the size of the Green Forest, all 12 demons were against the idea. They reasoned that if they expanded mindlessly, their reputation would only decline. The man ignored any request to join the Green Forest. I hope all these nobodies will disappear by the time of the clan meeting. But since this fortress has attracted so much attention, we need to see if it is worthy of being a full-fledged part of the Green Forest. Meanwhile, in the Five Peaks Fortress, in the Pavilion of Harmony, the boy fell prostrate before Encho. He begged his boss to spare him this time because he had nowhere else to go. The leader listened with a menacing look as he promised not to betray the fortress again and not to run away from the enemy. Suddenly, Yencho swung his hand at him, and the boy realized that he was going to be hit. But in reality, the leader merely put his arm around his shoulder, happy to see him back. He immediately thanked Yencho with a bow and promised that he would definitely repay his kindness. Gomyang decided that the boss had been too easy on him, because if he simply took him back, the fortress would look weak. They need to choose those who will never leave them. It would be safer that way. However, a recent incident showed the liquor that they are not recognized as part of the Green Forest. When they expanded, they were joined by a dozen fortresses, but they only think of them as an ordinary gang of bandits. No one from their side came to their aid, as if they had completely forgotten about the existence of the Five Peaks Fortress. Encho thought that the name of the Green Forest would protect them. But for now, these are just words. He also doesn't want to pin everything on Joe like he did last time, so they need to get a genuine confession from the Green Forest. He had a little idea as there was a Green Forest meeting coming up soon. This is their chance to show everyone that they are worth something. If they succeed, they will be equal in status to the other fortresses of the forest. To do this, they will have to go away, and they will need people to look after the fortress. They will have more hungry mouths to feed again, so they need to work harder. When asked where Joha had gone, Yencho received the answer that he had gone to look for that old man too. Then the conversation turned to rumors about them, because everyone only talks about the top 10 heroes. Meanwhile, Chongji, sitting on a huge boulder, received a letter from the hawk. It said that if an elder was absent for a long time, he would set a bad example for the youth. The man threw away the piece of paper, after which he noticed that a young man was standing behind him. Joha immediately frowned, then asked the old man why he was still here. Chongji didn't want to leave, as he hadn't had a rest for a long time, and decided to have a little fun. But the guy asked why he was staying here and not going to the trade union. The man explained that Yoha had not yet made a decision. The guy decided that he was trying to take him on as an apprentice again, but it was just the opposite. He was called the strongest disciple of the sect. He could accumulate internal energy faster than anyone else and easily master advanced techniques. And this year, it will be 30 years since he began studying the technique of the mystical sword, Tai Chi. However, no matter how hard Chongji tries, he cannot break through the 3 limits. These words interested Joe, and he became curious, and the sage declared that he would like to learn from him. However, the boy couldn't teach him the demon-slashing blade technique because Gomyang had only shared it with them. The sage didn't need this technique because he wanted to learn from Joe, not from Gomyang. It would be enough for him to simply watch. But the boy doubted that this would be enough. Rushing into the attack, the man added that this would also be a great opportunity for the guy. Chongji stopped his fist right in front of Joe's face, creating a shockwave behind him. The boy noticed that the bamboo behind him had broken, and he wondered how the old man had done it. The sage offered to tell him not only this, but on the condition that they make a deal. Yoha should give him a little advice, and the man will help him fill in the gap. The guy is quite strong, but he can't use all his power. This is all because he doesn't know the basic theory of martial arts. And thanks to the basics, the effectiveness of techniques will increase. Yoha accepted the offer, after which they began training together for some time. After training, they headed towards the fortress where children were playing. It was clear that one child was shy, but then he decided to give the flower to the sage. The man promised to keep it safe, and the boy asked to play with them again. Yoha noticed that they had become closer, and Chanji called these kids wonderful. However, the boy hated children, and the sage became curious about why. Yoha frowned, declaring in a satisfied tone that children were the most terrible creatures. They constantly laugh, mock, and make fun of others. But here, in the Fortress of Five Peaks, all people are kind, regardless of age. Changji didn't expect that the Green Forest Fortress would look like this. But a fortress is just a place where people live, so there may be differences between them. By evening, Chang had prepared a huge amount of wood. Taking 2 bars, she decided to go back. But suddenly the sage decided to help her. She felt awkward that a sect elder could do such work. But he had a lot of free time. Chung thought that the elders were not like ordinary people and would not do such things. However, he also had misconceptions about the mountain bandits. He didn't fully understand what had dispersed them, but he knew for sure that the Five Peaks Fortress wasn't bad. The girl agreed with this because their fortress was not like the others. Most of the bandits were used to committing robberies, but they were made up of people who had simply escaped the hardships of their past lives. As long as the boss takes in all those in need and the Yoha protects them, the fortress will remain just as calm. Then, Chanji asked to tell under what circumstances this guy got here. Chang wasn't entirely sure because she didn't know all the details, but she heard that Yensho and his second brother saved him when he was on the brink of death. Then the man understood why Yoha was so protective of this fortress. But Chen also thinks that he is so devoted to the fortress because he thinks of them as his own family. Meanwhile, far from the fortress, someone grabbed a man by the throat, killing him. One of her subordinates congratulated the woman on reaching the level of a great demon general. The anger she felt 20 years ago is impossible to forget. She returns to it in her thoughts again and again. She was too impatient then, but she will not make such a mistake again. The Sword Emperor, the Moon-Cutting Swordsman, and all the Jianghu sects, they will all prostrate themselves before her, the Moon Sage. A well-known demon from Henan province, he is often called Evil Squared, because if you encounter him, you won't leave alive. With his smile, he cunningly hides a sharp sword, the northern sword of Gumil, Yangak. And now he was faced with an incredibly dangerous situation, in the form of Zhou and Chanji. Yangak and his company reached the village of Heja and sat down at a table in a restaurant. They said that the Five Peaks Fortress dealt with the trading alliance of Mansu and Changji. Wherever you go, people only talk about their strength and what sounded simply impossible. If the sage himself had intervened, this fortress would have definitely been smashed to pieces. Suddenly, Yangak suggested that Zhangji's attack on the fortress was a lie. He had to destroy the fortress of the Five Peaks and defeat the arrogant Jock. And not only him, but all his brothers, but then the rumors should be completely different. The fortress of the Five Peaks should be empty, and only the flag of the Green Forest flutters lonely above it. Since there is no chapter there, he will appear as a hero and become the boss of the victim's fortress. At least, that's what he thought. But things didn't go according to plan. Suddenly, he heard the other visitors talking about the 10 heroes of the Five Peaks. They heard that the White Wolf Captain and the Sect Elder had lost completely. Since they are called the 10 heroes, it seems they are stronger than Yangak thought. Moreover, they accepted everyone who left, showing themselves to be generous. The fortress is also already packed with people. Everyone started flocking there after hearing the rumors. Yangak decided that Mansu was bluffing about the sage. It was hard to believe that the elder would go and deal with the bandits. They didn't know what to do because Yangak had told the others that they would reach the top if they went there. The man became angry because he assumed that they now blamed him. When Bu suggested going to the Fortress of the Crimson Winds, Yangak said that those who betrayed the fortress would be despised. So they trusted him and did not turn back. But if they continue to follow him, they need to rely on something. But if these guys weren't lying, then the Fortress of the Five Peaks is taking back everyone who left. It seems that in order to continue to be part of the Green Forest, they need to have more people. They can come back, and it will be better than going to the Fortress of the Crimson Winds. These two options were difficult to accept in their own way. But now, they need to decide where they will ultimately go. They knew that their boss was incredibly tough, but Yoha could be tougher, and it was unlikely that he would accept them so easily. However, Yanggak assumed that they simply temporarily left the fortress to protect it. There was no point in them rejecting Yanggak, so they had to wait for them. Yanggak Fortress is the one who knows the most about the world of martial arts. After some time, they arrived at the Fortress of the Five Peaks. But people did not understand how they dared to show up here. After all, they were the first to betray the fortress, even though they also decided to return. But these guys are completely impenetrable. Yanggak's subordinates noticed that the atmosphere was tense, and that people were unlikely to be happy to see them. The man asked them to ignore it and simply meet with the boss and say that they had no intention of betraying the fortress. It felt like they were all being treated as criminals after their escape, but they hardly had anything to worry about, because they wouldn't dare tell them anything. Suddenly, they noticed 3 huge splits in front of them, like dragon claws. One of the subordinates suggested that some idiot was trying to cultivate the land. But these traces are clearly left by martial arts. There is only one person in the fortress capable of such a thing. But no matter how much of a monster Yoha was, these were definitely not the marks of his demon-slashing blade technique. Suddenly, a familiar voice behind him asked how Yanggak dared to appear here. The man couldn't understand who was talking to him in that tone. It turned out to be Cholson. Yanggak decided that he had gone crazy, but to his interlocutor, everything seemed the opposite. The man stated that he was gone for almost nothing, and the entire hierarchy went down the drain. Having released the axe from his hands, Cholson suggested that they first greet him, his elder. Meanwhile, one of the people announced to Yencho that Yanggak, Yumyang, and the others had returned to the fortress. The leader reacted calmly, not expecting that the old man had actually decided to return. Gomyang noted with displeasure that this man didn't care about the opinions of others. He hoped that being with her would take him back, because he never liked this old man. Whatever his reasons, he was the first to decide to leave them in their difficult moment, and took the others with him. That was true, but the demon of Henan province was the person they needed. But Gomyang believed that this fortress had already become stronger, since Joha had trained them. Now there will be those here who can compete with Yanggak or Beck, Encho thought, realizing that the two had lost to Joe without a doubt. However, this old man has good skills that could be useful to them. At this time, Chulsan decided to show Yanggak that he was no longer who he used to be. The man fell for the provocation. Suppose that the guy wants to die. At that very moment, their fists collided, and Chulsan blocked the old man's blow. Yanggak was surprised by the block, while his opponent said there was nothing special about it. The old man's subordinates were surprised. Although Chulsan was strong, he was not strong enough to fight Yanggak. They were curious about when he became so strong, and Chulsan noticed that after training, Joha Yanggak no longer seemed to have problems. The old man smiled and realized that this man had grown a lot, having come from a boy. But then he suddenly appeared behind the enemy and declared that he was still far from fighting him. After this, the old man grabbed him by the back of the head and trampled him into the ground. Yanggak asked not to joke with him anymore, but Chulsan said that the fight was just beginning. The guy was sure that he couldn't lose to someone who ran away like a coward. The old man was surprised that this man was actually trying to defeat him. This angered Yanggak, who decided that he had asked for it, and asked not to blame him. But just as the man was about to deliver the decisive blow, Chanji touched his forehead and ordered him to stop. The sage didn't know who stood before him, but he doubted that it was worth using deadly techniques here. Yanggak couldn't believe he stopped that attack with just one finger, realizing there was another monster here. The old man asked not to separate them because he almost beat up the arrogant guy. Chanji noticed that understanding the difference in abilities is also a skill, and Yanggak was several times stronger than Chulsan. However, the boy had not yet shown all that he was capable of, so the sage did not need to interfere. As soon as Yanggak heard these words, he froze in a stupor, unable to believe that the elder of the Mudan sect was standing in front of him. Chanji confirmed these words, looking menacingly at the old man. It seemed impossible to Yangaku, but he was in no hurry to do anything rash. He was just trying to understand that the rumors about his loss were true. The man then decided to ask why the elders of the Mudan sect were in the Green Forest Fortress. Suddenly, another familiar voice stated that he was not even a member of the fortress, so he did not need to know about it. Joha added that if he came back and was causing problems here, it meant he was ready for what was coming his way. After some time, Yanggak climbed the first of the 5 peaks, which he used to rule over the province of Henan. Even children stopped crying when they saw him. But now he found himself in such a shameful situation. A couple of hours ago, Yanggak's subordinates watched as their leader was beaten by Joha. The beaten man promised that he would one day pay the boy back for this. Suddenly, he felt a strong flow of energy in front of him, but he could not see its source. This pressure exceeded even Joe's, and it belonged to Chonji. Yanggak was surprised when he also noticed Joe, who was running towards the sage with a sword. Then the guy asked if he had been able to master what he was weak in, and now they wanted to test it by fighting each other again. Chunji apologized while drawing his sword and then declared that he had surpassed the boy. Yanggak watched the door carefully, trying to make out what was going on there. The elder is sparring with some bandit. If the Orthodox sects find out about this, they will foam at the mouth. As their blades clashed, Joha noticed that nothing had changed. The sage replied that it was too early to make such statements, after which he released the energy. Joha tried to block the powerful attack, and at that very moment, a loud explosion was heard. Yanggak noticed how much power was even in his aura, realizing that Sage Zhongji was a monster. He decided that it was all over, because even Joha wouldn't be able to continue the fight after this. But the boy stood on his feet, deciding that it would be foolish of him to continue relying on the technique of the blade that cut down demons. Joha smiled and rose into the air, declaring that he would be serious from now on. Yanggak couldn't believe the guy was okay. I was trying to figure out what he was made of. Shonji also smiled and decided that he would also fight seriously. But when Joha used the second information of the Nine Heaven Sword, Yanggak was shocked. With this skill, the boy was able to cut through the heavens, noting that he had become stronger thanks to the sage. Chonji understood that if he had been hit directly, he would have turned to dust. Joha asked him not to act like a weakling, because he knew that the sage had not shown everything. However, Zhongji didn't think there was any point in showing anything else, and he didn't want to lose his confidence that he had built up over the years. Extending his hand, the sage declared that this was enough for him, and that he had learned a lot from Joha. However, the guy was disappointed, because everything had just become interesting and he decided to end it all. But if Joha injures him with his attacks, the sage will have to stay for another couple of months. He wouldn't leave without a reason, although it would be interesting to see if the sage turns into a mountain bandit. He had been planning to return for a long time, but the time spent here had truly been a great fortune for him. Chonji will remember the guy's kindness and will pay him back in full in the future. In the end, they both benefited from this 3-month training. For the sage who wanted to ascend to a new level, it was also of great importance to watch Joha grow. When his journey ends, he will wait for the boy in the world of masters. And so, with the beginning of summer, the elder left the fortress. Yanggak, who had been watching this from the sly, decided to abandon revenge. The fortress only continued to strengthen its position, and a month later, a lone man was walking in this direction. Suddenly, an angry bear appeared in front of him, but was unable to scare the drunk man. He decided that she was the mother of those cubs whom he punished for getting in his way. Releasing his claws, the man attacked the bear, declaring that he, the sovereign Yin Wind, was not so merciful. Meanwhile, the story takes us to the head of the Green Forest, the demon lord Muhei. After his appearance in the world of martial arts, he gained fame as one of the strongest masters, as he was never defeated. In the past, he was a worker at the Shaolin Temple, and he went to the temple to study Shaolin martial arts. But his fierce desire, innate strength, and developed skills were enough to attract the attention of others. However, his life principles were too far from the ideals of Buddhism. But one day he discovered a time-worn statue of Buddha in an abandoned warehouse of the temple. He hoped that he could learn martial arts if he ingratiated himself well with the monks. But in the end, Muhei broke it, and this turned out to be an unexpected success for him. Inside the statue, he discovered an ancient martial arts tome called the Dark Sky Scripture of Asura. Having studied the tome, the future demon lord left the temple and set off on a journey across the country. Soon after, he rose to the rank of head of the bandit union and stirred up the whole of Mirim. He subsequently took 12 of the best bandits as disciples and imparted to them the knowledge embodied in the scriptures of the Dark Sky of Asura. And the power they gained shocked even the elders of the 7 largest sects and 2 schools. Thus, the 12 Green Forest demon generals, also known as the Grim Reapers, were born. At this time, in the Fortress of the 5 Peaks, a rather loud guest was trying to find the leader. He claimed to be a messenger from the Green Forest and also a disciple of the Demon Lord. Running outside, Yensho discovered Ingale, the mad cat lord of the 12 demon generals. He demanded that the head come out to him quickly and greet him properly. When he was taken to the pavilion, Ingale thought there were 10 people in the 5 Peaks elite. But now, he saw only 9. Their 7th brother is currently in closed training, so they can't contact him. Ingale was unhappy that for such a trivial reason, Ensho did not contact him, although he was here. One of the brothers whispered that Yoha was sleeping in his room, but Gomyong asked him to be quiet. It's hard to imagine what would happen if the Green Forest Chief's apprentice got on Joe's nerves, so they decided to pray that he would let it go quietly. Ingale remarked that this was rather arrogant of him, but it was also admirable. They must all have survived thanks to the same hard work. If the bandits just indulge in debauchery all day long, then the trade union, 5 clans, 7 sects, and 2 schools will catch up with them. They must continue to think along these lines and make sure that they do not bring disgrace to the name of the Green Forest. Encho promised that he would remember this, assuming that Ingale was tired after a long journey. Suddenly, the guests suggested first introducing the girls standing behind him, and the leader introduced the 10th and 9th sisters, Cheng and Sobek, after which he offered Ingale something to eat. The man asked him to stay put, continuing to look at the 2 beauties. Encho decided to defuse the situation by continuing to offer his guest food. But suddenly Chung raised her hand, deciding to ask what brought him to this modest place. The man noticed that her cute face matched the way she spoke very well. But the reason he is here is to check if they deserve the right to carry the flag of the Green Forest. If they were found unworthy, he planned to execute them all here. But they did a great job of raising the prestige of the gangster union. It would be a shame to get rid of them because it seems like there are a lot of talented guys here. Therefore, he officially recognizes the Five Peaks Fortress as part of the Green Forest. Ingale extended an invitation to the Bandit Alliance tournament, which will be held in Gangnam this October. The Green Forest spreads its branches far, but has not yet had the opportunity to show its full strength, and therefore has not earned respect. Therefore, it was decided to unite the Bandit Alliance through a general tournament. If they unite and become a single force, everyone, including the 7 sections and 2 schools, will fall at their feet. After opening the scroll, Yencho was happy that their Five Peaks Fortress had finally been recognized. Now they have officially become members of the Bandit Union. Since Ingale's work was finished, he asked for the cream of the crop from the top 10 heroes of the Five Peaks. Yencho decided to take good care of him today, suggesting that Gomyong give the elder a proper greeting. They began to show the guest around, telling him that the living room in the Hijia settlement was something special. Turning around unnoticed, the leader decided to find out what was going on with Joha. As it turned out, he was still sleeping. That's why he decided to quickly get Ingale out of here before Joha woke up. Eventually, he was taken to a restaurant and seated at a richly laid table. Encho looked at all this and already felt drunk. Gomyong supported him in this. The 2 of them tried to please Ingale so that he would be in a good mood. The guest wasn't sure he liked everything, although everything wasn't that bad. Suddenly, he declared that everything was simply terrible, asking to bring those 2 girls from the fortress. Encho was shocked while Gomyong whispered that they screwed up. Ingale immediately began to wonder what they were whispering about, and again asked to bring the girls. The leader guiltily stated that those kids would not come to such an establishment even if they asked. Suddenly, the man slammed the table menacingly, declaring that if he was calling them, they had better show up. If they don't come here, then he will go after them to the fortress. And if they don't bring them, he will destroy the Five Peaks Fortress today. Meanwhile, Cheng and Sobek had already gone to bed when they suddenly heard someone's loud request to come out right now. When they went outside, they noticed some kind of commotion and decided to take a closer look. Ingale asked with displeasure how Yencho dared to order him to calm down. Noticing the girls, the guest pointed his finger at them, asking them to come to him. Then he demanded that the table be prepared for drinking and advised them to hurry. Encho immediately asked him to do them a favor, since they knew other brothels. But suddenly the leader became frightened when Ingale noticed that he dared to touch him. The man decided that they were going to test his patience. He immediately pulled out his claws, while Encho was justifying himself by saying that they would never dare to do that. They were trying for his sake, but the guest was absolutely sure that they were doing it for themselves. However, Ingale knew that everyone in the fortress obeyed him, and he did not want to give this to the guest. The leader almost cried, saying that everything was wrong, and asked him to calm down, and began that everyone would have problems. Unable to bear it any longer, Ingale swung his claws, deciding that they simply wanted to die. Suddenly, someone's voice asked what kind of drunkard was causing trouble here in the middle of the night, and what kind of people there would be. The man immediately stopped and turned around, carefully examining the crowd. He wanted to know who said this and who dared to talk to him like that. Someone from the crowd again stated that if he was drunk, he should just quietly go to bed. At that very moment, Ingale stared at Sobek, as the voice came from her direction. The girl said that it was not she who said this, but Ingale asked him to come out, and he would personally send him to hell. Turning around, the girls noticed Jock, who stepped forward and asked how he would send him to hell. The guest decided that he had problems with his head. Otherwise, he would not have dared to speak to him in such a tone. Suddenly, he thought that the others should try to drag him away from him as quickly as possible. But for some reason, no one was stopping them. Yoha rubbed his eyes and asked the old man why he was standing there, repeating his question. The man decided that he was completely crazy and that killing him would only dirty his hands. If he plans to one day take a good position in the Green Forest, then he should keep his face by ignoring the guy. It was perfectly normal to have a couple of idiots in the fortress, so he simply offered to set the table. However, Yoha hastened to stop him, assuming that he was scared. Things eventually came to a fight. So Yencho mentally asked the guy not to kill Ingael. As soon as Ingael approached him to attack, the boy easily knocked his hand away. Yoha doubted that he could send him to hell with such weak attacks. The man smiled, thinking that he was just crazy. But it seemed that he had some strength. Ingael may not have been strong before, but now he's going to fight seriously. He decided to show the guy why they call him the Mad Cat Lord. Chang and Sobek, looking at them, wondered if the old man would be okay. At that very second, Ingael began to attack Joe, who did not even think of defending himself. The man concluded that cutting off his head was as easy as breathing. However, he will not let him die just like that. He does not want to hear him beg for mercy. He wanted the guy to die slowly, and then he would realize how great a sin he had committed. But Yoha didn't even show any signs of discomfort, saying to be lenient towards him. He then dispelled the Cat Lord's technique with one hand, deciding to start things off in earnest. Ingael couldn't believe his eyes, because this technique couldn't be reflected so easily. However, for Joe, it was as easy as pie, which literally stunned the man. He was confident that his technique had hit him dead on, and most of the masters from the 9 great sections would have collapsed in a second. Waving his hand, the boy asked them to stop playing and stand still. Ingael didn't understand who this boy was. Maybe he was a little drunk, but he performed the technique flawlessly. The skills of the boss and his deputy were rather mediocre, and he was still curious about how they subjugated the province. And now she realized that it was because of this guy that the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks became famous. It turns out that the others don't stop him not out of reluctance, but simply because they can't. Ingael was glad to have a worthy opponent with whom he could enjoy a fight. Then he tried to introduce himself, but upon hearing his name, Yoha burst out laughing. Through his laughter, the guy began to openly insult his name, not mincing words. Ingael became angry, suggesting that he watch his language better, because his words may be his last. Rushing forward, the man swung his claws at Joe again to punish the impudent boy. Standing there, the guy realized that this man was one of those who was only good at talking, but in reality was very slow. Ingael used the Mad Cat Lord's special ultimate technique, Corpse Claw. He released the snake from his hand, but all Joe had to do was stretch out 2 fingers in front of him. From the man's side, it looked impossible, as the boy blocked the attack with just 2 fingers. The teacher told him not to use this technique, but now he has no choice but to use Asura's Dark Sky Strike. He went through a lot of pain to learn this technique from the Demon Lord. Having mastered it masterfully, Ingael has never lost to anyone since then. It is so powerful that it can harm the elder of any sect. But the man never thought that one day he would use it on some boy. However, Joha asked for it himself, so the Cat Lord asked not to blame him later. Grabbing his hand, the boy noticed that he had created a cold wind and given it some strange color. Interrupting his technique, he continued to hold the man's hand while saying his name. Ingael decided that the guy had gone completely crazy, and Yoha asked the old man to remember this. His friends are not toys for people like him. After these words, the guy swung his fist at the guest. Encho understood that if he hit the Green Forest messenger, they would not be able to join them. Even without using a sword, Yoha was able to use his signature skill and summon a dragon. Looking at the wide-open mouth, Ingael could not believe that he would lose. Suddenly, he saw Karen on a boat before his eyes. But the man was not ready to die. When the realization dawned on him, he saw the guy's fist a few centimeters from his face. His knees immediately gave way and he fell to the ground, not understanding how this was possible. Suddenly, Joha declared that if it weren't for the boss's request, he would have seriously sent him to hell. Now the old man can consider himself lucky to have escaped a terrible fate. The Mad Cat Lord had not yet gone all out, but it was already too late. Now, after what he saw, he lost all will to fight. The pressure he felt from Joe was something he had only felt from the Demon Lord before. A frightened Ingale suggested stopping there, since he admitted his mistake. The guy asked him to behave normally the next time he wanted to get drunk again. Then Yoha suggested that he say goodbye to everyone and leave. Ingale was surprised, as the boy did not know how the hierarchy of the Green Forest worked. Then the guy sternly declared that he wanted to sleep and did not want anyone to bother him. Jumping up from his spot, the Cat Lord ran towards the exit, saying goodbye to the fortress's inhabitants along the way. Encho and Gomyong were surprised by the politeness with which Ingale said goodbye. Hearing something like this from a demon general is a shocking event. It is as if a low-ranking member of the clan became related to the head. Thanks to Joe's actions, the status of the Five Peaks was not affected. But not everyone in the fortress was happy. Most of the brothers decided that Yoha was perhaps stronger than even the Demon Lord, and therefore envy, respect, and trust towards him increased to the maximum. Encho doubted that everything would be okay with him in Mansapen, but Yoha was with them, so everything would work out somehow. Meanwhile, the fleeing Ingale could not believe such humiliation, and that such a monster was hiding in the fortress. If he reveals himself at the Green Forest meeting, his existence will cause utter chaos throughout their entire hierarchy. Therefore, now he had to quickly report everything he saw to the boss. The following evening, a man blocked the path of the Suwal trade union. The man in the mask said that the sun would soon set, but these hard workers were still on the road. He just needed to check something, so he asked not to disturb him. He was refused, but he continued to ask permission just to take a look, thereby rendering a service. The envoy of the head of the trade union could not believe that a stranger was asking for cooperation in such an arrogant tone. The masked man was upset that his interlocutor did not like his tone, although he could have said so calmly. He didn't understand why they were making a mountain out of a molehill, and didn't the headman want to save his daughter's life? The man in the cart was shocked by such speeches, doubting that the stranger alone could cope with all of them. The envoy of the head of the union gave him one last chance, and if he doesn't leave now, he will be in trouble. The masked man concluded that he was left with no choice but to kill them. Then the messenger ordered his escort to bring him the head of the insolent man, and they immediately rushed to the attack. 20 years ago, people would have run wherever their eyes looked if they met a man in black. The masked man, jumping up, began to chop down one warrior after another with his curved blade. The commander gave everyone the order to protect the messenger, but he was immediately attacked. The stranger was surprised when he noticed that the man and his daughter had managed to leave the cart. The warriors intended to kill him, but they couldn't even keep up with the movements of the masked man, for which they paid. The leader's envoy abandoned his people to their deaths without a second thought. It seemed he realized who they were. However, according to the information found, this trading union was carrying what that man was looking for. If so, the messenger probably took it with him, and he just needs to go after him. And this meant that he had no need for the rest, and he could kill them all. The two warriors accompanying the messenger announced that they would return and help the others. The man demanded that they not come back. They did not have time, and there was nothing they could do. The messenger mentally apologized to them, but as soon as everything was over, he would follow them to hell. But now they had to understand that he couldn't die yet. This thing that the messenger was holding in his hands must not fall into their hands. They ran until sunset and were not to stop under any circumstances until they left the mountain. Suddenly, his daughter stopped, as her strength finally left her. They had run quite a distance, so she suggested they take a little break. But her father asked her to stop talking nonsense. She couldn't hope for a miracle after seeing a master of such a level. He is definitely a master in the art of Qinggong, so it is too early to relax. Suddenly, one of the warriors noticed someone suspicious ahead. The messenger immediately became frightened, deciding that they were already surrounded. He ran desperately in hopes of protecting the 8-bead bell, even though he knew their union would lose everything. He can't get caught like this. He must inform the Great Sex about the revival of the cult of Yomyun. We cannot allow the nightmare of 20 years ago to repeat itself. Now they had to do everything to survive. And so the messenger ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The man then announced that they would show them how formidable the Suwal trade union was. They struck the man who was eating meat in front of them so hard that he almost choked. He then decided to ask who they were, realizing that these people were not dressed entirely in black. Suddenly, a guy came forward and said that his boss almost choked. The messenger suggested that they were of the Orthodox faith, and perhaps the heavens had not abandoned them. 3 days ago, in the Five Peaks Fortress, some people complained about the new clothes. Well, they will only become more noticeable, but it was a necessary measure. They are going to a meeting of such a large group, and there will be a lot of people there who suspect them. To reach Mansapen, they will have to stop at villages along the way and pass through Hefei, where the Namgung clan is located. Nothing good will come of them incurring the wrath of the 9 great sects before joining the Green Forest. Even if the orthodox factions are busy hunting down demonic cults, they will attack them if they find out that they are bandits. Incho discontentedly suggested that Yanggak dressed them up like that out of fear of the freaks from Namgun. Moreover, they don't go just anywhere, but to Mansipin, which is officially recognized as a green forest. However, Bayuk is one of the 10 strongest masters. This is not some kind of elder. None of them can compare with him in direct combat. Yencho noticed that Yanggak had said the same thing about the sage, and was still wrong. The men meant that the Five Peaks fortress would now have to be taken into account, and Chang and Sobek didn't see a problem with that. In their opinion, it was a great idea, because when else would they dress up like that if not now? Technically, there are no rules prohibiting anyone outside the Orthodox factions from wearing such clothing. Incho assessed the girls' clothes, and they were very flattered by his compliments. Suddenly, a guy appeared behind them, asking if he had put everything on correctly. Joha had never worn anything so complicated before, and he wasn't sure if he had made a mistake. The girls immediately blushed, noticing how incredible the guy looked. They immediately ran up to him, ignoring Cholson, who was hoping for their attention. Before leaving, the leader asked the rest to take care of the fortress and not let themselves be beaten here. They promised to crush everyone at the Green Forest meeting, but they just had to wait. Yamyoung swore on his life to protect the fortress, and they could count on him. There shouldn't be any problems, as trade unions are now compliant. Although their martial arts are good, one should not relax completely. The reason Yanggak insisted on disguising himself was not only to avoid a clash with the Namgung clan. The Henan trade unions are so quiet because of the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks. If he knows that the 10 have left the fortress for a couple of months, they will not miss such an opportunity and will attack. Encho thought that their faces were quite recognizable here. There might be people who remembered them. You have to be careful when dealing with trade unions. There's a good chance one of them might remember them, but everything is fine since they so carefully disguised themselves as Orthodox. They all look completely different from each other, so it's unlikely that anyone will remember them. Yanggak then asked what the leader would answer if people asked him what he did for a living. And now he said that they were on their way from Henan, and they themselves were disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. The ambassador of the Suval trade union, who called himself Hanan, suggested that they go together. Having learned that they were from a trade union, Yencho decided that they were going in different directions. Hanan laughed, as he had not yet said where they were heading. Incho became noticeably nervous and decided to find out where they were heading. Suddenly, Yanggak stated that even if they were on the same path, they had no reason to accompany anyone. And they also say that they are from a trade union, but there are somehow not enough of them, and everything looks suspicious. They are in a hurry now and don't need any unexpected problems. So there is no need to take risks without knowing why. The ambassador's subordinates doubted that these people were able to help in any way in their situation. Hanan thought that he had never heard of the Flying Dragon sect. However, they have plenty of internal energy, a confident, even aura emanating from the students of respected sects. The guy with red hair stood out among them in particular. It was the first time a man had met someone with such incredible energy. The sun had already begun to rise. It was only a matter of time before the man in black caught up with them. His warriors are already at their limit. It will be difficult for them to withstand the battle after such a chase. There were no other options, and they desperately needed their help. So he took out a bag of money. He knew his request was sudden, but if they helped them, they would receive a generous reward. Yanggak couldn't believe he had refused them, since he himself had said that they should avoid trade unions. It was a great opportunity for them. If they offered so much, it was worth helping. It was precisely because their offer was too good that Encho refused. Nothing in this world is free. Trade unions are not the type to do anything at a loss, so it is strange that he proposed so much. In addition, they asked to take care of some strange item. Yencho's Tuika is never wrong. They did the right thing by refusing them, but with so much gold, they could travel without worrying about anything. Chang also thought it was a good deal, and it was a shame to refuse. Since they are heading in the same direction, it would not be difficult to ensure their protection. However, the decision has already been made. Even though the offer was indeed good, it doesn't mean they need it. Gomyoung added that if they became an escort for the trade union, the chance of conflict with the Green Forest would only increase. It is understandable that they want to act like the heroes of Jianghu, but they need to focus on gathering the Green Forest. Chang was shocked by this assumption and wanted to state that this was not the reason. It looks like those guys were attacked, and since they walked here, the attackers will come soon too. They might think they're in league with the trade union. It's still a bit dark, but they better get going. Encho announced that they had time to get ready, after which they would meet here. Suddenly, Chang started asking Sobek where she put her things, while Cholson was watching her. The girl headed towards the tree, asking her friend to check if they had forgotten anything. Suddenly, Cholson appeared behind Chang, offering to leave the heavy lifting to him, but it was all just in his dreams. In reality, his eyes widened when he noticed that someone was about to attack her. The man in the black mask had nothing against them, but asked them all to die. Cholson immediately rushed to her side to protect her. He managed to push the girl away from himself, but it was impossible for him to recover from the blow. The rest of the company turned around at the noise, noticing that their comrade had been wounded by a sword. The stranger confidently declared that it was useless, because they would die anyway. However, he didn't notice how some guy appeared behind him, swinging his leg at him. At this time, Chang looked at Cholson with concern, not knowing how to help him. She didn't understand why he was so stupid and tried to block it, because she would have dodged it herself. While the guy was apologizing to her, Encho immediately ran up to them. The leader noticed that the wounds on his comrade's shoulder were too deep. Taking him on his shoulder, he asked Yanggak to find out as quickly as possible where the nearest village was. Gomyang called Joe over, suggesting that they leave before they got into something incomprehensible. Suddenly, he noticed that they were already surrounded by masked warriors sitting in the trees. Yanggak concluded that they had a lot of problems because of this trade union. Encho stated that they would go to the village first, while asking Gomyang and Yanggak to help Joha. However, the guy asked them all to leave, as he would be more than enough for them. They had to travel 2 hours to get to the nearest village. However, it is not a fact that there will be doctors there at that hour, but they are ready to wake them up at any cost. Turning around, Gomyang began to worry about Joe, hoping that everything would be okay with him. They either don't know how strong he is, or they feel bad about having to rely on him all the time, but they have no choice now. They don't know how many of these guys in black are here. It will be a problem if they catch up with them. Even though it was a sudden attack, it was quite difficult to knock down Cholson with one blow. They are definitely not easy opponents. Perhaps Yoha also thought that this was not something that could be easily dealt with. That is why he asked them all to leave, so as not to put his comrades at risk. Meanwhile, Yoha easily dodged the first attack, barely moving. Grabbing one of them by the bandana, he began to ask who they were, shaking his fist. Not hearing a quick response, he punched his opponent in the face, throwing him a great distance away. While the others were trying to comprehend what had happened, the guy managed to attack another one. The warriors decided to huddle together, but were in no hurry to rush into battle rashly. Yoha repeated his question again, deciding to continue beating them to get an answer. The warriors decided that this brat was too insolent, so they decided to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, a group of people were heading towards the village, which was behind the mountain. Encho asked Cholson to hold on a little longer, since they were almost there. Chang was afraid that they might not make it in time, but the leader assured her that everything would be fine, since they quickly stopped the bleeding. Suddenly, Yanggak smelled blood and rushed to restore his comrades. They had little time, but the old man sensed a large crowd of people ahead. It looks like they caught the people from the trade union, the ones they crossed paths with. They had to go through them if they wanted to get to the village, which was a big problem. Hannon, who was barely alive, did not understand why they had to kill so many people. He was filled with anger, because some little thing could not be worth so many lives. However, there are people who would walk thousands of miles for this little thing. The item he's hiding is far more valuable than all of their lives combined, so he must give it up in a good way. Then one of the warriors put a blade to the girl's throat, suggesting that the man at least save his daughter's life. However, the man knew that they would spare no one. He was not so stupid as to fall for such a thing. Then the masked man decided that he had to continue taking lives until the ambassador told him where he was. The warrior asked his subordinates to hold the girl tighter so that she would not twitch. He also advised the ambassador not to think about pulling any tricks, since they had his daughter as a hostage. Suddenly, a man with strong energy appeared behind him and asked what they were doing there. The masked warrior didn't understand why he had come here in person, which made the man even more angry. If they had done their job properly, he wouldn't have come here and wasted his time. Now he was only interested in why he still hadn't brought him the item. The warriors immediately formed up, loudly greeting the great demon general, Jegui. Watching them, Yanggak did not expect this, even though they themselves were not made of nothing. But these guys, with their strange weapons, emanate a simply terrifyingly dangerous aura. And how strong is this creepy guy then, if they all tremble before him so much? Gomyang approached him to ask how much longer they had to wait, but he demanded silence. These people could be more dangerous than anyone they had ever met, and at that very second, Yegwi pulled out dynamite from behind his back. Throwing it at the warriors rushing towards him, he watched their disconcerted look. But instead of exploding, the dynamite created several puddles in which the soldiers began to drown. Yanggak had never seen or even heard of anything like this before. While Jegwi was trying to figure out where the item was, Yanggak was trying to figure out where they came from. Meanwhile, Yoha stood still, waiting for his opponent's first attack. He easily repelled attacks from each attacker, dealing with them along the way. Their commander didn't understand what they were doing and ordered them to attack together. Suddenly, the guy approached them in 1 second, which confused the opponents. Joha used the first formation of the Nine Heavens technique. With the help of the soaring dragon, he dealt with a group of warriors in one blow. Having plunged his sword into the ground, the guy would like to know who they are, but now there is no time for that. They were quite strong, since they were even able to leave a wound on him. If there are even more of them here, the boss and the others could be in danger. We must hurry to help our comrades, no matter who they are. If they dared to attack his family, no matter who they were, Joha would wipe them off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, Chang, who was washing Cholsun's wound, noticed that the bleeding was not as bad, but the wound was quite deep. Yanggak told them that they would watch for a little while longer because there were more enemies than expected. One of the brothers looked around the area but found no other ways. Taking other paths would mean making a huge detour, and Yoha might lose them. Then Yensho decided to check everything himself, heading towards the tents Yangaku and Gomyang. Sneaking up behind them, he startled the men with his presence, asking what they had found out. As it turned out, they used martial arts that the old man had never seen before, and their power is terrifying. It would be better for them to go around them quietly while the demon general was busy with the hostages. Meanwhile, Jegwi was surprised, because the item was not so valuable that an entire trading alliance would sacrifice their lives. Perhaps Hanan knows how to use the 8-bead bell. Although the cult was supposed to deal with everyone who might know this, some still managed to survive. Jegwi wondered how much longer the man would be able to get away if he ordered his men to play with his daughter. The general calculated that he had 25 men in total. Hearing the order, the soldiers immediately grabbed the ambassador's daughter, who began to scream loudly. The girl fell to the ground, demanding that they stop, but they didn't even think of listening. Hanan also asked them to stop, which brought a smile to Jegwi's face. He was ready to give him the bell just to make them stop. This was a very wise decision in the eyes of the general, who asked where it was hidden. After some time, the envoy's subordinate brought the treasured item. The man couldn't believe that it would end like this. If they got the bell, these demons would become even stronger. The nightmare of 20 years ago could repeat itself, but he saw no other way out. Jegwi accepted the bell, feeling the energy of the holy object emanating from the box. The envoy had a good plan. If the general had killed him insanely, it would have been difficult to find the bell, and now he will pay the price for the troubles he caused. Jegwi addressed the Black Shadow Corps, ordering them to get out of here when they were done playing. Hanan screamed in indignation, because he had already given him what he wanted. He is simply a beast in human form who does not fear heavenly punishment. Turning around, Yegwi glared at the man and declared that he was the heavens. The girl will die anyway, so let her satisfy everyone one last time. Suddenly, some unfamiliar voice shouted that they all had no honor at all. It was Yensho, who rushed forward, wanting to punish the offenders. Gomyang didn't know what to do in this situation, but Yanggak didn't know what to say either. Jegwi was surprised to notice that they had a rat there and ordered it to be killed. Several warriors immediately rushed towards Yensho, but he had no intention of retreating. The Black Shadow Corps couldn't let him break through, but the boss had no intention of losing. The commander ordered not to mess with him because the demon general was looking at them. Suddenly, an arrow landed in front of their feet, causing everyone to stop and look up. Chang didn't understand why the one who was supposed to solve the problems rushed straight there and only made them worse. Gomyang agreed with her, because if the boss got involved, they couldn't stay away. They have nowhere else to go except here, so they don't really have a choice. Gomyang turned to Sobek and decided to leave Cholsun with her. Encho apologized to his comrades and then asked them to fight with him. After this, the whole group descended from the mountain to support their leader. There were quite a lot of opponents, but they had to do everything, even if it was bad. You just need to not think about it, because no matter what decision the boss makes, they must follow him. A fierce battle began in which no one wanted to give in to the other. They did quite well, and Gomyang promised that they would answer for everything. But suddenly he noticed that he was inferior in strength, and the balance was not in his favor. Yanggak reminded him that he had watched them with him, and that they were quite strong. When striking, you have to put all your strength into it. They have no room for error. This is not the time to be so careless. They have no chance of winning this battle, but they must hold out. The old man didn't know what the boss was thinking when he jumped on her, but now there was no turning back. But at this time, arrows began to fly towards the shadow core, or is achieved. The commander ordered to finish off the archer first so that he would not cause them problem. However, the archer was pleased with this arrangement because he knew that he would not be easy prey. As a friend, one of his opponents appeared behind his back, disrupting his plans. But at that moment, Chang came to his aid, and she could not allow her family to be harmed in front of her. Having dealt with the enemy, she told the archer that if he weakened his defense even for a moment, he would die. There was no end to the Shadow Corps, but the archer suggested that she keep shooting. She should keep them away from him. At this time, one of the warriors headed towards Hanan, who could cause them trouble if he escaped in the noise. But suddenly, Encho jumped out in front of him and stood up to protect the messenger. Having dealt with the enemy, the leader asked if any of his men knew medical techniques. One of the warriors knocked Imdal to the ground, which was noticed by a worried Gomyang. He understood that all his comrades were already tired, but there were still many of them left on their feet. What's worse is that each of them uses unconventional martial arts, making them difficult to deal with. It was unclear where they came from and what they were supposed to do. All this time he was asking Yencho why he got involved in this, because it was not like him. After all, his family's life comes first, and he had never behaved so recklessly before. If they meet after death, Gomyang will nag him about it all day. Suddenly, the commander of the Shadow Corps announced that the enemy was exhausted and ordered them to be killed. The warriors ran forward with renewed vigor, when suddenly a sword plunged into the ground in front of them. One of them looked up and saw Yencho flying towards him, swinging his fist. The masked man decided that the weakling didn't even know how ferocious the tiger was that he was taking on. But when their fists collided, the warrior was surprised to notice that his defense had been broken. The brothers immediately began to praise the boss, asking at the same time where he had been all this time. Yangik noted that he still had incredible strength. It could only be an innate talent. And thanks to Joe's training, this talent finally saw the light of day. And if he had started earlier, he would now be terribly strong. Yench explained to the brothers that among those from another union, there were healers. He ordered Soban to quickly transfer Cholsan to them. And now, they are already giving him help. There was no need to worry about him anymore. But Yencho apologized to his brothers for this. He tried to forget everything and live his life. But suddenly he remembered his wife and children, who remained in his hometown. As a father, he couldn't stand by and watch what was happening here, but he acted selfishly by dragging them into it. Now he had failed both as the boss of the fortress and as their elder. But to see their atrocities and pass by was beyond his strength. The leader knew he was asking for a lot, but now he needed someone to take and risk their lives for him. Gomyang felt betrayed. No wonder the boss never talked about his hometown. He hadn't mentioned to any of his brothers that he was married, so the others asked him to tell them everything when they were finished. Besides, they are all family. If they die, then only together, so there is no need to ask them for such things. Chang, who arrived to them, declared that they would not die. Let's decide that everyone else had forgotten. If they hold out a little longer, their guardian spirit will arrive in the person of Joe. Encho agreed with her, after which he asked everyone to cheer up, because victory would be theirs. Jegui was upset that he would have to personally intervene to resolve this minor issue. Then the leader of the Shadow Corps stepped forward, as his body was just asking for fresh blood. The thought of the expressions on their faces, which had known despair, greatly excited the warrior. Yanggak didn't understand why things had become so problematic, as he hated getting involved in dangerous situations. Some warriors noticed how the old man was dealing with their comrade. Then they realized that this group was too strong for their patrol squad. They wondered when the combat squad would arrive to help them. But according to the intelligence officer, someone killed them all, which seemed impossible. The warrior assumed that this group had killed them, but it didn't seem like they were capable of such a thing. The combat squad is made up of elite forces, trained specifically to destroy the 9 great sects. Their captain remarked that they were all so pathetic, only tarnishing the reputation of the Dark Shadow Corps. It was a shame that they were being humiliated in front of the demon general. They deserved to die, so the leader took their lives without blinking an eye. Gomyang couldn't believe that one of the warriors had killed his allies. Incho rushed straight at him, declaring that human life was no joke. The commander smiled, deciding that it would be boring if he killed the strongest of them first. But suddenly he noticed that several people started attacking him, and he didn't understand that they didn't want to fight one-on-one. It was strange that he thought he could fight just one boss. Cheng was confident that this time they would have the numerical advantage. But suddenly the captain knocked the sword out of the girl's hands. But he felt sorry to kill her right away, so he asked her to rest and then punched her in the stomach. The warrior then headed towards the archer, who had also caused them a lot of trouble. He managed to catch up with him, but Yencho immediately began waving his blade in front of him. For the captain, these were slow movements that would definitely not work. Although he wondered what kind of face the others would have if their leader lost his head first. The warrior's rounded blade approached Yencho's neck, but Gomyong managed to block it. Their opponent was talking too confidently, but it was interesting to see how much longer he would be so impudent. The captain didn't see any problem with him, so he kneed him right in the face. Easily dealing with everyone, the warrior declared that they all acted like heroes, but when tested, they turned out to be weaklings. Then he decided to finish with them, as he didn't want to mess around with them for too long. He left the strongest for last, but suddenly, Yanggak started walking towards him. The old man believed that he was the strongest of them all and advised his opponent to take another look. At that very moment, the fight began, during which Yanggak tried to catch up with his opponent. He was angrier when his opponent just dodged, but now he just wanted to make sure that he really was the strongest. And it looks like this is the case because now the captain has begun to go on the attack. Having thrown the old man away, the warrior noticed that this even hurt his pride. He wanted to cut him in two, but the man was still whole. However, nothing has changed. Looking back, one can assume that they will not be able to continue fighting. Their fighting spirit has simply evaporated, and now they are left only to regret their actions. Unexpectedly for him, Yanggak laughed, and the warrior assumed that he had gone mad. The old man was already tired of his grin, but he wouldn't have to look at it anymore. The captain didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about when suddenly he felt a terrible energy. Looking at him, Yanggak can confidently say one thing: this man is already a corpse. Raising his head, the captain tried to understand who this brat was, and whether it was because of him that the old man began to behave this way. The comrades immediately rejoiced at the appearance of Jock, being confident that now they would win. Gomyong was also glad that he was here, but would he be able to cope with everyone? Despite such a hopeless situation, they relaxed, which means they have a lot of faith in this guy. It looks like this guy has some decent martial arts skills. The name of the Yomung cult would be tarnished if he could kill him, one of the 12 demon warriors. At that very moment, Yoha came down from the tree asking the captain if he had harmed his family. The warrior did not like such impudence, because some child dared to behave so brazenly in front of him. He decided to teach the guy a lesson, but he easily began to fight back with his bare hands. The captain was stunned that some guy could easily break his arm and then knock him out. The warrior only thought that he couldn't let the great demon general see him like this. He managed to reposition himself and landed on his feet, deciding that he had let his guard down. He needs to get his act together and deal with him immediately. But Yegui asked him not to underestimate him. Joha sternly declared that he had harmed his family and therefore must pay for it. After becoming one of the 12 demon warriors, he began to look down on even the elders of the 9 great sects. So now he doubted that any boy could be his equal. But Yoha easily knocked the sword out of his hand, noticing that people on the verge of death always talk a lot. Suddenly, Yegui appeared behind the war, declaring that he was no match for this boy. He hastened to protect his subordinate when he suddenly noticed that he was losing to Zhou in strength. When their forces collided, an explosion occurred, the shockwave of which affected everyone around. As Yanggak thought, that guy with the strange technique is very strong. When Zhou arrived and entered the battle, all his subordinates froze. Yegui couldn't believe he was being pushed back. Suddenly, he noticed a guy flying straight at him. While in the air, Joha assumed that he would take everything for his subordinate. It was unbelievable for the demon general, but he acknowledged the boy's strength. The man pushed off the ground, dodging the attack, while simultaneously taking out dynamite from behind his back. This guy is worthy of testing his demonic art. Shadow Soul Destruction. Yoha was surprised because they didn't even touch him. Then, the dynamites went into action. Yanggak became afraid for the boy, and then demanded that he go away. However, it was too late. Small explosions were heard, and Ho was surrounded by dark energy. The demon warrior personally witnessed the results of his insolence, as no one survived this technique. Observing the huge sphere that the boy was inside, the warrior concluded that this was his end. Once inside, Joha felt that he couldn't breathe normally. His body felt heavier, as if he had fallen into a swamp. But he tried to cut this space with his sword, but he couldn't release the power normally. During the time when Jegui wandered through Jianghua, many challenged him, but no one could stand up to him. It was about his Shadow Soul resolution technique. It grabs a person's shadow and pulls out his soul. When this technique earned him the title of one of the 12 generals, people began to say that he had no equal. He was already immensely strong back then, and over the years, his strength only grew. which raised him to the top. He naturally began to think it was impossible for anyone to withstand his technique, since it had never failed him. Yoha was caught off guard. A person who falls under the influence of this technique seems to fall into the darkness of hell. His senses were failing him, and his eyes were blind. For the first time in a long time, the guy thought he was about to die. Helplessly frozen in confusion, he could not understand anything, and no matter how much he thought, he could not figure out how to get out. He remembered how the sage had said that he might meet people who used truly extraordinary techniques. This is one of the reasons why simply being proficient in martial arts is not enough. Yoha can withstand most techniques, but one should be careful with sorcerers since he has no experience fighting them yet. If you get caught in their technique, it will be very difficult to get out. So you need to learn how to dispel it. But it all depends on who he meets. Usually they all need a little preparation before use. Therefore, all that remains for him to do is try to break what they have prepared and through which their power works. The guy realized that this was one of the witchcrafts that the sage had spoken about. If you remember, then 4 smoking things were stuck into the ground around him. He wouldn't throw those stick-like things at him without a reason. They must be related to his technique. In its current state, it cannot destroy them directly, as it cannot sense anything, but it can destroy the ground beneath them. Even if a guy doesn't understand where the ground is, he just attacks in all directions at once. Meanwhile, his comrades began to worry about Yo, not understanding what this strange technology was. Jegui never thought that he would use this technique against some boy from the Jianghuo expanses. He met a really interesting guy, but not for long. The demon warrior felt ashamed that the general had to engage in battle, so he offered to finish what he had started. Jegui was about to give the order when he suddenly felt some kind of earthquake. Turning his head, he found his own dynamites in front of him. Although this was impossible. At that very second, the sphere began to crack and gradually collapse. Watching this, Yang got concluded with a smile that Joha was a monster that wasn't even worth worrying about. The guy still managed to get out, but this strange technique really irritated him. The demon warrior was shocked because the guy was caught in the shadow soul destruction technique, but was able to break out of it on his own. He took it and destroyed it, which angered the general. Perhaps he will even remain a witness to the awakening of the true power of Jegui. His true power should be enough to burn the entire Jianghuo to the ground. But, looking at the shocked general, the warrior began to doubt his conclusion. None of the Shadow Corps could believe that such a monster could actually exist. Suddenly, Yoha turned to the sorcerer, because thanks to him, he had experienced an incredibly disgusting feeling. So now it's his turn, and he will pay for making him angry. Jegui couldn't believe that such a young brat could break the demonic art with his own power. The general then turned nervously to the Corps, asking how much longer they were going to stand and watch. The demon warrior didn't understand how they could stop him if even the general couldn't. But there was nothing to be done, so he gave the order to kill this ungrateful brat right now. At that very moment, a crowd of warriors rushed from the spot to take Jock by force of numbers. The guy realized what their plan was, but he started chopping them down, even though they didn't even notice his movements. Watching this, Jegui concluded that even if he used all his strength, he could not hope to win. He knows that Jianghua is huge, but martial artists of this level have never appeared out of nowhere before. In the current situation, the priority is to avoid anything that interferes with the execution of the order. Taking the bell is now the most important task. If the people from the trade union survive, people will find out about the existence of their cult. Everything has become too problematic. But we must try to kill at least the messenger, because this person definitely knows about their cult. Even if this is his last resort, there is no other choice now. He decided to deliver the bell right now, while the demon warrior was saying that they couldn't cope without him. However, taking the bell away is the most important thing now, and this is the last thing he will help with. At that very moment, he threw one of his dynamites straight into the messenger's chest. The man felt intense pain as he realized what had happened. Looking at this, Yoha asked him to forget about the fact that he could escape safe and sound. Jegui demanded that the Corps stop him, and the demon warrior gave the same order. He added that all the deserters would die by his hand, after which they all fell upon Jock. Then the guy used the Art of 9 Heavens, the Tornado of 9 Dragons. On this day, the ultimate sword technique of the 9 Heavens, which everyone thought was lost, once again illuminated the skies. Moreover, it was even stronger than 20 years ago, and it fell down in 9 beams of pure energy. The Yomon cult's Shadow Corps was a squad of assassins assembled to destroy the 9 great sects. But even such a force was helpless in the face of this technology, and their captain was forced to cowardly flee. The great demon general left the battlefield in shock. His confidence that no one in Jianghuo could compare to him shattered. Moreover, the man who humiliated him is not even among the top 10 martial artists. Meanwhile, Joha was forced to suppress his anger. He wanted to chase after the aspens that had harmed his family, but he realized that his friends were in a more dire state than he thought. He changed in front of the boss for not coming earlier, but they only suffered because of Encho's stubbornness. But these words did not console him. He still regretted that he was late, because the memories of his childhood, where he was not loved, were too fresh. For him, having gone through this, the 10 heroes of the Five Peaks became dearer to him than anything else in the world. Realizing that for the first time he had failed to protect them completely, he vowed to protect his loved ones no matter what. Meanwhile, Hanan asked his daughter to help him stand up so he could thank the heroes who saved them. When he left the warrior in another union and ran away, he was already ready to die. He didn't know how to express his gratitude, because if it weren't for them, he and his daughter would never have escaped death. The man knows that even 1,000 gold pieces won't be enough, but he promises that the Suval trade union will reward them as soon as it can. And although they had already rendered them great assistance, the envoy wanted to ask for one more favor. He wanted to know if they could protect his people until they arrived at their destination. Soon the messenger died from the wound left by the general, and a dozen heroes decided to fulfill his last request. Not the least reason for this was that the path of the trade union coincided with their own. All of them suffered injuries of varying severity and needed treatment. But there was another reason that was decisive. But if they continue in this direction, they will end up in the Palgon Mountains, the territory of the Crimson Death Fortress. However, Yencho doubted that the Fortress of the Crimson Death would attack a trading union that didn't even have a cart. After some time, Yegui was able to reach the snowy mountains. He reached a specific place and opened a passage into a cave that few people knew about. A woman was waiting for him inside and noticed that he had arrived later than they expected. He only recently became a general, but he already behaves too respectfully. Although the situation turned out to be more complicated. She asked him not to be late again. It was a great rarity when all the generals gathered in one place. The woman hoped that she could maintain her reputation by not causing similar problems in the future. Jegui was able to bring back the 8-bead bell, albeit not without some effort. With this, they now had 7 bells made of 8 beads. This was a great job, as the fighting power of their cult increased significantly. Since everyone had spoken approvingly, they decided on the next candidate for Great General. With him, the cult will have 7 demon lords, although some thought that 6 would be enough. That was true. But if they took the Heavenly Demon King's Soul Summoning Festival into account, it would be foolish to miss out on such an opportunity. They finally collected 7 bells, and it would be nice to find 3 more candidates. It was unclear why some people started arguing, since they had already agreed to this. The decision to choose a 7th general was made by their great cult leader. However, since he is absent, there is no need to rush to the Heavenly Demon King's Soul Summoning Festival. They need to use bells to increase the number of demonic soldiers. With the power of the Demon Lords, they could easily completely take over this era and take over the entire Jianghuo. Jegui said it wouldn't be easy, as he had lost half of the Dark Shadow Corps on this mission. What's more important is that their opponent was some brat. Even the corps captain was defeated by him with 1 blow. The general is not called a sorcerer for nothing, and he is confident that he can defeat anyone. But this boy was incredibly terrifying. The woman was surprised because unless we are talking about one of the 10 strongest masters, no one can defeat the general. Because retrieving the sacred artifact was a priority, he had to leave the battle immediately. But he would hardly have been able to win if he had stayed, because he had never seen such a martial art before. He spun in the sky 9 times, and then the energy from his blade descended like lightning. The woman raised an eyebrow in surprise, guessing what skill Jegui could be talking about. Meanwhile, in the Palgon Mountains, bandits stood in front of the trade union. The boss of the Crimson Death Fortress, Ryonhu, stated that they own these mountains and are part of the Green Forest. If they want to pass through here alive, they must pay 200 nyans per person. Yangek recalled the leader's words that they should not pay attention to the trade union without a cart. He warned that the Crimson Death Fortress was known for testing everyone, but the boss still decided to help them. The Green Forest Assembly is just a stone's throw away, but now they look like they're defending a trade union. Suddenly, the ambassador's daughter declared that they could not give them so much, since they had been robbed on the way here. Renhu himself was in a hurry. There were major events in the Green Forest, so he could use some extra coins. He asked to give them everything of value, although the girl repeated again that they had nothing. Renhu decided to simply cut them up and sell the meat, and his subordinate wanted to make sure that they really had nothing. Yanjin clarified that valuables have a tendency to suddenly appear out of nowhere. All you have to do is shake your pockets a little. Then Yencho offered to pay for everyone from his reward. But Yangok reminded him that they were also bandits. But if they come closer to search them, it will remember their faces and be recognized at the meeting. And then if they don't pay and fight them, it will cause even more problems. While the rest of the group whispered and laughed, the leader tried to find a way to resolve the situation. He again suggested to the old man that he simply give them money before trouble came to pass. He himself doesn't want to fork out the money, but it's scary to imagine what will happen if they piss off Jock. Yanjin was surprised that the merchants were laughing while in such a situation. The vice chief assumed they were laughing at him, which made him angry. Suddenly, he noticed that they had a whole bag of gold there, which meant they had lied to them. The ambassador's daughter screamed that they had not lied and that this gold did not belong to the trade union. The man decided that they were definitely making fun of him, the vice chief of the Crimson Sunset. It's their own fault that they still haven't realized what situation they found themselves in, and now they won't be able to escape unharmed. Then Yenjin pointed at Sobek, who laughed first. Insulting them, the vice chief could not understand how they even reached their mountains alive, but now they have met him, and they can no longer hope that luck will help them. But his speech was interrupted by several gold coins that hit him painfully on the forehead. Youngik was surprised, not understanding where all the gold had gone. Renhu was also shocked, as he didn't even sense the approaching attack. Now he was sure that someone among them was a martial arts master. Yencho and Yangak sighed heavily, realizing that things had finally come to this. At this time, Yoha stated that they can say whatever they want, but they should not even think about touching his family. More gold coins flew towards the foreheads of Renhu and his subordinates. Ensho asked his comrade to cover their faces. Maybe they would forget them when he passed out. But Yoha attacked them openly, so it's unlikely they will forget this. The Crimson Fortress diligently robbed travelers in order to leave a good impression at the meeting. Even if it was slow, they successfully collected money until, of all the people in the world, they came across Joha. All the leaders of the Crimson Death were knocked out even before the great meeting began. Meanwhile, one of the demon generals doubted that anyone could defeat any of them. However, Jegui put his hand on his heart, admitting that he could not defeat him. It was the first time he had seen this kind of martial art, and she wouldn't believe it even if he told her all of it. Indeed, the woman could not believe his words because she knew what kind of technique it was. Only one person comes to mind, but she heard that he died. Yet, not many people can use technology of this level. She decided that this man was not young. But Jegui clarified that he looked 15 years old and had red hair. The red hair and the connection to the order made it clear that this was the son of that man. 20 years ago, the sect leader ordered them to build a temple in Jiangnan, and then a man came who used this art. Later, he became known as the swordsman who cuts the moon. It still infuriates her because he ruined all their plans. True, back then she was just a 10-headed mnemonic soldier, but now everything is different. She is ready to take revenge on the day that moment comes. Then, the Nangon clan and the Crouching Dragon estate will be erased from Miram history forever. Meanwhile, in Wanan County, residents of a city living a peaceful existence had a shocking experience. As the time approached for the start of the Bandit Alliance tournament, the bandits from the countless mountain hideouts were driven into the city. Although, due to the fact that the bandits kept their distance and feared each other, serious unrest was avoided. It felt like all the gangs from the Central Valley had gathered there. One of the Silent Guy's comrades stated that there really were too many bandit hideouts. They looked at the other guys, not understanding how they were even accepted into the gangster union. Maybe they were accepted into the union for their pretty eyes, because they didn't look like bandits. Considering how they parody a trading group, it's obvious that they are from some unknown gang of bandits. The man was sure that these brats were just there for show, but they would hardly be able to withstand even one blow. Then the silent boy spoke up, declaring that he still had a lot to learn. If he values his life, it's best not to fight this red-haired guy. It is better not to look down on poor sects. If you fall under their sights, your life will be like that. Towards evening, the bandit communities set up a large camp. There were only the leaders here, and that's already a lot. If all the members had gathered here, they would have raised an army. Encho asked him to stop talking nonsense and unpack his things, while calling Gomyong to him. They have come all this way here, so they need to greet the brothers from the mountain refuge of Dabi. They chose them and cared for them. It would be right if they were the first to say hello to them. Meanwhile, Sobek discovered Jock lying on the grass, although she had been looking for him for a very long time. Everyone is unpacking and preparing camp while he just chills out here. He had something to think about, so he was just putting his thoughts in order. Suddenly, he noticed that she was always with Chang, but he had not seen them together recently. The guy decided that they had a fight, but in fact, Chung was next to Chulsan the whole time. Sobek had the feeling that her presence was only getting in their way. But since they weren't fighting, It meant everything was fine. So Joha suggested that she take a rest with him. The girl was surprised because she thought that the guy didn't worry about anything. He didn't have any particular problems, but Sobek had never heard of his past. In fact, he was thinking about his parents, but he can't remember their faces. His mother died when she gave birth to him. He didn't really see his father until he was 6 years old, so it's not surprising that he doesn't remember him. But he clearly remembers the person who bothered him, which surprised the girl even more. It was someone who was trying to kill him. And that was what angered Jock the most. Sobek did not understand what could have threatened him at the age of 6, assuming that he was of royal blood. Then she offered to take revenge on this man if he was still alive. The guy said it wouldn't work, but the girl was sure he would die as soon as Yoha moved his finger. But as soon as he said that this was his adoptive mother, shock immediately appeared on Sobek's face. While Joa was telling her about the estate of the sneaking dragon, she could not utter a word. She expected that the guy might have had problems in the past. After all, there is a sad story behind everything. However, the young man, who looks even younger than her, was able to overcome all the difficulties and dangers in his path. Therefore, Sobek thought that he had not had any serious litigation in his life. It was Joha, whom she had been envious of all this time. But in reality, everything was not so funny. Suddenly, the guy noticed that she started crying, reacting emotionally to his story. She didn't know he had gone through anything like that, and she felt terribly sorry. She started apologizing to Yoha, but he didn't know how to act like a crying girl and started apologizing himself. At this time, Renhu stated that the rules of the bandit union stated that he was forbidden from interfering with other bandits. However, those who attacked them and helped the trading group were spotted here. They were members of the Wufeng Mountain Bandit Alliance, disguised as part of a trading party. At a time like this, when the Bandit Alliance tournament is starting, such a shelter cannot be allowed to participate. They had broken the rules, and that was why he had requested a meeting with the head of the Green Forest. The man sitting in front of him remembered that Mount Wufeng had only recently been formed. The Demon Lord glared at him, asking what he wanted to report. He boasts about the incompetence of the Red Sands shelter, or blames the strength of the Wufeng Mountain shelter. Since it was the Wufeng gang, it meant that not much time had passed since their formation. Renhu himself reported that the Crimson Sand was defeated by the newly assembled gang. The Demon Lord couldn't tell if he wanted to tell him about the weakness of his gang or the strength of another. Suddenly, Ingale, who was with them, realized that that guy must be to blame for everything. Completely disregarding the mercenary union hierarchy, this little one has no respect for his elders. He remembered Joe's name for a long time, because he suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. Muhei decided to keep this in mind, so the head of the Crimson Sand can go. He then turned to Ingale, asking about that scum, the ball-carrying mercenaries from the Wufeng Mountain Gang. The Cat Lord confirmed that he was not yet 20 years old, and for a man who had not yet reached maturity, he was excessively impudent. Muhei was surprised that the Demon Lord's follower was defeated by someone who was not even 20 years old. Ingale tried to justify himself, but the head of the Green Forest had already made his decision. This guy is supposed to show up at the Mercenary Union competition, and if he shows up, Ingale will fight him. The man was stunned, although he himself said that he made a mistake while drunk. But if he loses to him again, he will lose the title of the 12th Hundred-Headed King, and will have to undergo 10 years of training again. The Cat Lord remembered with horror the horrors he had to endure during this training. Muhei was furious that his subordinate was filled with fear of this non-entity. Ingale immediately fell to his knees before him, accepting his master's order. If he fights that scary guy 100 times, he will lose all 100 fights. Sometime later, while in the dining room, Encho noticed the Cat Lord with a smile. The man heard that the Wufeng Mountain Gang had arrived and couldn't help but come and see them. But they themselves would have rushed to his call, so they invited him to the table. They all greeted him except Jock, and if it hadn't been for his mistake, they wouldn't have even been able to meet him face to face. At that very moment, Chang and Sobek greeted him and began praising his physical fitness. This made him blush, and they added about the girl that he was now their older brother. They remembered the events of that night very well, and Yencho confidently supported them. Anyway, the reason he's here is to make sure the Mercenary Union competition goes off without a hitch. The first person to participate from the Wufeng Gang must inform him after receiving the schedule. In truth, everything depends on their decision. Although he himself said it, it still sounds ridiculous. Incho wondered why he was asking such a thing, even though he knew about their situation. When Yoha suddenly turned his head, he asked how important a guest must be for them not to eat anything. As Ingwell thought, these simpletons always live up to his expectations, and the rudeness is still the same. If he can't beat that guy, he can make sure he can't compete. Meanwhile, The Demon Lord loudly declared that from now on, the Bandit Union would not be a simple gathering of bandits. It will surpass the 7 sects and become the greatest sect in the world. And no one from the Order, Chaos, or Demonic faction would dare to humiliate them. In the end, he called on all the bandits to prepare for 1,000 years of power. This call signaled the beginning of the Bandit Union Tournament, which was supported by shouts from all those present. The first day of the Bandit Alliance Tournament, a martial arts tournament to select the top 10 scouts and guardians. When the tournament started, many people came forward with flags. But suddenly, 2 different groups collided with each other, pushing each other. Encho didn't understand why these guys were fighting right in front of another mountain shelter. It seemed like it was necessary to enter at least one category in the Bandit Alliance tournament. Senior Officer Vugam asked if anyone wanted to play in the first match of the tournament. At that very second, a man jumped out of the stands into the arena, to thunderous applause from the spectators. It was Yang Lu, the leader of the Yangma Mountain Refuge, who asked someone to teach him. Following him, Mak Ji, the leader of Mount Beibong, stepped forward. Yang Lu asked him why he was putting up wanted posters everywhere. The enemy perceived this as insolence, after which he immediately rushed into the attack. The Demon Lord noticed that they immediately had interesting candidates. McGee decided to make his opponent regret humiliating him in front of the leader. Then he used the Divine Sword of Destruction, the Ice Dragon attack. At the same time, a humble ghost killer entered another arena, and his opponent was Sal Myung. But they fought in a ridiculously awkward manner, without arousing any interest in the public. Muhei didn't know that they allowed any vagabond from the street to carry the name of the Bandit Union. The Phantom Shadow Lord added that this was not some kind of street fight. So personally, he is very interested in seeing Ingale's rematch. Looking at how much he drinks now, one can assume that he has learned some rare, secret technique. Enjoying his drink, the Cat Lord replied that one could say that. Last night, he had already used the most effective and fatal secret technique. Against those thick-headed bandits from the shelter of Mount Wufeng, he was able to do it. Last night, he wanted to make sure that Joha planned to participate in the tournament. Encho was sure that the guy would win, but Ingale was in no hurry to agree with this. This tournament is not just a series of sparring matches. It is an event that will determine the people who will occupy important positions in the Union. If he does well in the tournament, he will have to work as a keeper, but the real problem only begins after that. This position involves visiting mountain ranges throughout the Union, so he will not be able to return. A good position in a gangster union can hardly be an easy job. He will have to travel a lot through dangerous places and solve a lot of problems along the way. That's not all. Their shelter is unlikely to survive for long without its elite 10. Yoha will be an exception, as he goes on a mission, but his brothers will have to turn back. The boy suggested with displeasure that he might be separated from his family. Everyone around immediately understood the reason why he came here. It is clear that he is exaggerating. He did not lie, but he did not convey the whole essence either. Suddenly, Yoha declared that if his older brother asked him, he would even jump into the fire. He just found himself a real family. But if he becomes a keeper, they will have to separate. Encho asked them not to think about what had not happened, because Yoha had not yet become a keeper. The simpletons from Mount Wufeng have no interest in becoming a general or a guardian. There is no need to worry about that. They have come all this way so they can just enjoy the tournament. But to be honest, the leader felt a little sorry for Joe because he was losing out on a great opportunity. Just like that, Ingale's secret technique had reached their hearts. So now, he was quite enjoying the alcohol. Muhei watched the Cat Lord closely, surprised by his calmness. Meanwhile, various bandits continued to fight in the arena, using different techniques. Yencho thought it was stupid, since one of them had only hit his opponent with his forehead. Yoha, sitting behind him, was noticeably bored and yawned more and more often. He was going to stand right there and watch the fights, but suddenly, he needed to go to the toilet. When the boy found himself behind the arena, Encho tried to understand why Joha had taken the sword with him. Perhaps he wants to chop down a couple of unfortunate trees in the forest to kill boredom. The monster who had defeated the legendary ruler of the heavens of the earth patiently watched this childish fuss. It was no wonder that he was simply bored with the tournament, since he had already witnessed similar battles. He himself possesses techniques that are more incredible than those that can be observed at the tournament. Sobek got angry at them for their rudeness, because Joa's brother is not a monster. At first, everyone was surprised by the girl's words, after which they returned to betting on the winner. Sobek was upset that Joe continued to be called the Monstrous Master and other names. She wondered if she could ever walk alongside him as an equal as she grew increasingly anxious. And immediately after Yoha left the competition arena, as if he had waited for an incredible moment, an incredible event happened. Two men entered the arena, threatening to show something new. Sparks flew from the blades as they exchanged blows. The spectators actively supported them, especially the Mount Davy gang, who did so with great fervor, supporting their leader. As expected, this fight was quite interesting, which Yencho noted. However, Yangot clarified that this was extremely unpredictable. However, the leader did not understand what he was talking about, because it was obvious that one of them would lose. Even if they lived in a village and were cut off from the rest of the world, it is difficult to be so ignorant. The old man clarified that the loser was none other than the Demon Lord's disciple. He is under the leadership of the Demon Lord himself, one of the 12 demon kings. Muhei recognized the man who introduced himself as the leader of the Dabi Mountain Gang, Jin. Looks can be deceiving. This guy is quite good if you think about it. The Red Wolf's reputation has suffered quite a lot. The bishop was immediately asked not to be upset, since their guy hadn't warmed up yet, so it seemed like he was being pushed aside. The real competition has just begun. You need to relax and enjoy the fights. He asked the Red Eye Lord not to forget what the competition and the joining of the 12 Demon Kings really meant. Suddenly, the warrior told the leader of the Mount Davy gang that they had played well together. However, he was a little tired of dancing to his tune, so he decided to end this fight. Instead of putting on a show, the Red Eye Lord wants to break his opponent with one blow. He then used the technique of bloody splitting a myriad of snakes, releasing them towards the enemy. The subordinates asked the leader to leave, but Yangot concluded that this was the end, even if the leader of the Dabi gang was against him. But this is also impressive in its own way. The head of an unknown gang fought on equal terms with the disciple of a demon lord. If he is so strong, even though he is not up to Joe, he should have become famous. Then the Red Eye Lord rose into the air to deliver the finishing blow. Meanwhile, Yoha wanted to stretch his legs a bit, but noticed that it was about to rain. He walked up to a fairly thick tree, deciding that this was the place to start today. The guy tossed the sword, caught it with both hands, and then swung it. Just as he was about to strike, someone's voice asked if he had decided to wake her up. Joha managed to stop the sword in time, which pierced the tree just a few centimeters, frightening the girl. She didn't know whether she should thank him for his mercy or just beat the crap out of him. The guy was surprised because he didn't even feel her presence. Judging by her appearance, she was also one of the bandits, but it was unclear why she was here and not at the tournament. However, the girl does the same as him, and with these words, she stretched lazily. She was tired of all these battles and wanted to take a good nap in the forest. But he almost killed her. Yoha was surprised that she called him a young leader, clarifying that this was not true. As she caught up with him, she wondered if there were people in his gang who were stronger than him. The guy suggested that their leader had something more important than strength. Suddenly, he stopped and asked suspiciously why she was following him. He managed to notice how the girl tried to attack him with a hairpin and then immediately took a fighting stance. The guy understood what kind of friendship was being discussed, but he was not at all against it. Yoha stood in front of the unfamiliar girl, holding his breath, and eagerly prepared for the start of their duel. He felt a little sorry, because he had hoped that she would at least be able to cut a person with an ordinary sheet of paper. The girl didn't understand what they were talking about, deciding that the guy was talking in his sleep. For something like this, he needs to find a person at the level of an elder of the 5 sects. After these words, the stranger soared into the air, deciding to start first. She used the Black Lotus Blossom to create a vortex flow around herself. Yoha replied that he already knew one such person, after which he also rushed forward. The girl was shocked that this guy just jumped into her hidden weapon flower. He spun the sword in front of him, ignoring the wind flow created by the girl. The guy added with a smile that even that man couldn't answer his question. The girl noticed that not only was he fast, but he was also able to break through her hidden weapon flower with one blow. Meanwhile, the arena was in a state of commotion, and the situation was getting tense. As expected of a demon king, their skills are comparable to those of the disciples of the 5 sects. The red-eyed student apologized to the master for pointlessly delaying the lights out. However, the man asked him to be more careful, as the fight was not over yet. Turning around, the Red-Eye Lord noticed a huge spider created by his enemy. At that very second, he used the ultimate poisonous insect strike technique. However, the enemy doubted that if he held out a little longer, anything would change. The gang leader thanked the second demon king for the lesson with a smile on his face. At that very second, the spider attacked with several legs at once. I will try to finish this duel. With a crash, the body of the Red-Eye Lord fell onto the arena, raising a layer of dust. Muhei tried to understand what it was just now, noticing the unusual flow of chi. Ensho also didn't understand how the Demon Lord's disciple lost to the leader of some nameless mountain refuge. Luckily, this blow did not hit any vital organs, so there is nothing to worry about. However, this man was using a ki accumulation technique that Yongok had never seen before. The old man frowned, not understanding what was going on at this tournament. While the crowd was shouting wildly, some participants only grinned contentedly and menacingly. The subordinates watched as Muhei treated the Red-Eye Lord. He was much better now, but he had disgraced him and could not find the words to apologize. Suddenly, he was interrupted, asking why the master was personally restoring the chi circulation. As it turns out, all the young students suffer from a lack of ki, and they can fight with dignity. Moreover, who else, if not an old and experienced master, is able to share his chi? However, there is more to the reason than that. He wants to confirm something by looking at the damaged ki of the Red Eye. He couldn't believe that the master had figured out the identity of the leader of the Dabi Mountain gang. Red Eye is ashamed to admit it, but Jin and the ki art he demonstrated were something else entirely. It was simply mysticism to me. There was something terrifying in that technology. Moreover, this gang had allied with the main gang. They were not unaware of the significance of this tournament. Despite this, the way they suddenly became stronger, you can't just leave it to chance. His comrades thought that he was deliberately trying to hinder the great will of the mercenary union. This could mean that the 5 sections are plotting behind the backs of their insignificance. However, the cause is always a priority for them, regardless of the action, and they would not conflict with them in such a dirty way. Muhei ordered them to be silent, as he saw no reason to continue the discussion. At the same second, he pulled out a spider made of dark energy from the body of the Red Eye. It was a parasite imbued with a special and insidious chi, and there was only one faction capable of taking control of it. The demonic sect, and as it turned out, the dark sect, did not abandon their foolish dreams. Meanwhile, one of the generals was informed that a mixed blood had killed a disciple of a demon lord. Then she became curious about the rest of the 10-headed demonic soldiers. The remaining 4 of the 10-headed ones will also take part in this. Meanwhile, a relaxed swordsman from the Samdu Mountain gang was silently polishing his sword, and the leader of the Stormy gang arrived, and his subordinates immediately met him. They noticed a man carrying 2 boars in his hands. In the Eastern Lake gang, there was a man who was surrounded by those same boars. This man was nicknamed the Bloody Hands That Take Lives. It goes without saying that they will occupy 5 positions of both guardians and wanderers out of 10 possible. It's funny to even think about it, but I'd like to see it in person. 10 demonic soldiers trampling 12 demonic kings. The Dark Sect is trying to use its allies as a means of attacking Miram. Even killing these scum would be a kind of mercy, but they need to take urgent action. Suddenly, the Demon Lord loudly and angrily asked why he couldn't see Ryo. He was informed that he disappeared shortly before the tournament began, so they are also in the dark. He rudely sent his subordinates to search for him, ordering them not to return without him. Muhei couldn't understand where Ryo could have gone while the demonic sect was up to something. Meanwhile, Yensho was surprised that their position in the mercenary union was so great. The guests kept coming and coming, but Yoha was irritated that she followed him all the way. The guy noticed a lot of liquor in the tent, deciding that such a quantity could kill him. However, the girl clarified that when men fight, there can only be 2 outcomes. The first was the death of one or both, but she was in no hurry to voice the second option. The leader became curious about the second option and why she suddenly went silent, leaving everyone intrigued. The boss decided that she was waiting for Jock to ask, since the girl was doing nothing but staring at him. The guy was unhappy with this outcome, but he repeated Yensho's question. Since he was so interested, the girl decided to personally show him the second option. At that very second, she grabbed a huge barrel of alcohol and began drinking straight from it. The second option was to release their thoughts through this drink and become brothers. Yoha admitted that of all the people he had met recently, she was the most interesting person. Suddenly, the leader declared that now the elders must intervene and solve all the problems. This girl pursued them so much after their first meeting, so they decided to welcome her with open arms. They hadn't drunk liquor for a long time, so they pounced on the barrels in a crowd. The boss asked Joe to have a drink with a new guest, who could now feel at home. Hearing his name, the girl decided to remember the new brother in their gangster alliance. Chang asked Sobek to bring some snacks for their guest, to which she agreed. While enjoying the alcohol, Yensho noticed how delicious the liqueur was. Yonggak noticed that the boss was in a good mood, so he decided to join in. Their guest loudly declared that there was enough liquor for everyone, suggesting that they drink all night. Yangik didn't think she was even 20 years old and couldn't understand how she could carry so much expensive liquor into the mountains. In any case, the taste was to die for, so he drank another mug. At the same time, somewhere in the mountains, a crowd of people was heading towards the master. Muhei turned to them, asking menacingly if they had found out where Rio was. They are looking, but there are a lot of gangs participating in the tournament, so it will take some time. At the same second, two more people appeared behind them and were able to find him. Ingale brought a man who said that he had accompanied the Mist to the warehouse and, on her orders, had taken away his alcohol. When he asked where, he was told that she was heading to the gang from the Five Peaks Mountain. For some reason, he kept hearing about them ever since they arrived here. His subordinate suggested that spies had infiltrated the Bandit Alliance, and these could well have been those same degenerates from the Five Peaks Mountain. This information caused a storm of anger within the Demon Lord. They know little about them, so they cannot trust them completely. The possibility that they are spies is very high, and this option should not be ruled out. Muei couldn't believe that his only daughter was now right in the lair of demonic degenerates. He was asked not to worry, as all the major gangs and their leaders were gathered there. Even if it's hard, he must believe in the young lady and watch a little longer. A rumor might spread that the Lord, or one of the 12 demonic ones, interfered with one of the gangs. And then, the main goal of this tournament, strengthening the position of the Bandit Union, may be lost. Perhaps this is what they are counting on, so don't relax. Looking around carefully, Ingale did not understand what was going on here at all. Suddenly, it began to dawn on him that these fools were spies of a demonic sect, although their aura was more similar to the clans of Order. Perhaps the elder hastily made the wrong conclusion, since he had not seen them personally. But if such a misunderstanding occurs, everything can turn into a nightmare. At that very second, Muhei decided to listen to the Cat Lord, because it was he who accepted them into the alliance. Now was a great opportunity for the Cat Lord. So he agreed with the first brother. This way he can get rid of those annoying fools without lifting a finger. The man had completely forgotten about it, but he remembered something thanks to the chief's words. A chilling aura. Even though she was drunk that day, she remembers this aura emanating from Yo. If Ingale is telling the truth, they should arrest them immediately. If they really are spies, then they need to rescue the young lady immediately. They couldn't calm down, because perhaps they already found out who she was. But at that moment, a small doubt sown by the Lord awakened something that no one should have touched. Not the Demon Lord who crushes the heavens, but the Father and his wrath. Based on the strength of his spirit alone, he was considered the strongest in the world, a demon lord. But he was also an eternally kind father to his only daughter. For him, his daughter's safety was his top priority. It was sufficient reason to start a conflict not only within the Bandit Union, but also to unleash a war. Meanwhile, Sobek noticed that their guest was very fond of alcohol, but she also wanted to find out why this girl's face excited her so much. At that moment, on the mountain, the subordinates asked if they should bring the young lady. The Demon Lord immediately insulted him, because they cannot dance to their tune. The old man immediately began to apologize because he had not thought about it initially. Now they had to check if she was safe. If they didn't do anything to Rio, they'll think they only attacked them out of suspicion. It didn't matter who they were hiding among or what they were doing, because their goal was this tournament. Now these degenerates will start to act more aggressively. They will release their fangs and use demonic techniques. And if they can defeat the 12 demon lords, the name of the demonic alliance will be trampled. If they attack a gang without apparent reason, they will not be trusted. The union and their authority will fall to the bottom. At the moment, the most important thing is to increase the prestige of their union. The subordinates realized that the ruler would not tolerate any more mistakes, so they had to win. Then they began to worry about what they would do if the Five Peaks gang did not participate in the battles. If you think about it, they might not participate because Ingale told them to. It might have just seemed that way to them, but if you think back, they acted as if they had just come to watch. And they don't care who wins. The suspects were supposed to aim at the guards during the matches. They didn't even participate. And yet somehow they reached the young lady who wasn't even there. They may have a hidden agenda, but if they don't participate, it will be difficult to prove that they are using demonic techniques. But if they fight, they definitely won't use such techniques. Ingale didn't think about it because if they didn't use them, his lies would quickly be exposed. The old man was surprised that the most suspicious ones would not participate, trying to find another way. The Cat Lord thought he could just get the reward, but things only got more complicated. At the same time, Yench went outside, humming a song to himself. Along the way, he praised the liqueur, which he tried for the first time. Suddenly, he tried to figure out which gang this girl was from, who was able to bring so much expensive alcohol. The people watching him from the bushes noticed Yensho pretending to be a member of the Order clan. For Renhu, everything became much easier because there was no one around. When they decided to take action, this unexpected incident forced Yo to act. The guy inside the tent suddenly heard the elder's voice. At that very second, the guest jumped up next to him, sleepily starting to mumble something. At this time, several warriors tried to attack Yensho, hoping to catch him by surprise. They hit him where it hurt, which seemed easy to them. Renhu asked them not to let down their guard, as it would be bad if other mercenaries came in response to the noise. Now they were at a suitable distance to strike, so they decided to drag him to a quieter place. Yoha, who went outside, could not understand how far the elder had gone. At this time, the bandits dragged Yensho to the river, plunging his head straight into the water. But it won't be fun if he dies before they get down to business. To them, he looked like a rat that had miraculously survived after helplessly flopping around in the water. Encho kept wondering who was so kind as to sober him up by washing his face and even massaging his shoulders. In that same second, he realized that these were their brothers from the Crimson Sand Gang. One of the warriors swung his leg, ordering them not to dare call them brothers. But Yensho didn't lose his composure and immediately reacted to counterattack. He knocked out his opponent with one blow, adding that he was now sober thanks to them. He then asked the head of the Crimson Sand if he was doing this to him just because he had been beaten a couple of times by their brother. Renhu was surprised by such impudence, deciding that Encho still did not understand the situation he found himself in. Even in the mercenary union, there is a hierarchy. Their gang was included in the union quite recently and occupies a low position. Moreover, they dared to use their crimson sand in this way. Then the boss asked to call the one who did it if they want to punish someone, because he had nothing to do with it. Renhu explained that the gang leader was also responsible for this. Ensho realized that they had marked him because they were afraid that Yo would be an easy target. The interlocutor was shocked that the cornered man was putting on airs while standing behind his capable brother. But suddenly the boss frowned, noticing that they had actually thought he would be an easy target. Ryonhu thought he was a clumsy fool because he was always smiling. But, as it turned out, he also had a fighting spirit, and now he wanted to change their minds. The chief's subordinates had a bad feeling, but the man was sure that he was just bluffing. However, when Yensho ordered them to attack, Ryonhu took off. But the boss was really bluffing because he can't use any sword technique without his weapon. However, he is not such a weakling that he would lose to freaks like them. What Yoho was talking about before was something other than the martial arts that Encho possessed. Among these qualities there was one, and that was the divine spirit, the power bestowed by heaven. At that very moment, one of the warriors watched in shock as a huge boulder flew towards him. Seeing Ryonhu's discouraged expression, Encho asked again if he was still an easy opponent. Hiding the axe behind his back, the gang leader immediately decided to hush up the matter, not understanding why everyone in this bathhouse was such monsters. He tried to explain that the reason they brought him here was for something else. Suddenly, someone watching them said that he should be reprimanded for fighting outside of the tournament. He decided to just let it go, until Ryan Hui realized how he had ended up here. The Shadow Lord stood on the top of the mountain, watching them carefully. The man became curious as to how Yensho had acquired such an impressive divine spirit. The boss explained that he was born with a much stronger and healthier body than others. Suddenly, the Shadow Lord declared that he could not turn a blind eye to the fact that he sensed such evil energy. Encho was in shock, which is why he didn't have time to react to the incredibly fast attack. A few days later, the last day of the Mercenary Union state arrived. In honor of such an important event, one gang will emerge as heroes, demonstrating the dignity of the Union. At that very moment, several menacing-looking people headed into the arena. The spectators were stunned that 4 people came forward at once. One of them was the leader of the Sandu Mountain Gang, a swordmaster with a calm face. He wanted to say that no matter how hard they tried, unknown gang leaders like them could never stand up for the dignity of the Union. Then he suggested that it might be the same in Mirim. Muhei asked with displeasure if they knew how to spread the benefits of the Alliance tournament. He looked haughtily at the warriors, who continued to smile menacingly. Then one of the leaders turned to the Demon Lord's disciples. He suggested that they use their Asura-bound scriptures against the 4 of them. The Shadow Lord realized that it was them, the filthy faction of the demonic sect that had infiltrated their alliance. Muhei understood the purpose for which they had come to the tournament and the roundabout ways in which they were trying to challenge him. Meanwhile, the people from Five Peaks Mountain were walking around the area looking for Encho. They knew that the leader never skipped breakfast, no matter what, and it was already noon. The most restless one was Yoha, who was supposed to go out with him and look after him yesterday. It's all his fault. He was relaxed and thought nothing would happen. Suddenly, Rio noticed a man watching them from behind the trees. It was Renhu, who was trying to wake up his comrades. The gang leader wanted to escape, but Joha was faster and attacked him with a sword. Having knocked him to the ground, the people recognized the leader of the Crimson Sand Gang, who ran away thinking that a tiger was chasing him. Yangguk asked what they were doing near their camp, suggesting that they had wounded their leader. They tried to take out their anger on their leader because they decided that he was an easy target. Since they had no chance to hold out against the one who had struck them down, they dared to lay a finger on their elder. Renhu began to be indignant because they themselves almost died at his hands. But this excuse did not convince Yo. The gang leader stated that by this point, he could have lost a lot of blood and his life was in danger. They soon reached the river, where they discovered Yencho's body. Although he was weak, he was still breathing, but they had to quickly move him to a safe place. Joha decided to leave the elder to them, because now he had to find the one who did this to him. Just yesterday, the Lord of the Phantom Shadow stated that he must tell Yencho if he was asked about it. He was supposed to report that the Shadow Lord would be waiting at the tournament arena tomorrow. And so Yoha announced that he had to meet someone right now. Last night, the Shadow Lord was alarmed to discover that the demonic sex people had infiltrated the mercenary union. But if things don't go according to plan, the trust and cohesion of the mercenary alliance could be destroyed. Because he was very cautious and not quick to accuse the gang, even though the others suspected them. However, when he accidentally stumbled upon the battle between the Crimson Sand and Encho, he became filled with confidence. Their skills were useless when they accepted them into the allied band. But when they met them again, the Fortress of the Five Peaks seemed to have become completely different. Even if they learned the Asura Dark Heaven tablets in a year, it would be difficult to reach such a level in such a short time. For a guy who uses such a complex skill as the Heavenly Earthblade technique, there is only one way to become that strong. That was why the Shadow Phantom Lord decided to attack him immediately. He couldn't understand that the 10 elites had mastered a rare martial art called the Nine Heavens Technique thanks to Joha. And so it is quite clear why he was so suspicious. Although it was a small misunderstanding. But it was this that became the stumbling block that marked the fall of the mercenary union. Rio didn't understand why the Shadow Lord attacked the leader. After all, why would someone as meticulous as he take such extreme steps at such an important time? But when she stepped into the tournament arena, she somehow immediately understood the reason. There, the girl saw a terrifying battle during which strange techniques were used. She immediately felt danger as she looked at the 4 people who were brutally beating their opponents. It didn't just end with the loss of the disciples and the 12 demon kings. People fought as best they could, but they were powerless to resist the demonic sect. Moreover, it shook the pillars of the mercenary union itself. It also affected one of the most important figures of Mirim, the Demon Lord. Some spectators supported their gang leaders, calling them heroes. However, those who were at the head of the tournament could not believe such complacency. It was a great catastrophe that was destroying before our very eyes everything for which this tournament was created. However, Rio didn't understand how this situation was connected to the Wufeng gang. The Shadow Lord was horrified that the dark sect's skills were so great. Joha, who was behind Rio, started complaining about the loud screams, which made him want to kill them all. The girl couldn't believe that he actually came, and at the same time asked him to calm down. But the guy said that if she didn't stop bothering him, he would get rid of her first. The audience didn't understand what was wrong with him because their leaders were basking in the glory, and he decided to interfere with them. People immediately started throwing stones at him, but Yoha only swung his sword once, throwing the 4 away from him. Right now, they weren't his target. So he loudly asked which one of them was the Shadow Phantom Lord. The old man himself was shocked that the guy dared to make a scene in such an important place. Then he realized that the demonic sect's spies, who had been hiding during the tournament, had finally shown up. Rio didn't sense any demonic energy from the Wufeng boys, and she didn't understand what the Shadow Phantom Lord was talking about. It was the old man who invited them to the tournament, and he would make them pay for interrupting it. At that very second, Yoha exploded from his spot, swinging his sword at the Lord of the Phantom Shadow. The man was surprised that the boy had achieved such a high level of skill at such a young age. He was sure that they were connected to a demonic sect. Otherwise, it didn't make sense. Looking at Joe's attack, the old man knew that his master had taught him the teachings of the Asura Dark Heaven tablet. After several attacks, the Shadow Lord asked Joe to reveal his essence and the essence of his gang. However, the boy remained unharmed. asking along the way if this was all the old man was capable of. Ryo couldn't believe that Yoha stopped him with just one ordinary sword. Although martial arts are not the Shadow Lord's forte, he is still one of the top 2 participants in the tournament. It was surprising that among the participants, there was someone who could block this technique. The Shadow Lord spoke so pompously about this heavenly sword that the boy became curious about how strong it was. But he tried to harm his brother, having the same skills in his arsenal. The Shadow Lord was surprised by his incredible flow of chi. Besides, she was different from the demonic sect. While he was distracted, the guy attacked him again, which noticeably surprised the old man. Joha advised him to get ready, because he would make sure that he paid for everything. Without wasting any time, the boy decided to use the 9 Heavens World technique, the 4th phase. After this, he began to spin the sword in front of him, creating a stream of wind. Ingale, who was watching them, noticed that everyone was starting to get sucked into this whirlwind. Immediately after that, Yoha used the Fire of Disaster, continuing to attack. Everyone who understood what was happening ordered the spectators to dodge. The 4 gang leaders were supposed to be in charge in the finale, but this guy ruined everything. But they were also confused by his monstrous strength, which even they could not handle. The Shadow Lord knew that he couldn't move because of his chi flow. But that was not all, as Joha swung his sword, striking the old man in the chest several times. They weren't fatal, but they did send him flying a distance and hitting a wall. Blood started coming out of his mouth, but he managed to dodge when Joha decided to finish him off. With one kick, the boy made the old man weaken and fall to the ground. The Shadow Lord asked to simply kill him, but not to expect him to beg for mercy or apologize. But Yoha would have done it even without his words, since that is exactly what he came for. Ryo tried to stop him, but suddenly some force moved towards the guy. He easily parried it with his sword, noticing Muhei walking towards him. At the same time, not far from the tournament arena, they were trying to take Yencho to a doctor. His comrades advised him not to talk so that he would not lose unnecessary strength. Right now, absolutely everyone needs to be in the arena anyway, so we need to hurry. When they reached the arena, they noticed a column of smoke rising from inside. And now, in the arena, Ryo realized that if her father intervened, things would be really bad. While the spectators were stunned, the Demon Lord himself descended into the arena. It was difficult for many to understand that the master wanted to fight with this green youth. Until this moment, Yoha was just a mercenary who was quite skilled with a sword. But one of the 10 greatest masters, Muhei, entered the arena to meet him face to face. Misunderstandings and assumptions accumulated, causing the problem to grow to enormous proportions. Joha and the Demon Lord. The scene of their battle will become a legend of the mercenary union in the future. Muhei asked his name, deciding that he had done enough and should stop there and then. The bond between a teacher and a student is not much different from the bond between a parent and his child. So, if a guy wants to take the old man's life, he will have no choice but to intervene. Yoha found this funny because they say that the union of mercenaries is one big family. But in the end, those who are closer to them are still more important. But Muhei didn't know something. It was the Shadow Lord who first attacked his family. The Demon Lord noticed that the guy was quite impudent since he didn't show him respect. He is one of the 10 great masters, the head of the mercenary union, and a Demon Lord. Rushing forward, Yoha declared that he didn't need to know, asking him to get out of the way. The man realized that this whole conversation was pointless, so he pulled out his sword. Muhei decided to happily deal with the guy, using the true spirit of the Asura of the dark skies. At this time, Yoha used his technique, after which their blades collided, shaking the arena. The guy noticed how strong the enemy was, several times stronger than the Supreme Elder. Judging by his expression, Muhei decided that he was already in a difficult situation. With one swing of his sword, the man threw the guy away. The guy's body flew straight into the wall, while Muhei realized that this guy's aura did not belong to the demonic sect. However, it was not similar to the aura of the 7 sects and 2 schools, which raised new questions. The power that no one had seen, not even he, had enormous potential. Ingale was pleased, because someone like this guy didn't have a chance to stand a chance in a fight with the master. But suddenly, Yoha jumped up, realizing how strong the enemy was and that he could lose to him. However, this was no excuse. So Yoha used the 9 Heavens technique, 8th phase. A huge dragon rushed straight at Muhei, but he managed to dodge. But this didn't stop Yo, so he sent the dragon after the man. Everyone watching this was shocked, thinking that the Demon Lord was in danger. However, Muhei was pleased that the boy did not show fear in the battle against the head of the mercenary union. He liked his bravery, so he decided to do the same and give it his all. The Demon Lord used the great dark heaven Asura, a secret technique of the mercenary alliance.
They were not going to give in to each other.
And so the golden dragon faced the huge monster. The spectators turned their heads to see that Joha and Muhei were also fighting in the air. Among all the enemies the boy had encountered, there was hardly anyone as strong as him. It looked impressive for a demon lord, and Joha was surprised that he was still on his feet. If someone else had been here, he wouldn't have been able to stand up as well, which made the guy stand out from all the others. However, there will always be a person who is stronger. This unassailable confidence and the strength that supports it reminds the man of himself in his youth. That's why he starts to like Joha, even though they fight to the death. However, the guy simply asked to give him the old man who attacked their older brother. Suddenly, the demon lord agreed, seeing no point in avoiding it any longer. However, they should still finish their dialogue and end the battle with someone's defeat. As they both landed in the arena, a huge explosion rocked the stands. But while on the ground, they both still stood on their feet, their blades crossed. Suddenly, Young-Uk flew over Joe's head, carrying Encho on his back, demanding that he stop. The leader stated that the guy had already done enough damage, and his appearance forced him to calm down. At this time, Young-Uk complained that he could not find anyone else to go through all this chaos. Distracted by his older brother, the boy completely forgot about the battle that Muhei had reminded him of. But the man did not attack him from behind, advising him to hurry up and go. Joha immediately ran up to Encho, noticing the huge number of wounds. The leader asked him not to worry, as his vital organs were not attacked. At that very moment, Joha became angry again, deciding that he had to finish off the old man. It would be wrong to create more problems for the tournament by suggesting that we listen to them first. The guy was against it because Encho almost died because of the Shadow Lord. The leader placed his hand on the boy's head, concluding that he was still young. The boss confirmed that he was indeed okay, suggesting that he calm down and come back. Suddenly, the herald declared that this would be the end of their mercenary union tournament. The battle arena was completely destroyed, and even if they continued the tournament, no one would be able to do anything. Rio clutched her heart, relieved that everything had ended so well, even after her father had intervened in the fight. She found it hard to believe that Joha had fought on equal terms with his father, who possessed the Asura technique. He is the first person who has given her such an exciting experience. Suddenly, she shuddered when her father called her. But the girl blushed and turned away, running to Joha. Muhei was surprised when he suddenly ordered his subordinates to find a doctor to examine Encho. Ingale jumped up, unable to comprehend that Joha had succeeded this time too. The other subordinates were discussing the fire dragon of the junior mercenary of the Wu Feng gang. The demon lord was playing with him because the boy was still too young, or so everyone thought. Suddenly, Muhei announced that they could not yet take care of the tournament winners due to the current circumstances, but they will personally visit their residences and give the leaders their rewards, advising them not to blab about today's incident. The satisfied gang leaders belonging to the demonic sect were willing to wait. That same night, at the Wufeng Gang camp, everyone learned that they were considered members of a dark sect. While they were bandaging Yencho, he complained that it was just ridiculous. The doctor had just stopped the bleeding, but the man was already too active. The Shadow Lord stated that it was his fault, and he could not find the right words to apologize. It was just an excuse. But he thought that the Crimson Sand Gang would report everything to the Wufeng Gang right away. And now, looking at the faces of those present, he should know what to expect from these people. But Yencho concluded that the old man had almost died at Joe's hands, so the leader did not want to complicate the situation. The others were against such a decision, but he still wanted to clarify one point. After all, the Shadow Lord owed his life to the leader. The old man immediately began to swear on his name that he would never forget this debt. Encho was pleased, deciding that the misunderstanding had been cleared up, and then offered to eat. However, he became curious as to why the Demon Lord had called Joe to him. Meanwhile, the guy listened to Muhei's proposal that he become the head of security for the mercenary union. The man has already said that he wants to appoint him to this position, so he does not have to repeat it. The guy doesn't want this, because he heard that this job is quite boring. Muhei didn't understand who told him all this nonsense. After these words, Joha handed over the Cat Lord. The Demon Lord decided that Ingale had gotten drunk again and mixed everything up. But even if things are different, Joha does not find his gang trustworthy. Whether he's the head of a gang or the head of security, whatever you call it, he doesn't want to be one of them at all. Noticing such impudence, the man wanted to know who the boy's mentor was. After all, he doesn't show an ounce of respect to those who are higher in status than him. Joha became angry, deciding that things would be bad if he overestimated his strength. Suddenly, a girl entered the tent and noticed that they were missing a battle in the arena. And all because there are no drinks, that always accompany a man's meal. Muhei noticed with displeasure that she was again talking about alcohol, without which she could not live a day.
Then she turned to Yoha and asked why he had thrown away such a good medal. The guy didn't understand who she was, but Muhei clarified that they had been drinking together all night. It was the daughter of the Demon Lord and the young leader of the Black Leaf Sage Gang, Ryo. Yoha was surprised when he was able to recognize the girl he had invited to his home. However, he thought that she was much weaker physically than she should be with such and such ki. Ryo was surprised that this was all he would say to her, even though her beauty had been revealed to him so dramatically. The rest of the gang were stunned when they found out who Ryo was. Yoha didn't know if she was beautiful or not, but she was definitely the daughter of the Demon Lord. The others were surprised that she dressed like a boy, although she probably had her reasons. However, Sobek didn't understand how this was connected to what was hanging on Zhou's belt. He said that he didn't want to be a guard because he would have to leave Wufeng. The guy still thought so, but the head of security had to visit the gang that was having problems. Also on the way back, someone will try to attack them, taking advantage of the fact that their leader is seriously wounded. No matter how good his martial arts are, there is no guarantee that his family will be able to return in perfect order. But what's the point of stating the obvious? If their enemies use their brains even a little, their journey home will be quite an adventure. Yoha thought so too, which is why he decided to accept the offer. Ryo told him to forget about the attacks, because every mercenary from any gang would be ready to die for him. Yancho concluded that the head of security was one of the highest-ranking members in the mercenary union. When everyone realized the meaning of his words, they realized that their Joha had become the head of security for the mercenary union. Embarrassed, the guy asked them to stop, but the people answered him as if they were subordinates. Suddenly, Ryo called out to him, causing everyone to turn their heads. She invited the guy to drink together for 3 days and 3 nights the next time they met. Yoha waved at her, smirking that she kept talking about alcohol until the very end. The mere sight of their retreating backs plunges her into despondency, because Joha was an interesting guy. The girl then asked her father when he would give him his first assignment as head of security. After all, he chose this young man to become the blade that would pierce those who cannot be forgiven. Muhei thought she was drunk, but she still grasps everything quickly. After all, she is his daughter. But the man asked her to be more modest. Now Joha was glad that they were finally returning home. At this time, a man riding a horse was heading towards the Namgung clan. And with that, the Bandit Alliance tournament, during which a lot happened, came to an end. However, for Zhou, the new chief enforcer of the Bandit Alliance, this is just the beginning. Soon, even greater events will take place in Miram that will affect his life. Chang noted that it would be difficult to drag the cart with her older brother into the mountains. At this time, in the Namgung clan, a guest was asked to drink more slowly, otherwise he would choke. The man ran here with all his might, so he asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. However, the head of the clan only laughed, deciding to listen to what brought the man to them. Before that, the guest wanted to ask if he could get help from Mrs. Namgung. He heard that she had the gift of seeing through people's hearts, and that she was incredibly beautiful. He made such a rude, uninvited visit in the hope of borrowing the lady's powers for the benefit of the School of Ascension. Hearing his daughter's name, Book replied that he was too kind. Her guesses come true thanks to simple luck. But in fact, his daughter is an ordinary child. However, he decided to put the conversation about his daughter aside, because the head of the Ascension School personally came to their clan. Therefore, it was his duty to listen to the problems of the dear guest. As it turns out, there is a student in their school named Dong, who has recently made a name for himself in the world of martial arts. 4 days ago, he left home and suddenly just disappeared without a trace. The head of the clan was surprised by this story, although it was quite natural for a young man to leave home for a few days. He was absolutely right. But the guest had reasons to worry. As soon as he disappeared, a strange rumor spread through the streets. Everyone was talking about how the Soaring Dragon School, which he had never heard of, was coming to the aid of the Ascension School. Buke hadn't heard of such a school either, which made him frown. They never asked for help from this school, and as soon as they showed up, their student disappeared. Headmaster Namgung agreed that the rumor about the Soaring Dragon School sounded strange, but he doubted that his daughter would help with it. At that very second, the guest began to beg him, and if he would help them at school, he would never forget it. The clan leader thought for a few seconds, then asked to wait a bit. A little later, Chan knocked on the door, but a female voice answered that his brother could come in. He wanted to scare her, but she immediately guessed that it was Chan. It took him a moment to explain the situation his father had asked her to help with. Perhaps she should listen to him in person to better understand the situation. But if she senses something is wrong, she should immediately drive him away, even if it is rude.
When they entered the dining room, the guest immediately greeted the lady.
He thanked her for giving her time for the benefit of their student.
Chan asked to write everything down in detail so that his sister could solve his problem.
Suddenly, the head of the clan asked if the Union of Orders had expressed its opinion on this matter. As it turns out, the Soaring Dragon School may be a new sect, or a false name, but he wants to know who is behind this, and whether they really want to help the School of Ascension.
And if it is too difficult to reveal their essence, the man would like to know if his student is okay.
Suddenly, John jumped up from her seat, surprising everyone present. The girl silently walked out of the dining room, stunning her brother. A look of confusion appeared on the guest's face as they tried to explain to him that John had gone to prepare for her departure to the climbing school. He could notice himself that this girl is quiet. Well, even though she doesn't talk much, she will solve their problem. The man thought that he had come here trusting the name of the beautiful seer.
But, judging by his observation, she could be a simple charlatan.
Sometime later, when they arrived at the scene, the woman tearfully begged them to find their son. They were willing to do whatever they could to ask for details.
3 days ago, a student of the floating school, swordsman scholar Dong, suddenly disappeared.
As his name suggests, he is a brave young swordsman with outstanding skills. For someone like him to disappear for 3 days without being heard from again, he most likely had to engage in battle. Everything is only getting more complicated, and it's unclear where they should start. Based on what was said 3 days ago, without waiting for breakfast, he headed to the floating school early in the morning. He was supposed to assist in the investigation of the monk's disappearance. Suddenly, John suggested that we first go to an inn in a neighboring village.
Buke didn't always understand what was in his daughter's head, but he agreed.
When they got to the place, they decided to ask the owner for some information. They started asking if the young swordsman had appeared 3 days ago. The man understood that it was difficult to remember everyone who had been here recently. However, the owner decided to answer his daughter's question, stating that he remembered everything. But he doesn't even want to remember these events, which surprised the guests. A serious battle ensued here, resulting in his entire hotel being torn apart. A bald man got into an argument with Dunn and broke the table with one blow. He couldn't understand why the guy started showing off here. Dong replied that he had visited the village to investigate the case of the missing monk. He didn't want to quarrel with anyone, but the man continued to provoke him. The guy wanted to resolve everything peacefully, but he is ready to use force if necessary. After this, a brawl began, which turned into a real battle. They crossed their blades, and Dune suggested that he should help him. After all, his opponent studies in an Orthodox school, but he, on the contrary, puts a spoke in his wheel. His interlocutor replied that no one cared about this monk. This made the guy angry, but he immediately received a kick to the chin. Then the bald man decided to find out what was so important about the missing monk. It was surprising that the guy would risk his own life for him. Joha, who was nearby at the time, noticed that such a fight had broken out over nothing. Yangguk noticed that the bald man had already won, so he suggested stopping them. Encho decided to bet his leg that the bald one would win, which made the old man nervous. At that very moment, the fighting man suddenly knocked the gold coin away. And now, John pulled out that very coin from the column that was stuck there. The tavern owner reported that they had been stopped by a young swordsman who had not been allowed to eat in peace. This guy also loudly announced that he was from the Flying Dragon School. This was the very school that the leader of the floating school spoke of. Yan also noticed that this school literally appeared out of nowhere. At this point, she was the prime suspect in these events. But something didn't add up. The girl asked him if he had imagined that the Soaring Dragon School had traveled with Deng Cho. It didn't seem like the truth. But then the bald man started to attack Jock. It was unlikely that he would start a fight with his ally, so they were definitely strangers to each other. The guy only had to slap the table to release 3 coins, which hit the man painfully in the chest. The impudent man noticed that the guy may look young, but he is very smart. However, this angered him even more, but he decided to restrain himself in time. The tavern owner claimed that they were not together and that the fight ended too calmly. John tried to understand how skilled the man who intervened in this fight was. However, more importantly, Dong attacked Deng Cho with the intent to kill. It is unclear why he did this, although relations between the two sects are tense. He knows that if something like this happens between the two factions, the alliance will intervene. Suddenly, the girl silently left the establishment again forcing her father to run after her. Once outside, Yan thought that Dun probably held a grudge against the Ascension School. Since they saw the faces of the Soaring Dragon School, they must have been sure that Deng Cho was not traveling with them. In that case, there must be one of them somewhere near the tavern. Thus, Duna was mercilessly killed, ambushed in the forest. In the end, he died, unable to defend himself, and Yan was able to find this place. Noticing the bloodstains,
Buke ordered his daughter to stand still while he ran forward.
It took him a few seconds to find that same student with horror.
He found a guy behind the bushes. His plate and money were still there, which meant it wasn't the bandits who killed him. The man was almost certain that this was the work of that bald man. If the truth that he killed Dunn comes out, a battle will likely break out. This will happen between the Heavenly Sword School and the Ascension School. The Heavenly Sword School is not strong enough to go against the Orthodox Alliance, and they still dared to do something like this, and it turns out they have a cover. Moreover, Dunn has no head. It is too similar to the incident that happened 20 years ago. Meanwhile, the bald man came to the people sitting on the chairs and waiting for him. As they requested, he brought his head, and now wished to be accepted into the Yumeng cult. The demon general didn't have any particular expectations, but thanks to his determination, he earned this right. The woman decided to keep her promise, so the man need not worry. She added that Miram is a place where the weak is devoured by the strong, a world in which the strong always hunt the weak. And soon the cult of Yumeng will be the center of the reconstruction of this world. Around the same time, the 10 heroes of the 5 peaks were returning home. Encho was already moving around on his own and was now thinking about having a drink at the tavern. Yangguk agreed with him because there was nothing better than returning to their fortress. Suddenly, Gomyang was surprised that the old man called the fortress that, since he was the first to escape from it. The old man became upset, while the others began to laugh loudly. He even went to the Bandit Union tournament with them as a representative of the fortress. But while they were laughing, 2 men appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Yangguk tightly. They called him a criminal, adding that today was the day he would die. The smile instantly disappeared from Jaka's face as he glared menacingly at the strangers. As it turns out, they belong to the Orthodox Alliance. They are from the Storm Gang. It had been 5 years since they had lost sight of this criminal, and now they had finally found him. Encho decided to introduce himself first, declaring himself to be the Soaring Dragon Sect. And the man they're holding isn't a criminal. He's just an old man known as Ban Tong. Yangguk immediately began to support his comrade, agreeing with every word. The men heard about the Soaring Dragon Sect for the first time, so they were skeptical. However, he feels energy emanating from all of them, especially from the red-haired guy. But he was sure that this old man was definitely one of the 3 greatest criminals. Without knowing why, the old man hid his identity and infiltrated the Orthodox sect. But the warrior would never mistake this man's face. The man didn't know how Yangguk deceived them, but this man was a northern sword and a criminal. The warrior wanted to cut his throat, but Incho continued to claim that there was a misunderstanding. This old man just runs errands for them and cooks delicious food for the dogs. Yangguk was mentally offended by them, but he agreed with the words of the head of his sect. Suddenly, the warrior noticed a scar on the old man's hand, left by his sword. There was no point in trying to get out of it now, because if they continued to cover up for the criminal, they would be considered accomplices. People suddenly started approaching them, trying to understand what they were talking about. Yangguk tensed up, because of all the places he met the Alliance, here. To resolve this situation, Yoha needs to do something, but he won't lift a finger for it. But suddenly the guy declared that they were good at talking, after which he repeated that this old man was a servant of their sect. But they repeated to him that by continuing to pursue their line, they leave them no choice, and they are forced to suspect them of crimes as well. The others realized that something terrible was coming, as Joha began to get angry. The guy was sure that if they continued to be suspected, it would worsen the relationship between their groups. Suddenly, a fiery silhouette appeared above the guy and rushed straight at the warrior. The frightened man realized that this was also the same performance of the aura. It is only feasible for the 10 strongest martial artists in the world, but he is already using such a high-level technique. The warriors did not understand how this youth was capable of such a thing, and the boy asked if they still did not believe their words. One of them insulted the guy, asking how he dared to talk so brazenly, but the second one immediately agreed with him, confirming that the old man had nothing in common with Yangguk. Once they understand each other, in such a dangerous world, all they can do is trust each other. Pushing the sword away from himself, Yangguk agreed with them, putting a smile on his face. The subordinate did not understand the change in the captain's mood, because he also saw the wound on his wrist. Then the warrior decided that the captain was signaling him with his eyes to rein them all in. The man quickly realized what he wanted to say and was about to do so, but the captain wrote an order to remain silent on the ground. At that very second, they apologized for disturbing us and ran away as quickly as possible. Yangguk really thought that this was the end, but everything ended well. Gomyang was curious about what brought them here.
It was rare for the Alliance to send people to such a remote place. The meeting of 10 heroes and 2 people on the path leading to Hefei made a significant contribution. From that meeting onwards, people began to notice that the Orthodox Alliance had made the first move. After all, it was this organization that carried out the orders of the Orthodox faction. Meanwhile, Buke and Yun brought Dune's body to his mother, who began to sob as she sat over him. The warriors standing next to her began to insult the Heavenly Sword sect, which was involved in the murder. However, they explained that he died because he dared to show off on their territory. The clash of these sects, the Ascension sect and the Heavenly Sword sect. To resolve the situation between them, the Orthodox Alliance under Murim's control had to intervene. Dawn insisted that the murder took place during a duel, so the killing was not premeditated. As a result, the Orthodox Alliance ordered the Heavenly Sword sect to provide equal compensation. And in the Orthodox faction, the word of the Orthodox Alliance is law. Even if this decision was difficult to make, they had no choice but to follow it. And the one who played the most important role in summing up this series of events was the flower telepath. It was John who had the final say in this situation. Having seen the swordsman destroying mountains in person, the girl was finally convinced of this. He doesn't even try to hide his dark, vile, demonic cult energy. Then Jan turned to Buke, suggesting that the human cult would soon reappear in Murim. The brother decided that she had found something, and if she was right, they should tell the members of the Orthodox Alliance about it. But this will not only be useless wasting of breath, but will also worsen the already bad atmosphere. They need more concrete evidence that human has infiltrated the Orthodox faction. The person who knows the most about the human cult is their father. Meanwhile, a group of people were discussing the reaction of the guys from the Orthodox Alliance. One can only imagine how much Yangak accomplished during his heyday. The old man was irritated, but tried to restrain himself and not give in to provocations. The new name they called him begins to stick to him, although he always boasted that he was one of the greatest criminals. He may be living a quiet life now, but back then, if he had looked at him askance, he would have instantly become a corpse. However, since such an amazing person decided to join a mountain gang, one can assume that the Alliance is even more terrible. Yangak would be lying if he said they weren't scary. But the old man's life as a mercenary suits him better. Chang was unhappy that the old man won every argument. Their gang was considered weak, and they didn't even know about martial arts. So it was hard to earn a living. But now they have a beautiful pavilion, and now that Yoha has become part of the Green Forest Guard, they are much better than the other gangs. Every fool gets his chance one day, and all they can do is stay focused on their daily duties. But Yoha wanted to use this tablet to delve even deeper into his work. Encho asked them to stop chatting, as it was time for them to set up camp and get ready for bed. When night fell, the leader found the boy on the mountainside, deciding that something was bothering him. The rest were exhausted, although they tried not to show it, and were now fast asleep. They managed to climb a couple of ridges, and it was not surprising that they were all tired. Suddenly, Yoha asked the boss if he remembered what he said when he accepted him. The man immediately realized that he was talking about the day the boy joined Wufeng. Then he said that it is better to take from others than to let others take away what is yours. The guy remembered these words by heart and never got them out of his head. Then he no longer wanted to endure hardships and longed to live together with all of them, and fought for this right again and again. But now he's not just taking what belongs to others, he even wants to use the sign to get more work. It is like the absolute tyranny of a person in power. Today, he began to notice that he was not much different from those people whom he hated so much. But he values the time he spends with all of them, the people who helped him escape from that place. At the same time, at Werong Manor, thanks to Miju's insight, she was able to acquire investments from merchants. Thus, she built a military clan led by Chong. The income generated from escorting merchants nurtured this power. And now, in order to spread the estate's influence throughout the world, she desired to acquire the Green Forest. The place they turned their gaze to was none other than Wufeng, whose name was on everyone's lips. Now they say that they have a mercenary who is artificial in wielding a sword. It would be better for them to bypass their territory, but the red-haired guy had his doubts. He didn't understand how good a simple mercenary had to be to receive such a nickname. He decided to see what they were like, because it was time to show the insolent bandits the power of the estate. One night, in Wufeng, a gang of bandits came forward to stop a trading caravan. They decided to pray for their journey to be safe, and to pay the passage fees of their needy neighbors. The head of the caravan began to mumble something, but was asked to speak louder. Suddenly, a red-haired guy stepped forward, who had heard that the bandits had gone completely wild. The boys noticed that the caravan was traveling with a bodyguard, but he would lose this position in an instant. At the same time, in the lands of Warong,
Jung complained that his mother had sent away the bodyguards recently hired by the clan.
These kids are too poorly trained to be considered worthy guards. However, his words were meaningless. Otherwise, they would have to wait until they improved their skills. It doesn't matter when they joined, they are full members of the Wearing. Everything had already been decided, so there was no point in talking about it. Besides, she knew that Jung would react that way. She also sent his cousin Mado to accompany the caravan. Even under these conditions, rumors may spread that they are mocking members of their own clan. Moreover, their enemy is the mercenary union, and it seems that there are reasons why the Union of Order turns a blind eye to them. Miju didn't care how strong they were. They were nothing more than a handful of pathetic bandits. The Union of Order probably overestimates their strength because of the Demon Lord. But that's for the best. If they successfully destroy them, they will easily join the 7 sects and 2 schools. Meanwhile, Yensho's gang tensed up when they noticed the bodyguard discussing something with the leader. They encountered a couple of problems along the way, and therefore will only be able to pay half the duty. It sounded too brazen, although the bandits had a different view of the situation. But suddenly, Mado threateningly declared that he would not pay them a single coin. At that very moment, one of the guys recognized the Varings, who had recently been organizing random skirmishes with bandits. Mado didn't know about the random skirmishes, but agreed that he was from Wearing. Even though there are not 10 elites with them, these fools cannot dare to attack Wufeng when they are on duty. However, the man did not understand why they should be afraid of rats that took money from trade caravans. All they have is a chattering mouth and a dirty face. After these words, the gang rushed to the attack. Suddenly, Mado stopped his warriors, asking them not to worry about these pathetic people. He decided to go it alone, dealing with the bandits with his bare hands, using the 9 heavens technique. One of the guys didn't have time to defend himself, while the enemy was already a step away from him. He said with a smile that it was too late to be surprised, as he suddenly blocked the sword flying at him. Having won, Mado politely asked if they could proceed further. With great reluctance, they decided to let them through for free this time. The head of the caravan shouted that they should have given in from the very beginning because then everyone would benefit. He heard that this gang had recently become famous, but it seemed that these were just rumors. Mado responded to these words with a smile, because he could not believe something like that. Now he saw the level of power of the pathetic bandits calling themselves a mercenary union. Suddenly the bandit agreed with him, clarifying that he had just passed without any problems. But when their brothers of the 10 elites return, everything will be different, and then they will meet again. Mado wanted to leave quietly, but the bandits' screams were quite irritating. Then he asked them to keep yelling, because many idiots had told him to be wary of them, and not one of them had dared to take revenge. Meanwhile, it started to rain, and a dozen elites ran to the shrine to avoid getting wet. They almost made it home, but they missed out by a little bit. They were lucky that there was a shrine there, but they had nothing to change into, as everything was soaking wet. Ensho suggested that everyone spend the night here, and set off early in the morning. Sobek and Cheng noticed that it was quite creepy here, as if a ghost could appear from around the corner at any moment. Yangak advised them to live to 60, and then they would only fear people. Cheng hit the old man because she already had goosebumps and he was making it worse. After that, they started arguing, while Joha looked at them indifferently. Ensho hoped that their gang would be fine in this weather. Suddenly, Johan noticed several masked men walking towards them with bags on their backs. He immediately ordered everyone to be silent as someone was coming. Everyone immediately prepared for battle, while the strangers had already burst into the shrine. They looked at each other in silence for a while, and Johan noticed that something was moving in the bags behind their backs. The masked man asked who they were, but the gang asked the same question, since they were the first to settle there. What kind of impudence do you have to come in here and start spouting all sorts of nonsense? Judging by the bags, they were all sorts of thieves. So Gomyoung decided to find out who they worked for. Besides Jock, the others also noticed that something was moving in the bags. The kidnappers were in front of them and started to take out their weapons, but the gang was ready for this. The strangers noticed that their movements were surprisingly synchronized, and they were definitely not ordinary guys. Moreover, the red-haired boy has a terrifying aura. One of them decided to find out his name, and the guy suggested that he wanted to erect a memorial plaque with his name in this temple. Instead, he suggested ending it and attacking, after which all the warriors rushed to attack. But to Joe's surprise, the strangers passed him by, wanting to attack the rest of the group. But they immediately began to crowd him, and he realized that monsters were lurking in this temple. At that very second, Yensho ran towards him, cutting his chest with his sword. Yanggak realized that the energy emanating from these people was identical to that of others they knew. It was the energy of those they met on the approaches to the Mercenary Union tournament. This eerie, incomparable energy and strange sword technique. Encho felt like he was having a hard time fighting, perhaps because he hadn't fully recovered yet. Then, in the battle with these people, they had a hard time, so hard that their own lives were in danger. Gomyeong stated that his brother needed to rest, and the old man was surprised that his comrades had grown in strength in such a short time. After this, the gang began to attack the dark shadows in response. Yanggak realized that at this rate, these guys would catch up with him in strength. Suddenly, one of the warriors decided to get rid of this old man first. The man realized that he had relaxed too much, letting this killer get too close to him. The rest of the group noticed with horror that the old man had taken a powerful blow. At that very moment, some unprecedented force threw the warrior back, frightening the rest of the masked men. Yoha stated that it wasn't enough for them to kidnap people. They also dared to touch his family. The guy got really angry and asked the dark shadows to get ready. Yanggak was glad that Yoha considered him part of the family. However, the guy didn't hear this, incredibly quickly catching up with the one who struck the old man. The man didn't have a chance to parry the blow or dodge it. Then he realized that this boy was beyond their capabilities. Encho thought he would be able to stretch his legs for once, but it was all over. Then the leader of the shadows decided to retreat, but they would definitely meet again soon. As they ran away, they promised that next time, they would tear the guy to pieces. Times are completely different now, but they still steal people. And the whole problem was with the youth. Encho decided to find out what kind of beauty it was that made them act so basely. Opening one of the bags, they jumped in fright when a man jumped out of it. There was a monk and a priest who thanked the gang for saving them. Nowadays, many monks have disappeared, so they personally went to search for them, not knowing that the same fate will befall them. Encho decided to find out why they were doing all this, and what they would gain from kidnapping a random priest and monk. But they also did not know what the reason was, but they were still very grateful for the rescue. Chang voiced that the energy of these guys was similar to the energy of those they met in the mountains. But it wasn't just similar, it was quite possible that they were the same people. Everyone felt the same, but they didn't know what kind of people they were. One could only conclude that they were nothing but evil. The monk was surprised that they had also met similar people. And if this was so, then it was not a simple coincidence. They wanted to report this to the order as soon as possible, which caused laughter among the whole gang. They would also like to spread the names of their benefactors in the world of martial art. Yanggak immediately rushed to stop them, because they would be glad if they simply prayed for their well-being. The priest was surprised that they had no desire for fame. Many were unable to cultivate this in themselves even through self-improvement. They couldn't believe what wonderful people they had met. So they decided to leave, promising to meet again in the future. When they left, Yencho remembered that it was the same in Hefei, and decided that the world had gone mad. Then the leader decided to ask Yanggak's opinion, because he was very insightful. The old man found a couple of things suspicious, but there was something else. He didn't know if the mountain gang needed to worry about this, so he suggested that they return home as soon as possible. Everyone nodded in agreement, because they understood that the mercenary had no one to worry about. They will be able to set out on a journey through the mountains once they safely reach their lair. All this time, they had been training with Yoha, so they felt like they had become stronger. However, the leader asked them not to get too cocky, although this time it would be easier for them to deal with those guys. Then Yencho asked Joe to teach them more after the first phase of the Nine Heavens technique. The others also wanted to learn martial arts, watching how their strength increased after each training session. The guy concluded with a satisfied look that they had all decided not to sleep a wink that night. Meanwhile, at Warung Manor, Mubak was asked why he was training so hard. There is no end to training, so you need to constantly train your body and mind. He still lacks chi, and his skills are not enough to face the elders of the 7 sects and 2 schools. According to Mother's wishes, the sneaking dragon must enter into confrontation with the mercenary union. By the will of fate itself, they are obliged to fight him at all costs. But even so, they're just a bunch of mountain bandits, so there's nothing to worry about. However, they should not underestimate their allies. There must be a reason why their name is on everyone's lips. There is no room for shirking, so Mubaik must take up the sword and continue training. Meanwhile, Yoha taught his comrades who were willing to learn new things. A mercenary who is skilled with a sword defeated the head of the Wudang sect. If the rumors are true, then it will be difficult to fight them. And now each of them thought that they had to become stronger. unaware of each other's thoughts. The journey to the Green Forest for the Mercenary Union tournament and the tale of heroism came to an end. Finally, the 10 heroes and Joha returned to Wufeng as they wanted. The others already knew that their boss was injured, but now everything was fine. Now that they're finally back, it will be easier for them to commit robbery.
2 months had passed since their return, but they only continued to build up their forces.
One of them proposed a sudden duel for status with Chulsan, who did not want to be responsible for his comrade's injuries. However, the guy suggested that they worry about themselves, because while they were at the tournament, Yumyeon was training them. He thought that when he defeated Cholson in this duel, he would become one of the 10 heroes and make his name famous. Without wasting any time, he rushed forward and swung his sword at the man, using the hellish blade. One swing of his sword was enough for Cholson to break his opponent's blade. He was shocked, because the sword cost him too much, but his opponent suggested that he continue training. The boy didn't understand what had just happened, as his skill level hadn't been that high when they joined Wufeng. He understood everything when he felt the change in his aura that appeared after the Mercenary Union tournament. He's been training every single day since he came back here, and he might even be stronger than Yumyeon. Sometime later, Yanggak's subordinate told his master that this was wrong. He must understand that after everyone returned from the tournament, none of them engaged in robbery. All they do is train, day in and day out, and their gang doesn't work the way it should. Then the boy reminded him how the people from the lands of Varing had dealt with them. Yanggak heard about this, but did he tell his boss about it and demand revenge? The subordinate gave an affirmative answer, telling about his trip to Encho. He suggested to the boss that he wait for them to return and show them how scary Wufeng was when he was angry. They would charge them double the amount for the passage and give them a good beating. But the leader suggested letting them go and forgetting about it. The man couldn't believe he was hearing these words from the leader of their gang. It's not like they'll have any money problems if they miss out on a couple of these guys. After this conversation, Yeoncho and Gomyoung decided to return to training. The subordinate was shocked because he was the boss of their team and he didn't expect such a reaction. At this rate, they would all soon die of hunger. So he suggested to the gentleman that they have a duel for status. This will only be the beginning, because I understand why in the past, the old man did not want to personally fight Yoha. The guy then assumed that Yanggak had decided to be cautious and observe. But if he fought him at full strength this time, then everything could change. But Yanggak was doubtful. Joha not only defeated the sage, but also became a monster who fought on equal terms with the demon lord. And now, the subordinate wants the old man to fight with him again for status, which sounded very stupid. The guy thought it was a great idea, but Yanggak concluded that they would die faster together. The old man assumed that he wanted to drive him to an early grave by suggesting that the guy get busy. He didn't understand why Yanggak was on Zhou's side, as if no one cared what would happen to Wufeng next. But the old man understood that the boy hadn't seen how strong Yoha had become after the duel for status. So he dared to suggest such a thing. Moreover, the 10 heroes who are studying martial arts under the guidance of a monster like him are also growing. And their level of development is growing faster than anyone could have imagined. At the same time, Yensho was training, even though his wounds were still aching. Upon returning, they were all determined to learn and improve. In such a short time, they all improved their martial arts incredibly. If Yanggak were to fight the boss now, he would simply lose. At this time, Imdal approached Yensho, having heard that he wanted to release the insolent people from Varing. They believed that this was not the way to do things, and that they needed to be taught a lesson when they went back. The leader calmly agreed, asking at the same time if the others thought the same. Imdal couldn't believe the others were going to let them get away with this after they had humiliated them. Suddenly, Sobek raised her hand, not knowing whether she should say this, but she did not want to engage in robbery anymore. Imdal was surprised, but Chen agreed with her friend, joining her opinion. The stunned bandits did not understand how else they could survive in this cold, cruel world. But these three as a whole were not cut out for the gangster life, and now they realized it. They realized that they preferred to help others rather than fleece them. Although they acted this way on behalf of the faction, after the tournament, they rethought a lot. The previous Cheng only joined the gang because she was too weak to defend herself. But now she is capable of it, and she doesn't know if she should continue to be a bandit. It was no surprise once they realized who they were, they could not return to what they were not. Then Yensho asked menacingly if brothers number 3 and 4 wanted to be bandits. They immediately agreed, since this was how they made their living even before they joined the gang. They didn't care what decision the leader made, because they would carry out any of his orders. Then Yensho loudly announced that today, the 3rd and 4th brothers are leading the gang. But he explained this by saying that today he was resigning from his post as head of Wufeng. Cheng couldn't believe that the boss was stepping down as leader, thinking that he had jumped to conclusions. However, everything was exactly as he said, after which he revealed that he left his children due to an unpleasant series of events. Suddenly, Sobek assumed that he had decided to leave the mountain shelter and return back to his family. When he left them, it was the best way to protect them, so he had no choice and became a bandit. Like his younger members, the boss also had his own circumstances and was also having a hard time. However, it's not all bad because he doesn't say that he regrets the time he spent in this shelter. He met them all and they became real brothers, having experienced so much together. They were even recognized by the gangster union, and this was truly one of the best moments in his life. However, after their shelter grew, he felt himself become stronger. This was the reason that she reminded him of his family more and more often. The others concluded that if this is what the older brother wants, nothing can be done about it. However, they became curious as to why he was leaving refuge on Imdal, since the second brother was also here. Gomyang revealed that he was an orphan with no story behind him and no place to return to. However, he had been following his big brother for a long time and had become too attached to him, so he decided to go with him. The others couldn't believe that the two of them had made plans on their own without telling them. Incho apologized as he wanted to tell them earlier, but didn't know how to raise the topic. Gomyang asked them not to be upset, as it was difficult to decide to tell them everything. The leader remembered that Sobek wanted to open a tea house, and Cheng wanted to run an inn. Cholson would obviously work there with her, which would be very nice. His gangster work never brought negative feelings, but now something has changed. Imdal suggested with a smile that he wanted to stay with his brothers in the mountain refuge. But in reality, he just wants to focus on training and getting stronger, not robbing. If he succeeds, then he will become the most powerful innkeeper in all of Muram. Encho shared his mood, since he also preferred training. He doesn't say that he will leave the shelter right now. For now, he just wants to step down his head and focus on training. Sobek suggested that they would all say goodbye and each go their own way. She didn't like it because if 10 heroes dispersed, then Joha would too. The leader understood her feelings, but this is the life they choose for themselves, and they all should try to realize themselves. Gomyang couldn't imagine that they would see something like this. Although, after meeting Joha, everyone had changed a lot. They thought that they would live together as bandits forever until the end of their days. Suddenly, the leader declared that even if they dispersed, they should not forget one thing. They are brothers for life. So, if one of them finds themselves in a difficult situation, they can ask for help. Everyone immediately made a promise to each other, when suddenly Yanggak's subordinate ran up to them, declaring that they had problems. He asked the old man to stop, while the others looked at him in bewilderment, waiting for an explanation. Meanwhile, Joha noticed the old man with surprise, not understanding why he came here. Yanggak was just worried whether the guy had eaten lunch or not, since lunch had already passed. As it turned out, Joha had eaten with his big brother, so he asked the old man to go back. Suddenly, the boy turned around and saw Yanggak bowing and asking him to teach him martial arts. Joha asked not to complicate the situation for either himself or herself. Until this moment, the man felt no guilt at all when he robbed, beat, and killed people. All his life, he was hunted by the Orthodox Alliance, and in the end, he became a bandit. For him, martial arts were just a tool to control the weak. But after his arrogant judgment was destroyed by Yoa, something inside him changed. This also happened when he saw the shelter members using martial arts. It turned out that they could be used to save someone. So he became interested in the world of martial arts. Yoha was irritated, not knowing that people of that age spoke like that. He was angry that it was so difficult for the old man to simply ask him to teach him martial arts. Yanggak smiled, realizing that he had behaved not quite correctly. However, the 9 heavens technique that the guy uses is different from other martial arts. Therefore, if something goes wrong, his chi may go into an uncontrollable state. And if he is so ready, then Yoha will train him, but will not be to blame if something goes wrong. The guy doesn't want the old man to appear in his dreams, and regrets his decision. Yanggak loudly promised Joe that he would not haunt him in his dreams if he died. Imdal was surprised that Yanggak was seen training with Joha. They said that they would train deep in the mountains, and they had a lot of things with them. Because of this, he can overdo it in training, which surprised others. However, Cheng was not surprised by the old man. She was more surprised that Joha agreed to this. Sobek decided that it was because the guy remembered Yanggak's deeds. Even though he grumbled a lot, he really helped them. The others agreed with her, when suddenly Incho remembered that the old man had a bad back. Meanwhile, Yanggak, who was climbing the mountains, began to complain of back pain. He didn't know how much further he had to climb. but Yoha said that they weren't even halfway there yet. There's one more thing he needs to know before they start training. If he ever sees Yanggak using the Nine Heavens art for anything wrong, he will personally destroy him. The old man knows better than anyone how scary the guy can be, so he wouldn't dare do something like that. Having reached the cave, Joha suggested starting training. To become a master of the art of the Nine Heavens, he needs to memorize a magic spell. A person who studies the art of the Nine Heavens must get rid of emotions. When he sits, a heavenly flower blooms, and the fish becomes a phoenix. Yoha was surprised because they had only just begun, and the old man had already memorized 300 words of the spell. The next morning, when the boy opened his eyes, he was surprised to notice that Yanggak had been doing this all night. But the more the old man tries to remember the spell, the more he feels that complex thoughts are leaving his head. Suddenly, his nose started bleeding, and he felt like something was wrong with his body. Joha realized that Yanggak had overdone it, so he hurried to help him and bring him back to consciousness. The boy guessed that the art of the Nine Heavens was incompatible with the demonic art. Using energy circulation is pointless now, but we need to help him somehow. Without thinking twice, Yoha picked up the old man on his back, determined not to let anything bad happen. He decided to take a shortcut by jumping straight off the mountain to reach the shelter as quickly as possible. The old man noticed a very unlikely way to get down the mountain. The guy asked him to keep his promise if he died. However, Yanggak remembered this, because he is a man of his word. Yoha was glad that the old man could speak. It meant that they still had time. He asked him to hold on tight, because now he would run at full speed. After some time, the doctor did everything possible to save Yanggak. All 8 of his accessory meridians are damaged, and he is already old, so it will be very difficult for him to fully recover. Encho couldn't believe these words, because he assumed that the old man would die. However, the doctor was referring to martial arts, which can have an impact on health. If he doesn't overexert himself, everything should be fine, which reassured the leader. To begin with, the doctor asked to prepare medicines to treat his internal wounds. The boss asked him why he even decided to study martial arts at his age. Yoha went outside and remembered the words of the old man who had become interested in the world of martial arts. He trained them all his life, and now, in just one night, he lost them. For him, it was the same as death. A week later, Imdal was training with another brother when he noticed a man sitting on the rocks. It was Yanggak who was approached by Joha. The old man noticed that the guy had been training here all week. Perhaps he did this because he was afraid that Yanggak would kill himself by biting off his tongue. He then asked the guy what he thought about how he looked, since, in fact, the man had aged noticeably. However, Joha couldn't think of anything, noticing that he had aged a lot during this week. Meanwhile, the bald guy informed Yumyun that it was time for the people from the Crouching Dragon's Manor to return. They didn't want to let them go so easily, and each of them had the right to speak out. Even the old man turned into who knows what, while they still think about revenge. Considering how they kicked Yanggaku's ass, it seems like he really has lost his martial arts. They became curious about how the passionate hidden swordsman turned into this. They could not stand aside while such parasites devoured their shelter. But when they wanted to strike their comrade, Yoha suddenly appeared behind them. He wondered who was kicking dust in the field early in the morning, noticing that their hands were itching to throw something away. Then he himself offered to become their rival, but the others immediately became afraid. They ran away with their tails between their legs, while the old man began to complain of pain. This body is one thing, but his heart is empty and aching from the loss of a part of his soul. When he harmed others without any good reason, he had no idea what it was like to be attacked. Johan noticed that he had matured a lot, but suggested that they stop belatedly reasoning. The guy wanted to tell him something, and Yanggak asked him for help before leaving. Meanwhile, at the Dragon for Sale's estate, Miju greeted the guests. The woman introduced the head of the Yang clan, Jin Woon, to her children. The boys immediately bowed to him, as it was an honor for them to meet him. Then the owners assumed that they were tired after a long journey and offered to follow them. Sometime after they had left, the guests and hosts exchanged thanks. The clan leader asked his son what he thought of the Crouching Dragon swordsman. It seems that he really has no shortcomings, as the rumors say. He earned a name for himself by becoming a sword genius at such an early age and helped the estate become one of the leading clans. However, the current leader of the estate, Miju, is expanding his influence using aggressive methods. But once the marriage takes place, this will come to naught.
After all, she will not be able to play the madam of the clan when she has a daughter-in-law.
The boy realized that his father really liked this young man. Meanwhile, Miju also concluded that the Yang clan likes Mubarak. Moreover, Miss Yang from their family is simply beautiful, so much so that she is called the Beauty of Zhengzhou. If the Crouching Dragon estate and the Yang clan were to unite through marriage, they wouldn't even have to envy the nine sects. Suddenly, the woman noticed that Mubek didn't like something. Although the marriage should go smoothly, the guy wanted to answer something, but the woman decided that it wasn't important. Now he needs to concentrate on the wedding, for the sake of the future estate. Mubak noted that his opinion never mattered. He spoke like his father, but the woman became interested in where Solju was. Mato said that she was a female hero who had been the talk of the town lately. The woman was surprised by this news and wanted to know the details. The eldest son didn't understand how the 5 heroes of Luoyang were going to make money with the trading group if rumors were spreading so slowly. Then Miju got angry and asked him to say it normally. The bandit union has been doing well lately, and new cases are constantly appearing. In fact, attacks on innocent traders and business owners have become common in the city. They were already paying the duty, and they haven't had any sales lately, so they won't be able to give them money. The bandits were angered by this and decided that they were not obliged to think about selling it. Brandishing their swords, they offered to sell their wife or daughter if necessary, but to bring them the money. Recently, the crime rate has increased so much that even the government has turned a blind eye to it. Suddenly, some girl asked the guys to step away for a while to teach these bandits a lesson. The merchants were in a dilemma, having lost their footing, when suddenly, out of nowhere, 5 heroes of Luoyang appeared. Among them is a female hero called the Fourth Flower, Solju, the 4th member of the 5 heroes. When the girl dealt with them, the bandits shouted loudly that their deputy captain had been defeated. They looked at her angrily, asking if she knew who he was. Solju found it funny that they wanted to play at loyalty despite their obvious pathetic nature. Then she suggested attacking all at once because she would never escape from their kind. Suddenly, she was surrounded by even more bandits who had learned about the deputy. The girl noticed that there were more of them than she expected, but she was not so easily frightened. One of the thugs decided that she was posing as a heroine. With such a sweet face, she must have lived without knowing greed. But today, he will show her that the world is a very cruel place. Suddenly, a guy appeared behind Solju, wondering why she was late. With a sharp movement, he pulled the sword from its sheath and with one swing defeated the running bandit. This man was the first of the 5 heroes of Luoyang, the 8th immortal sect, Huang. The bandits, noticing that their comrade had been beaten, also decided to go on the attack. Suddenly, another person appeared behind them, noticing that all the fun had started without them. He understood that if Solju was late, she was probably in trouble. This was the 2nd of the 5 heroes of Luoyang, the great sect of nature Jun speaking. And the 3rd hero Song also arrived with him. They easily scattered the bandits, but they did not calm down, and everyone wanted to kill them all. Solju couldn't believe that her comrades were able to find her so quickly, because then her chances of achieving anything significant would be close to 0. She alone is more than enough to deal with this scum. Since the other heroes have already achieved so much, she can't just sit back. The people gathered and talked among themselves, saying that Solju's martial arts were strange and powerful. She is always one step ahead like a fireball, and people are happy to see her. That's how she became one of the strongest heroines in Luoyang. Miju couldn't believe her son's story, because her daughter was supposed to stay away from martial arts and prepare for marriage. Moreover, Mubake knew about this and allowed her to do so. But the guy had a good reason not to interfere with her. The woman became curious about the reason, and as it turned out, the reason was the 5th of the 5 heroes of Luoyang. The reason why the 5 heroes reached such heights lies precisely in this. She is from the Heavenly Sect, one of the 9 great sects, and the 3rd daughter of the sect leader. Miju asked him to wait a minute, trying to process the information. Zong, the Supreme Heavenly Sword, one of the 10 strongest martial artists, and she is his beloved granddaughter, and is also famous for her incredible swordsmanship. She is the 5th heroine of Luoyang from the Heavenly Sect, Ming. When they expand their forces in the near future, the best option for them would be to have close ties with the Heavenly Sect. The woman called her son a fool, as if he didn't know his sister. It's clear as day that she's going to get into trouble for her insolence, and it's going to happen pretty soon. This will not only fail to improve, but will also ruin their relationship with the Heavenly Sect. But even if this happens, nothing can be done if this is the life that the sister has chosen. Unlike him, the owner of the estate, she has no need to follow a path that is repugnant to her. Miju asked him to stop talking nonsense and bring Solju back before she did something stupid. Meanwhile, on Mount Wufeng, Joha asked Yonggak if he was upset about the loss of art. However, there was nothing to be upset about. He had lived his whole life in a world where the strongest survive. It is therefore fair to conclude that the fate of the weak in Muram is to be eaten alive. In the end, he turned many people into mush, so this should be regarded as punishment for sins. The old man continues to be exhausted and cannot even control his own breathing. Joha reminded him of the last part of the spell. In the past, Chongji told him about this. He asked what the fish needed to do to undergo a new transformation. However, someone like the old man could not know the answer to such a question. Suddenly he realized that it was about restructuring the body. This was the only way. The other Joha brothers could only remember 100 of the 900 words of the spell. That was all they could do. But the old man was able to learn 300 words in such a short time, which is why his body, aching with pain, is a natural result. So if he is able to unlock blocked energies, he can become 3 times stronger than others. Yonggak couldn't believe that he had a chance to restore his internal energy. However, he will die of old age before his martial arts are restored, so it will all be in vain. Yonggak doubted, because the heavens allowed him to learn 300 words of the spell. Joha was surprised that he was a villain. He believed in the will of heaven. A person really needs to live a long time to see everything. The old man thought that the boy was too young for such words. In any case, he said everything he wanted, so he suggested going downstairs. Otherwise, the boss would start wailing. Yonggak kept wondering, because he has been watching him train for a long time, but his punches seemed different. Then he suddenly declared that Joe's martial art was meant for swords, not blades. Yonggak heard that he learned the basics of martial arts from a sage. But what exactly did he learn? The techniques of sword and blade are as different as heaven and earth. The difference is enormous. Therefore, if a guy uses a sword technique with his current blade, the power of the technique will be half as strong. Joha explained that this blade was given to him by Encho when he first entered their hideout. He defeated Chongji with this blade, so there's no need to worry too much about it. But I wonder how much stronger he will become if he changes the blade to a sword. Joha grimaced when he noticed the strange expression on the old man's face. Meanwhile, in Luoyang's house, the heroes wrote and left their letters, as Huang asked them to. The second and third heroes immediately nodded, agreeing with the leader. The girls did the same, listening attentively to further instructions. They are the 5 heroes of Luoyang, who came from different groups and decided to travel through Jianghu together. After some time, a letter arrived at the Great Sect of Nature, which was immediately delivered to the master. The same thing happened in the Heavenly Sect, but the leader decided not to make such a big deal out of it. When Miju received the same letter, she was incredibly angry at her daughter. Min clarified that Solju's mother would be angry, as she is known for her nasty character. However, the girl was sure that everything would be fine. Recently, she had been constantly trying to talk to her about the wedding, so she decided to use this chance to show how serious she was. However, Min also does not want to marry a stranger just because her father told her to. Since she was born into a family of martial arts masters, she must take her life into her own hands. Their leader understood how serious they were, so he suggested they calm down a bit. They need to leave soon, and if they delay, their families may send people to get them. They are already adults, but their parents still exert so much control it is excessive care. Then Solju asked the leader where they should go first. They must make their way to Mount Pingding, the fortress of the Crimson Wind. There are 2 notorious bandits, the Hell Bandit and the Killer Bandit. These names sounded very strange, as if they wanted the whole world to know that they were bandits. The heroes will quietly join the trade union so that the bandits do not find out about it and run away. Ultimately, they decided that the 5 heroes of Luoyang would take their first step into Jianghu. This is how the 5 heroes loyally entered Jianghu for the first time with the intention of crushing the Green Forest Fortress. Eventually, they arrived at the place where a bandit from the 5 peaks, skilled with swords, was waiting for them. At the same time, in Nanjing, the Orthodox Alliance, 2 men were talking to each other. The Suwon Trading Group, from the Fuyang Trading Union, was killed by a group of people dressed in black. The chief advisor, Jagal, answered the alliance leader, Jan, in the affirmative, but he suggests that these people were from the Black Shadow Corps, from the Yumyan cult. This demonic cult showed itself again, and it was one group that saved them from the Black Shadow Corps. They called themselves the Soaring Dragon School, which no one had ever heard of. But even if they were a small sect, the chief advisor couldn't find them anywhere. According to the survivors, there was one very young swordsman who crushed the Black Shadow Corps. The head of the alliance couldn't believe that some young man could do this. The Black Shadow Corps is known for its skills and brutality. Anyone who can defeat them alone must be at least at the level of the top 10 masters. This means that this nameless young man is already at their level. More than 10 years ago,
the Orthodox Alliance was able to defeat and put an end to the Yumyan cult.
This happened thanks to the incredible achievements of Miron and Buke. They had 4 small groups of elite troops that could easily destroy a small sect. Demon Slayer Squad, Destruction Squad, Victory Squad, and Dubei Squad. The Victory Squad that ruled Jiangnan sent a letter before the war began, declaring that the kidnappers would be pursued. And then they disappeared without a trace. No one was ever able to find them. This is not yet confirmed information, but the people who completely destroyed the Victory Squad were the corpses of the Black Shadow. This infamous and evil group was completely destroyed by a nameless young swordsman. This reminds me of a man who became famous 20 years ago. The conversation was about John Modium, who was Joe's father. If a hero like him appears, then it's a good thing. But what if he's another headache, like the Demon Lord? Since they introduced themselves as an Orthodox sect, they should first learn more about this soaring dragon sect. However, a new question arose. What to do with the cult of Yumyan? Based on the master's words, hundreds of monks and nuns have disappeared in Henan. When one of the Black Shadows was captured, he answered the question of what they wanted to achieve. They needed a superpower that would help them transcend the boundaries of conventional martial arts. They can achieve this by using sacrifices. If what I heard was true, then over the last 20 years, cult masters have emerged who possess that power. If they have been sacrificing people for a long time, then it no longer sounds ridiculous. The place where the decapitated bodies were found may be the hiding place of the Yumyan cult. Since the Victory Squad is currently with the Heavenly Sect, it is worth asking them to look into this matter. However, the man did not want to drag the Victory Squad into it and lose them a second time. Then, the deputy head decided to ask for combat units near those areas for reinforcements. They have no choice as they must find out the cult's location as soon as possible. Finally, the Orthodox Alliance has begun to take the first steps to track the cult. Meanwhile, near the Anhwa River, in a secret and remote place, there was a refuge for one of the 7 generals. The Demon of Power said that something strange was happening to the Estate of Light. He is confident that he wants to take the position of the Heavenly Demon King. Hearing this, Jink decided that even if he offered 1,000 people as sacrifices, he would never become the Heavenly Demon King. And although everyone uses the same 8-bead bell, the difference lies in the use of different spells. The only one who knows the spell of the Heavenly Demon King is the head of the cult. The Moon Fairy and the Illusion Demons join their hands together, offering prayers, and want to get married. Their efforts will be in vain. However, the head of the cult disappeared 20 years ago. And what if these two are connected to the disappearance? Jink laughed, unable to believe that they had captured the head of the cult somewhere. If it were true, they could also capture him, the demonic soldier, and his general. Then the subordinates realized that this was impossible under any circumstances. In the past, the head of the cult was a general, and those two were just demonic soldiers. However, the subordinates asked the Lord not to ignore the words of the Demon of Power. The Moon Fairy is not one to be underestimated. Keeping one's ears open wouldn't do any harm, so he asked the demons to find out what the Light Demon had in mind. They immediately accepted the order, when suddenly another man ran into the room bringing news. They were in huge trouble. The Orthodox Alliance and Luoyang battle groups were searching near the river. Eventually, they began to suspect this place too, which was very unfortunate. However, now they no longer have to hide and can show their strength. Jink stated that these dogs of the Orthodox Alliance are unknowingly digging their own graves. At that very moment, people on the street noticed that the sky had turned red. Also, the crimson twin moons appeared, which they had only seen in books. These moons will be an omen that something will happen that will foretell the future of the country. Suddenly, John told her brother that their father might be in danger. Meanwhile, in Huguang province, the Elder of Heaven and Earth was playing a board game. In the previous 20 years, he had never seen a dark omen. At the headquarters of the Bandit Union, Rio decided that the heavens had gone mad. Muhei compared it to the sky bleeding, just like 20 years ago. The girl heard about this from her father's stories, but did not expect to see something like this in person. At this time, near the bank of the Galaxy River, a group of people left behind the fallen bodies of warriors. Some of them were still alive and fought to the end, but they knew they could not win. Their captain, who was on the brink of death, ordered the survivor to warn the Orthodox Alliance. But as soon as he was about to run away, his opponent immediately stopped him, saying that they could not leave at will. Jink smiled, realizing that things were about to get much more interesting. The Namgung clan was also filled with unrest, which tormented the head of the family. Now, an ominous sign has appeared that determines the fate of the country. He tried to calm his heart, which was upset by the ominous sign. but uninvited guests came to visit him. Suddenly, a girl stepped forward, who could not have imagined that the man would be so terrifying even in the face of an army. However, he forgot that sometimes confidence leads to ruin. Buke immediately recognized the old fox Soho, although his clan and the Light Veil group have no conflicts. He suggested that they had grown so old that they no longer understood who they were dealing with. The woman considered this attitude impudent, but another added that his courage was commensurate with his name. She clarified that it was 20 years ago, and then the head of the clan recognized her as the Lunar Sage. He didn't understand how she survived, and she explained that she returned from hell to take revenge on him. She is ready to repay him for what he put her through 20 years ago. The man prepared for the attack, deciding that today was the day he would finish her off. Since their war with the Namgung clan, the dark spectral sect has reappeared in the martial arts world. Meanwhile, at the border of Hefei, Yang and Chong fled to the place where their father was. The girl had no doubt that her father, mother, brother students, and priests could be in danger. We need to get to them as soon as possible before it's too late. And so, the Orthodox Alliance, the sects and the two schools, the smaller sects, and even the Bandit Alliance began to prepare for war. And in the end, it will not be possible to escape from the enemy you need to meet. At this time, the trade caravan stopped near the Red Sand Shelter. They were stopped by bandits, who offered to pay them for the ride and just continue on their way. However, they did not yet know that this caravan was accompanied by 5 heroes. At the Wufeng Mountain hideout, the gang was also shocked by the sight of the red sky. It all looked ominous, so they decided to find out everything from Yangak. The old man remembered that everything was not quite like that, but something similar had happened once. 20 years ago, there was the most terrible war in the history of Merim, which was won by the Orthodox Alliance with the help of Merion. However, there were more victims than survivors, and almost all the sects then disappeared. It looked like a bloody war of a dark spectral sect that few knew about. It seemed to the old man that all this was repeating itself, and the changes, although visible, were minimal. They are a very formidable bunch, and if they hadn't stopped then, Murim would have definitely become a living hell. Gomyong also doesn't remember well, since he was still too young at the time. But this sect used people as sacrifices. The girls were shocked that someone could act so cruelly. It may be a simple suspicion, but the group in black robes they had already met is connected to them. And with all these monk kidnappings, Yanggak thinks the dark spectral sect has started operating again. Gomyong didn't understand why the old man was scaring them so much, because it was just an assumption. However, the swordsman who cuts the moon has died, and the Sword King is already too old. So a cataclysmic level bloodbath could break out in Miram. However, if this happens, they have someone to rely on, so everything will be fine. Encho put his arm around Joe's shoulder, who was quite surprised by such attention. But they will not rely only on the guy. No matter what happens, they will cope with anything together. Joha confirmed that no matter what happens, he will definitely save his brothers. No one will dare touch them as long as the guy is standing on his feet. One day, bandits decided to attack a trade caravan. The deputy leader of the Crimson Wind gang immediately demanded payment. But suddenly, the captain of the Divine Medicine Squad announced that he had been waiting for them. As soon as a man thinks about the existence of bandits like them, he wakes up with a heart filled with anger. To be honest, they won't get a penny of the money they earned today. This angered the gang leader because he had once felt sorry for them and given them a discount on the payment last time, but now they had gone too far. From that day on, he raises their pay to 100 nyans, and they must make sure that every last penny is paid. Suddenly, 5 heroes who had heard a lot about this man came forward. The bandit immediately realized that these guys were somehow strange and looked too self-confident. Huang announced that they were the 5 heroes of Luoyang and had come here to get rid of the annoying rats from the Green Forest. The gang leader heard that there was a group of runts hanging around Miram. The guy introduced himself loudly to his opponent to show respect. The bandit didn't understand what to do, because even if they won, they wouldn't get anything out of it. And if they lose, they will be completely disgraced, and then they will suffer even more if they receive mortal wounds. But the worst thing is that his comrades do not understand that this is the end for them. At this time, Min also decided to introduce herself, stating that she was from the Heavenly Sect. The bandits were surprised by this, not understanding how long they would continue to introduce themselves. The gang leader decided to find out her grandfather's name, and the girl answered with surprise. Hearing the familiar name, the man realized that she was the granddaughter of the Great Heavenly Sword. At that moment, Solju also wanted to introduce herself, but she was interrupted by a sudden cry from the gang leader. With a few movements, he broke his comrades' swords, which stunned them. He may work for the Green Forest, but he respects the great heavenly sword very much. He didn't understand how his comrades dared to raise their swords against his granddaughter. He will make an exception and let the caravan pass as a sign of respect for this man. After this, the man ran away in front of everyone, leaving his comrades in shock. However, Solju was unhappy that she was never allowed to introduce herself properly. When everyone had fled, the representatives of the trade union announced that they were lucky to have met the 5 heroes of Luoyang. They didn't expect that they would actually be able to get rid of the annoying bandits without any problems. The leader of the 5 was flattered, but he felt sorry that they didn't even draw their swords. Because of a certain family's reputation, they might never get to the bottom of Wufeng. Solju is afraid that they won't accomplish anything during their journey, but she was told that Wufeng is very different from them. Based on what the man heard, Changji wanted to conquer Wufeng, but decided to stop pursuing him and returned home. The others couldn't believe it, as the man was talking about the living legend of Wudong. Solju thought it was a dirty rumor spread by local mountain gangs. The captain laughed because they had driven away the hellish butcher with just their greeting, so they had nothing to worry about. Once they had driven away the crimson wind, they could drive away all the others. At the same time, in Wufeng, Yeoncho and Gomyang were spending time training. Zhouha did not lag behind and was with Yanggak, developing his skills. Sobek and Chen were already tired, so they decided to go to the foot of the mountain to get some drinks. Once they set their goals and started training, it felt like everyone started training even harder. Suddenly, the girls heard someone nearby saying that the Huayang trade union had forgotten what fear was. They dared to enter into an alliance with a bunch of scum, nicknamed the 5 Heroes of Luoyang. Huang answered him that only after the battle would they know whether they were scum or not. And after that, the guy demanded that 10 Wufeng heroes be brought here immediately. But this time, the Fortress of the 5 Peaks will defeat them as a warning to others and prove their authority. Cheng decided that this wouldn't do, and that she needed to go back to tell the others. Solju was glad that their first battle as the 5 heroes had finally arrived. But before they could reach their opponents, their path was blocked by a sword thrown by Yoha. Looking at him, the girl did not recognize him as her brother, asking who he was. Encho, who had just arrived, asked who these guys were and if they knew that this was Mount Wufeng. But they didn't care whose territory they were on, even though they had been warned to be wary of them. The head of the trading group knew about this, so he came here with these rising heroes. Yanggak explained the initiation rite, where renowned disciples of the old sects defeat villains and earn a reputation. Encho didn't understand why they chose this particular place, since they were just an ordinary gang. However, the consequences were obvious. So the old man decided to find out their names and where they came from. They pointed to Huang, explaining that this young man was a disciple of the 8 Immortal sect. Yoha noticed that they were either missing something or were just stupid, since they couldn't introduce themselves. Solju got angry, loudly declaring that it was very impudent to hear such a thing from such a young man. When she rushed to attack him, the guy noticed that she was also quite young. The girl decided to test how long his bragging would last. But when she attacked him with the first phase of the 9 Heavens technique, Joha easily fought it off. He was surprised by the familiar technology, but now was no time to think. He decided to ask her directly who she was, since she was using the 9 Heavens technique. Solju thought that he finally got scared, but it was too late to regret it. While in the air, she introduced herself as one of the heroes of Luoyang and gave her name. Joha was stunned and said out loud that she was a girl from Varing. He immediately remembered his childhood, which made his soul feel heavy. As the girl approached him, the boy swung his sword, throwing her back. Because of this, Solju lost her balance and fell to the ground. The other heroes were stunned, while the girl herself tried to understand what had happened. She realized that when compared to them, he was on a completely different level. Continuing to recall his childhood, he added with malice in his voice that he hadn't even started yet. After this, the guy took off, throwing a stone from the ground along the way. Suddenly, Yoha thanked her for coming all this way, and then deflected the stone with his sword. That same stone reached its target and knocked her down again. But Solju quickly stood up, deciding to see what he would say after her next blow. She wanted to use the second phase of the 9 Heavens technique, but Yoha quickly stopped her. As soon as he hit her in the stomach, the others noticed that Yoha was especially merciless today. Suddenly, Sobek remembered how the boy told her that he had lived locked up in Warong for 10 years. The brother's enemy was none other than Varing. And now, it was especially noticeable. Joha asked her to be careful of the stones, because he would not leave her side. After that, he began throwing a bunch of small stones in her direction. Solju understood that she wouldn't be able to dodge, but suddenly, a comrade came to her aid. He asked his sister to get together and join forces to defeat this impudent guy. However, even if they join, things will not end peacefully, after which Joha attacked Min. The girl thought that his mere presence gave her the feeling that her head was about to fly off her shoulders. 13 decided to ask her what happened, but Min noticed that this guy didn't even take a step. Yoha asked her to stand still, because he was only concerned about the red-voiced one. The other heroes didn't know what to do, since interfering in someone else's duel was against the rules of the martial arts world. Such actions could undermine the great purpose of their journey. Suddenly, Min declared that she didn't care how strong he was because she would never lose to a bandit. Joha thought that she was smarter than Solju since she was quieter, but apparently he was wrong. It took the guy just one blow to knock the girl off her feet and render her unconscious. The head of the trade union was shocked that even a disciple of the righteous heavenly sect lost. This could be a bigger problem than he expected, and simply standing and watching was impossible. The 5 heroes decided to save the sisters and rushed forward. One of them noted with displeasure that there was so much interference here today. Yangak warned the boy that if he couldn't protect them, a large-scale war would be avoided. Encho asked him not to go too far, noticing that the guy was too angry today. Solju noted that the guy had the same last name as her, and also had red hair. Joha got into a fighting stance and asked her to take a closer look. At first, she didn't understand what he was talking about, but the guy explained that he was talking about the technique of the great dragon hovering above the heavens. While Solju was trying to figure out how this guy knew this technique, the rest of the heroes were defeated. The trade union tried to escape, but they were immediately surrounded by the rest of the gang, not giving them passage. Meanwhile, Solju decided to ask Jo who he was, but he was disappointed that his sister still hadn't remembered him. Late in the evening, Yoho was sitting on the mountainside when Incho approached him with a vague premonition. He never thought that this guy was teaching them the martial art of the Waryong sect. Sobek told him a couple of facts, and the guy added that Yoha was given to him by his father. It means red sunset. And he was curious why he named it that, but due to his death, he was unable to find out. Instead of a father, he dealt with a stepmother, half brothers and sisters, and that girl is his half-sister. When he lived in Varang, she mercilessly bullied him almost every day. It's no wonder there was so much emotion in his fight today, and that's what caused it. Then Yencho remembered that they had received 500 nyang from the merchants, and he fleeced Yomyan. The so-called 5 heroes of Luoyang are now in their camp. And now Yencho has officially resigned as the head of the gang. Among all the Wufeng elite, there was no one who would stand between Joha and his goal. So he must deal with the 5 heroes as he sees fit, and he must be satisfied. When the guy heard this, a crazy smile appeared on his face, because he considered it a good offer. Jumping up from his place, Yoha suggested that the leader return to the camp. They sat outside at a table, and everyone waited attentively to hear what Yoha would say. Yangak ordered the prisoners to be brought in. They were noticeably thinner and frightened. Yoha was surprised by their condition, not understanding what had become of them. Yumian warned them that their ability to use martial arts should be limited. He not only blocked their acupuncture points, but also gave them a poison that destroyed the dantian. That's why they are like this. And at that time, Yen Chu praised Yumian for his invention. The gang members immediately forced the prisoners to kneel to pay their respects. And suddenly Min loudly asked to let them go, because they had already let the rest of the merchants' union go. With a bored look, Yoha announced that they would have to pay too. As compensation for invading the gang's territory, those guys from the trade union paid 500 nyans. All the heroes went against their families' orders to get here, so they had no money. However, Yoha didn't care about this, because they could get money from their relatives. Now they are directly threatening to demand ransom from their families, although they have actually run away from home to go into space. At this rate, a terrible rumor could spread that they had fallen into the clutches of bandits, and that a ransom had been paid for them. In that case, their lives in Yangju will be completely destroyed. It was 28 who shouted with displeasure that after this the bandits would definitely not be safe. However, they told her that they would definitely not stay here if a family of 10 great martial artists came after them. By that time, they will already be far away, and it will be almost impossible to find them. At that very moment, the gang members pulled out swords and held them to the prisoners' throats. Suddenly, a wicked smile appeared on Joe's face as he announced that their severed heads would remain here. But before they part with their heads, they must tell their relatives about the ransom. Quang stated that his family was not that well off, so even 500 nyans would be a heavy burden. At that very moment, each of the heroes began listing how much money they could be bought out for. Upon hearing the lower amount, Huang asked to lower his price to 200. Min stated that her price was 100 nyang. hoping that this price would be acceptable for the bandit. When they had gone through everyone, Yoha asked what the price of the head of the Waryong sect's eldest sister was. Solju also decided to agree to 100 nyans, realizing that he was simply trying to humiliate them. But suddenly, Yoha declared that such a price was unacceptable for her, because she raised her sword against him. Even 300 wouldn't be enough for her, which stunned the girl. So she decided to find out how much he wanted. The boy smiled broadly and announced that he wished 1,000 silver nannies for her life. His comrades were shocked, and Solju immediately tensed up. He is shaking with fear, even though he is opposing the famous Orthodox gang. Solju stated that she did not have that kind of money, and besides, compared to the others, she had to be paid several times more. Some of the gang smiled, while others remained calm, explaining that she was simply from wearing. Then Yoha concluded that if she didn't have money, she would have to pay with her labor and marry Yumyeon. The man was initially stunned, but then smiled, as he has certain preferences in women. Solju was scared when she looked at Yumyeon, and Min was scared for her too. Yoha concluded that a decree had been issued and asked them to write a letter to their families. 34 noted that Joha was born talented not only in martial arts, but also in gangster dealings. Yanggak didn't understand if everything would be all right, because now their enemies were the extraordinary children of Orthodox sects. Yoha found out about this, but thought that things would take an interesting turn. Demands containing the ransom amount for each of the 5 heroes were sent. 8 Immortal Sect, Great Nature Sect, 7 Sons Sect, Heavenly Sect, and Warong Sect. At the last estate, Miju screamed loudly. What is her brother doing? The sons apologized because they had looked for her everywhere, but could not find any other traces of the gang. The boys didn't understand why Solju needed to run away from home for such nonsense. At that very moment, a man entered and decided to interrupt their conversation. He was obviously trembling, but some stranger told him to bring her a letter immediately. Having abruptly snatched the news from my friend, the woman declared that if this was anything more than a trifle, he was finished. But when she read the letter, a grimace of anger appeared on her face. While one son tried to calm his mother down, the second understood the letter while reading it. Not only was she captured by the gang, but now they also have to pay a ransom. Moreover, it says here that they are being held by force, and they should not contact other sects. When suddenly, U16 declared that if they discussed everything with them, 1,000 nannies would not fall from the sky on them. She was fed up with these Jonas and didn't understand why she always had to clean up after them. Suddenly, another girl came to them, saying that a letter had arrived asking the families of all 5 heroes to gather in the Heavenly Sect. Everyone present knew that this would happen. It was this sect that took the first step. As a result, 5 Orthodox families gathered under one roof in the house of the Heavenly Sect. After a few minutes of silence, Miju asked to say something already, because something had to be done in this situation. The safety of their children was a top priority, so it would have been better to pay the money. However, Miju decided that he was talking about it too simply, since they all needed to be paid a couple of hundred, and she needed to be paid 1,000. Besides, 100 is also a considerable price, and is anyone present capable of throwing money around so easily? One of the men stated that everyone knew about her daughter's difficult temperament. Obviously, things turned out this way because she got into a fight with the bandits. In any case, their son is the most important thing to them. So they decided to collect the necessary amount and send it to the kidnappers. And the others decided the same, which stunned Miha, because they decided to bow their heads before the bandits. The head of the Heavenly Sect asked everyone to calm down and explained that they would never bow down to a thief. He suggested first ensuring the safety of the children and then attacking the enemies. However, their most talented children were taken prisoner, which means that there are talented warriors among the bandits. Then the sect leader asked everyone to choose a representative, and he would fight on behalf of the Heavenly Sect against this gang. Everyone was stunned that the leader himself was going to lead the raid on the bandits. If one of the most powerful martial artists joins them, then these bandits' days are numbered. At the same time, in the Heavenly Sect building, a man received a letter. The great sword master learned that his granddaughter had been captured by some scoundrels. He, after some time, Mubik was heading to the Heavenly Sect on horseback. The detachment heading out to battle was approved, but for some reason, the head of the sect wanted to see him again. Earlier, he had asked his mother whether it was really necessary for him to join them. The woman explained that he needed to demonstrate his fighting skills and impress the sect leader. But everyone older than her went to work with security, and now he is the only one capable of teaching lessons in Varing. And I'm 16, and I said it doesn't matter because he also has a brother. However, he was not good enough to teach others. But his mother did not care about that. Dismounting from his horse, the boy sighed heavily, realizing that he had once again lost the argument to his mother. Then a man approached him, inviting him inside, as the leader was waiting for him inside. There were already people from the fighting clans there, and they were definitely not family members of the five heroes. Mubak didn't understand why they were there, and when he entered, everyone turned their attention to him. Noticing the head of the sect, he immediately bowed to him and greeted him. The man hadn't managed to get a better look at him last time, still trying to calm his mother down. He called him because they needed to discuss something. After some time, the guy found out that they were not going to go against the gang because they simply could not do otherwise. Mubek immediately asked who would join the expedition on behalf of the Heavenly Sect. However, the chief wanted to discuss something much more important than that. He wanted to demand that they all never mention anything he told them to the uninitiated. Last night, he received news that the Yumyan cultists had reappeared in Muram. Everyone was stunned because they had fallen 20 years ago and somehow managed to return. The head of the sect also did not want to believe it, but after seeing the report on the battle with the cult, he was convinced of it. All this time, they have been tracking the forces behind the recent horrific events. Their elite troops surrounded them, but were unable to mount a single attack. According to the report of the group that arrived after them, the cult of Yumyan was definitely to blame. This was confirmed by the fighting techniques and swordsmanship used in that massacre. Given the circumstances, orthodox martial artists must unite to fight back. Mubak began to understand the reason why he could not participate in the raid against the gang. They have no idea when Yumyan will move his citadel, so the leader prioritizes hunting them. That's why he decided to gather a victorious squad right now in order to get rid of Yumyan. Therefore, he asked them all to help the victorious squad destroy the cult. The men immediately grabbed their swords, because this cult is the common enemy of all Muram. Mubek thought that this was definitely more important than hunting the gang. But if they both aren't part of the squad sent out against the bandits, will the expedition be successful? At this time, Solju and Min were walking down the street, looking around in fear. They had been here for a week now, and Min was sure that their families would come with money. Solju understood that her family could borrow money from the Heavenly Sect, but it would be difficult to pay back later. Suddenly, a disgruntled Yoha asked if they were returning from the toilet. Then he asked what good they had done that they were being given such generous rations. They were already giving them one dumpling at a time. But the world is full of people who get by on less. Solju said that this was impossible, and asked the guy to prove that such people really existed. As expected, he will not feel satisfied by letting them go and receiving only money in return. The girl didn't understand what else he needed, because there should be enough money. But Yoha smiled and explained that he was going to destroy all sources of funding for Varric. The girl didn't understand how someone like him could do something like that. However, now it was easy for the guy, because he was the main guardian of the Green Forest. Shock appeared on the girls' faces when they realized who this guy was. Any trading alliance protected by the Varing in the Green Forest is to be banned, regardless of its status. Joha thought it might help, so he asked her opinion. Solju couldn't believe it, because if he was telling the truth, then her family's future was in jeopardy. A little later, the heroes complained that they now had to make do with one dumpling a day. They didn't understand why the bandits had become more violent lately. But Min had an idea. Suddenly, the door in front of them opened, and Yumyan announced that their ransom had finally arrived. They were ready to let the heroes go, while several men brought chests of money. 5 clans arrived in Wufeng to pay the ransom for the heroes. All the sects sent their representatives, and the Varing sect was represented by Mado. Thus, without knowing it, Varenka was reunited years later with their half-brother Joha. Mado noticed that this was the gang that the Celestial Sage himself refused to oppose. At first, he thought there was nothing special about them. But as soon as one of the bandits sneezed, the guy immediately pulled out his sword. Encho laughed that they called themselves the sects of the 5 orders, but were afraid of a simple sneeze. The man remarked that it was very humiliating to be ridiculed by those bandits. However, besides Mado, another person pulled out the sword. Yoha smiled and noticed that the two hadn't changed at all. But after a couple of minutes, they brought out the 5 heroes, who were still tied up. Those who arrived were shocked to see the condition of their relatives. Incho noticed that they began to look even more exhausted. Zong asked what kind of disrespect this was and why they didn't feed them properly. None of them ever thought that hunger could be so terrible. Yoha clarified that no one had died of starvation. After which, he decided to clarify something. These impudent heroes burst in on them with drawn swords and tried to harm him and his family without reason. Therefore, it was not logical for them to show any courtesy towards them. But even so, they spared them and provided them with the food and shelter they needed to survive. But if they are not happy with something, they can come forward and tell him about it personally. The old man was impressed by the boy's strength of spirit, but he knew that combat troops would soon arrive here. He announced that he understood everything. after which he asked to release the children. Encho noticed that everything was going like clockwork, but Joha had already become attached to them. Then the guy pulled out his sword, frightening everyone, but it was aimed at the rope on the bodies of the prisoners. Everyone was surprised to see that he cut the ropes with such precision with that terrifying sword. After this, Joha got into a fighting stance, and the others did not understand why he was laughing. The next moment, he struck them with the blunt side of his sword, throwing them towards their relatives. He then turned to the two remaining girls, declaring that the same fate awaited them. The representatives who came to rescue them now began to catch each of their children. Mubek failed to catch his sister, and she simply fell on top of him. This is how loudly and hectic the negotiations for the ransom of the 5 heroes came to their conclusion. However, Ming didn't understand how the guy could do this to the representatives of the heavenly sect. This became the first spark in the raging fire of another conflict that would flare up later. When it was all over, the representatives and prisoners walked home in silence. Mubek couldn't take it anymore and started yelling at his sister that he had no more strength for her. She knows perfectly well how terrible her mother is, but she still keeps getting into trouble. However, she has been through a lot, so she needs to get home quickly and think about the problems later. Min felt sorry for causing trouble for Mubek, but she didn't understand why he came instead of her father. The man suggested that she was so disappointed that an old man like him had come to save the daughter of the sect leader. Then the man frowned and explained that her father had gone to deal with the Yumyan sect. This is an urgent matter, so the chief immediately set out on his way. As a result, he was unable to come here. Her father is a sword master and the head of the heavenly sect, so nothing will happen to him. And once he deals with these demons, he will wipe out the impudent Wufeng gang. The girl agreed with a smile, because for her father, it was not just a demonic sect. Meanwhile, Yencho's gang decided to throw a feast for the whole world. One way or another, I tell you, troublemakers, I have already returned. Their camp will be covered in silence for a while. Meanwhile, several warriors gathered near the river and announced that there was nothing downstream. We need to continue the search because the citadel must be located somewhere nearby. It was here that they lost contact with the entire detachment, as reported by the venerable Gonbek. Then the head of the heavenly sect asked him what he thought of Yumyan's capabilities. Even the sword master Namgung was unable to kill any of their sages. And 20 years have passed since then, meaning their strength has increased. And perhaps the current victorious detachment that they have gathered here will suffer the same fate. They all understood that the old man was talking about the fact that they could fall victim to a bloody massacre very soon. Gonbek noticed that they were all tense, but there was no need to be discouraged by the old monk's words. In any case, life and death are all predetermined by heaven. They must focus solely on the mission to suppress the cult and try to destroy them. Now that they had come this far, there was no point in being afraid, and all that remained was to complete the mission. Suddenly, 3 scouts ran up to them, reporting that they had discovered a suspicious building at the end of the path. It seemed to them that that place was the citadel of the Silver River. By this time, Jink was already aware that they had not learned their lesson and had invaded their lands again. Then he decided to find out how many suicide bombers came this time. There were 56 of them, including the head of the heavenly sect. Jink was surprised, but pleased, since a victim of such a level had fallen into their net. This time, they must greet them even more warmly. If possible, capture the monk alive and kill the others. They must also remember that Jink will personally take on the head of the sect. At this time, Mubek noticed how creepy everything looked here, although he initially decided not to give in to fear. Suddenly, the guy felt them coming, and immediately 2 weapons on chains flew out of the building. He ordered everyone to duck, and he began to deflect the weapons with his sword. After this, Mubak used the 9 heavens technique, the 3rd phase. The monks noticed that this guy turned out to be a formidable opponent, despite his appearance. As expected from the heir of the sword master, both his spirit and his skills are astounding. The head of the sect decided that if they were finished testing their strength, then it was time for the rats to stop hiding and leave. Warriors began to emerge from the building, noticing that they were definitely on a different level than those who had come here before them. It was obvious, because this detachment was led personally by the sword master. At that very moment, the group of warriors noticed that they were surrounded. Yongik stated that if the sword master desired a quiet death, it would be wiser to voluntarily surrender into his hands. I decided that his long speech only proved that they were only capable of talking. When the battle began, Mubek had already dealt with 2 opponents. They thought they could crush them with their crowd, lacking any skills. After this, the 2 groups rushed at each other, but the advantage was on the side of those who came. Each of the sect representatives used their own special skills. The battle was very fierce, but none of them thought of retreating. Thanks to the Swordmaster's son, the spirit of the other fighters inexorably rises. He really does seem like a gem among the rest, despite his young age. It's a joy to watch the young masters rise to prowess, but they can't afford to buy them time to escape. It seems like it would have been much more far-sighted to join the squad and wipe out the enemies. There is no need for his assistance yet, and the monks are ready to do everything for him. After that, they entered into battle and used the 72 Shaolin arts. With their help, they were able to deal with their opponents faster. As expected, there is no doubt that their forces are superior to the enemy, but the head of the sect was still concerned about the cult's laxity. Then one of them decided to catch them and wanted to start with the monks. Then more experienced warriors entered the battle, and one of them waved an iron fan. Gonbek managed to react in time and jumped away from the weapon. Suddenly, he noticed with horror that this fan had pierced his comrade's body, and when he landed on the ground, he did not notice that the scythe flying from behind had pierced his shoulder. The warrior who wielded the weapon could not believe that they had come to destroy their cult with such pitiful skills. It was too arrogant and a stupid decision that will lead to their death today. Brother Gongbak decided to avenge him by rushing forward and asking if they were afraid of Shaolin's fury. He then engaged in combat with a man using clawed gloves. This man warned that when Gonbek died, his turn would come too. At this time, the guy in the mask noticed that Gonbek had cleaned his bald head so thoroughly that it made his job easier. Then he decided to come to his aid, having 15, used in the 4th phase of the 9 Heavens technique. The guy swung the ball, which managed to push back his opponents a little, and at that very second, Gonbek informed him that the weapon was stuck in his shoulder. Mubek had already pulled it out with his sword, declaring that the cult does not serve everything as they wish. The others thought he was weak, but the boy had skills comparable to elite fighters. 31 stated that since the Orthodox sects had taken them seriously, they could not afford such careless behavior. Ik decided that it was his turn, so he asked the monk to rest. The fate of the cult extermination mission was victory, but once again, the squad depended on the spirit of the Swordmaster and the demonic sword. Jink reminded the Swordmaster how much water had flowed under the bridge since their last meeting. He had been waiting for this day, and the sect leader was the reason he settled in Yumyun. However, Gonbek decided to ask who he was, since he couldn't remember what had surprised his interlocutor. Jink got angry that he had actually forgotten him, asking him to take another look. However, the head of the sect could not remember him, considering him to be very small fry. Gonbek didn't understand how he dared to say such nonsense to his face. However, the head remembered him, noting that he had never corrected his lousy character. Then the man decided right then and there to make sure that Ik remembered this day forever. Even the fearsome demon Swordmaster became Yumyun's watchdog. This sect has truly gone to great lengths to attract strong fighters, and they will certainly have a hard time. However, even in the past, Jink was no match for him in skill. At that very second, Ik used the sword that liberated the scorched lands. Looking at him closely, he remembered the vile face of the demonic Swordmaster. However, the man did not understand how a simple bandit from the mountains dared to do all this. Only chaos in the world of martial arts. Mubek was stunned that the head of the enemy citadel was thrown back by one blow from their leader. Even their leader's technicians are too fast to track with the naked eye. Then he realized that right now, he was looking at the true strength of the Heavenly Sect's sect leader. However, Ik understood that this was not the end, and he was trying to weaken his vigilance. Jink noticed that he was still as collected as before, but this was only the beginning. After these words, Jink released the sword from his hands and threw it with a kick. Ik was surprised when the enemy's sword did not reach him, but abruptly changed trajectory. Now he rushed towards Mubek, but the guy managed to hold his sword in front of him. This didn't help him much as the enemy weapons moved on their own in the air. At the same second, the flying sword began to cut through the bodies of the rest of the group members. It seemed impossible to Ik, because Jink had reached a level that even he could not yet master. Suddenly, someone declared that the rumors were true, and these people had achieved true superiority. Went over to the enemy side. Then Jink noticed the very expression he expected to see on the face of the sect leader. Now they have turned into a bunch of cowardly bunnies, and all that remains is to grind them into dust. And the subordinates accepted the order, after which they rushed at the remaining group of warriors. The monks were the first to come to the defense, deciding to fight until they gave up their spirit. Now we are transported to Jung, one of the 10 strongest ball masters. Having decided to devote his time especially to improvement, he went into seclusion. But today he finally returned. When he reached the Heavenly Sect, he found Ming there, who rushed into his arms. The old man understood how hard it had been for the girl lately. She began to apologize for disgracing the sect and ruining its reputation, but the man did not care. Then Min asked about her father,
because she had heard that he had gone on a journey to crush the followers of the cult. Jung declared that everything would be fine with them, because no one could hold a candle to him. However, at that very second, Ik was barely holding his own against the enemy's equipment. Jink was disappointed that this was all the man could do, overestimating him. The head of the sect did not understand how he managed to become so strong, although he was weaker than him. Looking at how the others were doing, the man noticed with horror that they were losing. He couldn't believe his eyes, that even the elite swordsmen of the Orthodox Alliance were chopped into pieces. It's time to stop this lawlessness, as there are very few people left alive. I had to save them at any cost, even at the cost of his own life. Suddenly, the sect leader ordered everyone to stop fighting and retreat. At least one of them must return home alive and report everything. Mubek decided to help him, ordering the others to get away as far as possible. However, the gates closed in front of them, and their path was blocked by Jink's sword. He couldn't let them get away that easily, and then she swung her sword towards Ik, cutting off his arm. Mubek asked the gentleman to hold on, because he could not lose consciousness. However, Jink wasn't finished yet, and decided that he would be able to take the life of not only the head of the heavenly sect, but also this young man. Mubek decided that this was how it would end for him. But suddenly his comrades stood behind him to cover him. Then Jink's sword pierced several monks at once, and they asked the survivors to save themselves. The guy couldn't do that, but otherwise their deaths would be in vain. Now they needed to urgently go to the Orthodox Alliance for help. After that, Gonbek used his skill to push Mubek away so that he could survive. The monk gripped the sword protruding from his stomach tightly, concentrating the remaining energy within himself. He decided to deprive this sword of the power that obeys Jinku, which angered him. However, it didn't matter to him how fast they ran, because they could never hide from him. The next morning, a messenger eagle arrived at the building, bringing a letter. The letter sent to the Alliance was enough to prevent the entire martial arts world from falling into chaos. The man who received it was the leader of the victorious Alliance. The worried people immediately began to discuss Yumyun's return. As a result, the head of the heavenly sect barely survived and lost his arm. Mubek, who took part in the suppression, was also in serious condition. Fortunately, his life was not in danger, but his internal injury was quite severe. Miju sent him on his way without a trace of worry because the head of the heavenly sect was there. But her troubles didn't end there, because Mato showed up to them, announcing that they had a problem. The woman asked him to be quiet because Mubek was in bad condition now. It became unclear to everyone what such an urgent matter could have happened. But it so happened that the mercenary union declared that all trade unions accompanied by Varing would not be able to set foot in their mountains. He was immediately asked to explain in more detail why the mercenary union would go so far for them. Soju immediately remembered how Joha showed her the sign from the mercenary union. He then declared that any trade union under the protection of Varing should be banned, regardless of its status. She began to realize that it could be true, and this guy could counter them with something similar. At this time, Yoha was sitting on the mountainside and twirling his badge on his finger. Yanguk, who approached him, noticed that the guy was still unhappy, even after all he had done. As expected, revenge is not hidden in words, but in something more obvious. The boy stated that if he walked around at night, in his condition, he would die before his chi returned. However, if this happens, then it is even for the best. But now he asked the guy to confess. Joha had always thought about this, what he should take from that woman to ease his soul, when suddenly he remembered. An indifferent person, unable to share even one dumpling with the child she locked in the barn. That's what she was. The old man decided that he would cut off their source of income so that not a single grain of rice would remain on their shelf. There are people in this world who put profit and wealth first without regard for their own children. For this method to give the desired result, it is important to understand that the key aspect is the time spent on suppressing the wearing. The old man didn't care whether the higher-ups of the union would remain on their side, but the boy thought his word was law. This was so, but there is a discrepancy. After all, there is a man who wears something on his head and who gave him this sign of the head of the guards. Joha remembered the demon lord, but he didn't know that he needed to ask his permission for such things. However, Yangak was right, because the guy had completely forgotten about that old man. Meanwhile, Muhei couldn't believe what Joe had managed to do. Ingale arrived at the citadel of the mercenary union and reported this to him. The man assumed that this guy was finished and explained that he was talking about the head of the guard. He arbitrarily declared that any trading alliance under the protection of Varing should be prohibited from entering the mountains. The mercenary union survives by harvesting trade caravans, but they can't turn a blind eye to it. Mew noted that his first move as head of the guard was rather unexpected,
so be it. Ingale couldn't believe that the master would just let him do this, but now his tone sounded as if he was the head of a mercenary union. To avoid the hellish training, the man immediately dropped to his knees, declaring that he would do everything as he ordered. Muhei decided that it would be a good idea to do him a favor, so that he could later keep the unpredictable head of the guard on a leash. However, they still need to find out what the relationship is between the head of the guard and the warring sect. At that very moment, Rio's eyes sparkled, trying to give his father a hint. It was his own fault, but since she was almost sober and the sun was at its zenith, she could go. The girl promised that she would find out what connected them for the sake of her father. Muhei asked her to try hard to figure out the right decision, and he accepted. Sometime later, the girl changed her clothes and saddled her horse to set off on her journey. Muhei wished her a safe journey, but continued to worry about his daughter. Without wasting any time, Rio sent her horse forward to get to Joha faster. The man couldn't believe that the girls liked the head of the guard so much, considering how passive she was sitting there. However, there is no need to wait for more children now, because sooner or later, they so joyfully leave their parents. Then he remembered Joe's prohibition, and the fact that his first order as head of the guard had come so unexpectedly. He didn't know about the others, but from what Muhei had seen, this boy never gave in to the greed of gain. So the question arose as to what the Varings had done to him to anger the head of the guard so much. Muhei was lucky that he still had strength. If not for it, then at that union tournament, this guy would have beaten him. Since he sent his daughter to sort out the situation, they should resolve the issue fairly. He was sure that the Waring sect had hit a rough patch, but they had turned Joe into their enemy. This order from Joe was enough to completely undermine the stability of Varing. Warning signs were posted in the mountains against trade caravans accompanied by the Varing sect. Those who nailed the sign could not understand what this strange order was. Meanwhile, Miju was trying to negotiate with the centuries-old trading alliance. She began to get openly angry, not understanding what was happening to people these days. The head of the trade union believed that it would be difficult to continue working together with them. Regarding the upcoming trade trips, Varing will definitely not participate in escorting the caravans. These were not Miju's first negotiations, and they had all failed. Then all that remains for the Varing disciples to do about their trading alliance is to guard it. Motto couldn't believe they wanted to send all their students to guard a centuries-old trading alliance. However, this was not entirely true, and they should not have taken it personally. But they cannot afford to lose. However, they still want to continue their collaboration, so they plan to expand several of their cases. If everything worked out, then they wouldn't have to send their students away. And Solju decided that this would solve all the problems. Miju noticed that her daughter, even at that age, was too naive and had forgotten that they were dealing with merchants. But before maintaining the alliance, the merchants offered to take the Gongjiang furnace and give it to them, as promised. Miju understood everything and promised that they would fulfill their conditions, since now they do not have the opportunity to be selective. However, it will take them longer to have 15 recovered. Until then, the traders were willing to give them time, but asked not to keep them waiting too long. If the Sanjin Chamber of Commerce grows, they will have no choice but to abandon Waring. Mado was unhappy that these impudent merchants dared to be so arrogant with them. Miju asked him to calm down, but it didn't help much. But he wasn't the only one who was consumed by rage. The woman was also incredibly angry. But if they lost the support of this union, things would get even worse for them. The man said that Mubik would somehow figure out how to get them all their jobs back. But now, he would like to go to Wu Feng and destroy those bandits. Solju stated that the older brother could improve, but with his skills, Mado wouldn't last even a couple of blows. When they started arguing, Miju slammed the table and told them to shut up. I, a woman, could not believe that they were now so helpless in front of those bandits. It was unknown whether the great sword master of the Heavenly Sects heard Zhang's call, but he decided to personally handle the matter. In the evening, in the Heavenly Sect, he decided to enter his son's room. He visited it only out of his own concern. His hand was already feeling much better, but Zhang decided to find out in detail what had happened. As it turned out, Ik didn't have the courage to face him after feeling like he had tarnished the honor of the Heavenly Sects. Min couldn't understand why her father was saying such things and what he was apologizing for. She was right, and the old man should not hear something like this from his own son, who did it for the common good. He asked her not to dare say such things again, and Min decided to support the old man. He also noticed that the master of the demonic sword was no match for him. But the question arose as to why he lost. Perhaps he used the Imperium that Yum Yan spoke of. His powers and fighting stance hadn't changed since the last time they met, but his ki had become simply terrifying. Zhang was surprised that the Yumyan were cultivating their ki and using these unknown energies to plunge the world into chaos. I felt something similar from Wu Feng, so he called Min to ask her. From what he heard, the young bandit Wu Feng possessed incredible chi for his age. It can be assumed that he also received Imperium from Yumyan, but it would have been better to listen to Ming. However, the girl could not answer anything because the guy defeated her even before she could fight back. Ik was a little disappointed since she was a disciple of the heavenly sect, but Zhang tried to calm him down, and since everything turned out this way, the old man decided to sort everything out himself. He still wasn't going to turn a blind eye to problem 28. As soon as dawn breaks, the girl must follow her grandfather, and before dealing with Yumyan, he will personally destroy Wu Feng. After some time, Rio reached the village of Haga. Realizing that she was almost there, her stomach was growling from days of horseback riding without a break. She reached the tavern, where a rather rich table was set for her. But as soon as the girl touched the food, she heard someone asking Min why she wasn't eating. She had no appetite, but the interlocutor suggested that her proximity to Wu Feng was making her anxious. Zhang said that her grandfather got into trouble in the south in the good old days. Even years later, the mere thought of those places made him angry and kept him awake. After his failure, he tore the sticks to shreds 10 years later, and since then, wanderings through those lands have delighted his soul. So he asked his granddaughter not to be upset, because now that he was here, Wu Feng would become a place full of pleasant memories for her. Min immediately thanked him, while Rio listened attentively to their conversation. She hadn't even gotten there yet, and Wu Feng already had this old man visiting her, a powerful aura. Suddenly, the other men pointed at Min, remembering that she was one of the 5 heroes their gang had been making. However, she paid 100 nanny and went home, and it is unclear why she would return back. However, the old man next to her is one of the 10 strongest sword masters. Rio was shocked by this information. Not understanding what Joha had gotten himself into, Zhang decided that those gangs must be idiots to attack his granddaughter, despite the glory of the heavenly sect. Suddenly, the bandits realized that they were being talked about. So they decided to pretend that they hadn't heard anything. However, the old man immediately recognized them and ordered them to kneel. They began to beg for mercy, but Zhang had not yet asked them anything. The punishment for daring to harm his granddaughter will not be easy, and they will bear it instead of the other bandits. Rio immediately took out the needles and threw them at Min, not wanting to just watch this. The old man reacted instantly, knocking each needle off in midair. Without wasting any time, the girl pulled her sword from its sheath, heading towards the swordmaster. It was 27 who did the same, after which he swung the blade in front of himself. He didn't expect that he would have to draw his sword from its sheath before arriving in Wu Feng. The old man suggested that she was a member of the Green Forest, to which the girl agreed. It was obvious that she was afraid of the name of the great heavenly sword master, but she cannot watch such a terrible fate befall his family. And so she is forced to show disrespect and point a sword at him. Rio knew that cheap tricks would only make things worse when fighting such an opponent, so she just needs to give it her all and try to survive. She used Asura's Dark Heaven Sword, surprising the bandits. Zhang noticed that her chi wasn't that bad, and he began to gather all the energy in one point. Even though he praised the girl, that was all, because he was much stronger. Rio had trained tirelessly since the general gathering, and yet her ki was so easily repelled. The old man praised her skill, despite her age, which was expected of a demon lord. The girl decided that he was overpraising her, but for the sake of her and her father, he decided to let these bandits go. The 2 boys also thanked the old man for his mercy, surprising Rio that they didn't thank her. Suddenly, the swordmaster asked her to tell the 10 heroes to come to the top of the mountain tomorrow morning. Later in the evening, a group of bandits listened to the story of 2 bandits. Some people didn't understand why there was such a fuss going on in the village. Ensho expected that the heavenly sect would want revenge, but they didn't expect it to be the swordmaster. However, sighing won't get rid of the problem. But there's no point in getting upset, because they have Yoha. In other words, an incredibly powerful sword master wants to kill them again. First, the sage burst in here. Then he fought with the demon lord. The guy was afraid, but did not want to avoid the battle, when suddenly he felt a strange fire in his chest. This happened because he decided to take revenge on his family, but he cannot risk the lives of his brothers. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice and turned their heads back. It was Rio,
who immediately rushed into Joe's arms.
She happily announced that she had crossed rivers and mountains to find him, and along the way asked what trouble he had gotten himself into while she was gone. It seemed to her that the great master of the heavenly sword had come for their souls. Sobek asked if she wanted to take a couple of steps back and then continue, trying to pull her away from the embrace. Gomyung decided to check if the great sword master really said that he wanted to finish them off. He was very serious, as if they had killed his own father. He also said that if at least one of them does not reach the top, he will wipe out their entire gang. They have been working hard and training, so they might have a chance. However, Yoha stated that there was no need for this, since everything happened because of his personal feuds. However, Yensho did not want to let him go alone and suggested that they fight together. However, Yanggak declared that at this rate, they would all go to their forefathers. Their enemy is one of the 10 great sword masters, on par with the Demon Lord. And if weaklings like them join the fight, nothing but senseless deaths will happen. Rio didn't expect much from them, but it seems they also have their own strategist. As the old man said, a joint campaign against the master would be tantamount to death. But the girl decided to join Joe. When morning came, the boy came alone to the first of the 5 peaks of Wufeng. One of the 10 great masters met the skilled bandit Joe. However, the guy was unhappy that Rio followed him, to which she explained that she was acting as a representative of the Green Forest. Suddenly, the old man shouted that he was asking for all the heroes. The boy and the girl simultaneously stated that they had come together. The day before, Yensho wanted to clarify what Yanggak meant when he said that the only way to survive was to send Joe alone. It is true that their skills have increased, but with their current abilities, they will not be able to leave a scratch on the master. In other words, if everyone goes there and Joha loses, then the rest will definitely die. There will definitely be fewer victims if the guy meets him alone. Even if things go sideways, he will sort it out himself. But if the boy runs away, the great master may give chase. However, the old man will not do this, as his son recently received a terrible injury in an encounter with a cult. Keeping this in mind, a great master will not want to bring things to the point of sin. And now all that remains is for Joha to trust Yanggak and believe in his words. Meanwhile, Zhang noticed that they, the bandits, had realized something for themselves. Suddenly, Yoha noticed that the old man was moving the sword with Qi. Zhang stated that they refused to face danger honestly, but still wanted to save their lives. Then the boy doubted that it was worth trusting Yanggak, because the old man became even more angry. The sword master was the first to rush in to attack, but Yoha did not remain standing still. He felt that his energy was truly incredible, but he was able to parry the first blow. But as soon as the guy wanted to look at his opponent again, he suddenly disappeared. The old man standing above him said that at first, he thought that the rumors about the skilled bandit were just rumors, but his sword skills are better than he dared hope. Zhang caught the boy off guard by using the 3rd form of the heavenly sword. In turn, Yoha used the 4th form of the 9 heavens art. Min watched them in shock, not believing that this guy was going against his grandfather without a hint of fear. Yoha felt that the master's energy was comparable to that of a demon lord. Meanwhile, the old man thought he was an ordinary bandit, but the guy's aura was incredible. However, he didn't understand why Joha was using a one-handed sword despite his own skills. Rio noted with a smile that Yoha had stood up to her father and was not inferior even to the great swordmaster. It was a good level for such a young man, but the boy heard it too often. The old man is a force to be reckoned with, and he's just getting warmed up. Anyway, before he went all out, Jung wanted to ask the guy a question. He wondered why he was using a one-handed sword instead of a two-handed one. There must be a reason why he chose it, even though he has enough experience. The old man heard that the boy had encountered a sage in the past and decided that he was a member of the Wudong sect. However, it was a family technique, so Zhang assumed that the family must be famous, although Joha remained with the bandits. The guy felt sorry for the way he treated his granddaughter, because she was drawn into his vendetta. Rio guessed that Joha was taking revenge on Waryong for personal reasons, but his gang members were also drawn into it, and therefore whoever wins this fight, the hatchet must be buried here. Zhang didn't respond, but instead suddenly attacked the guy. The old man thought that he was a Delin, who was thirsty for the power of Yumyan, but some bright fire was burning within him. He really thought that the guy belonged to the Yumyan cult because of the rumors, but it seems that's not the case. The man then asked Joe if he knew that this was one of the 10 great sword masters. The old man was surprised that, even knowing this, he still turned up his nose. This time, it was 27 who turned out to be stronger, and was therefore able to push the guy further away. Yoha found himself at the edge of the mountain, feeling too much ki from the old man. Suddenly, the swordmaster agreed to leave the rest of the gang alone. But first, the guy needs to take care of his own life. However, this was already his personal business. So the guy used the 9 heavens technique again. Several powerful attacks simultaneously rushed towards Joe. His arms hurt even when he tried to block his punches. The old man again concluded that for such a young man, he was quite skilled with a sword. Suddenly, Yoha praised him in return, as his fighting technique was truly menacing. The guy pretends that everything is fine, but at this rate, his chances are slim. When he was able to push the old man away, he realized that the boy was trying to defeat him using only strength. But Yoha wanted to finish very quickly due to strength and speed. But he used the 9th level of the 9 heavens technique, the Thunder Blade. At this time, Zhang used the perfect heavenly blade, thunder that shakes the heavens. The old man said that if the boy got out of here alive, he should come to him again, but this time with a sword. At that very moment, Yo's blade broke, and the old man began to doubt that such a future was possible. Johan knew that if he didn't do anything, he would be subjected to a fatal attack. Zhang had no intention of stopping, so he lunged forward. Meanwhile, the 10 heroes of Varing had evacuated the gang, which I was waiting for Joe in the pavilion. Sobek was worried that something might happen to the guy, but they kept trying to console her. Yencho stated that they could not stand aside and offered to help. Some agreed with him. Yanggak, who listened to these proposals, tried to explain that they would simply lay down their heads. While they were discussing this, the door of the pavilion opened and a guy walked inside. It was Joha, smiling and saying that he was back. Although he was unable to defeat the Great Master, his safety was much more important to the others. Zhang thought that Joha only knew brute force, but in fact he was cautious and resourceful. Moreover, it is not so easy to block a blow at such a distance. His skills will truly make a name for him, so killing him would be a great loss. The old man didn't know which family he studied with, but if he found a normal sword instead of a blade, he would surpass 10 great masters. Having laid down his sword, he announced to his granddaughter that it was time to return, which surprised Min. She noticed that they hadn't taken revenge yet. But Zhang already knew that this guy wasn't involved with the Yumyan cult. There was no reason for them to linger here now, although the old man was curious about something. He still wondered how the boy's strength would increase once he took up the sword. But before Joka could return, 2 people suddenly ran up to them and said that they urgently needed to go outside. Outside, they spotted a trading alliance climbing the mountain, guarded by Waring's retinue. Mado, whose face the bandits could not forget, walked with them. Encho didn't understand how they dared to show up at the foot of Wufeng. Then the leader suggested that the others finish what they had started, to which everyone agreed. What did they have to fear after they had miraculously escaped the wrath of the great master of the heavenly sword? Meanwhile, Rio didn't understand where everyone was going, because it would be better for them to rest. The day before, in the Waring sect, on the approaches to the forest, the representative of the trade union thought that he should not have come here. Mado boasted that he had found a way to circumvent the vetoes imposed on Varing. The man decided to get straight to the point, since they had little time, and began asking how they were going to get around the ban. Mado didn't have a clear plan, but if they included him in their squad, he would solve the problems by facing the enemy face to face. They may have earned a reputation for themselves, but they are nothing more than a gang of bandits, and the Warrings have no reason to fear them. If it comes to a fight, he will use the 9 heavens technique and knock everything he can out of them. Now, the head of the union thought that he took Mado with him because he was confident in his abilities. They were already approaching Mount Wufeng and didn't know if everything would be okay. The man asked them not to worry, because the last time he fought with them, these bandits were nobodies. You only need to see a part of their gang to understand what the rest are like. The representative of the trade union heard that the only daughter of the Waryong sect was the reason for the ban. But while they were thinking about this, a sword pierced their feet, and figures began to appear from above. This time, in addition to the usual bandits, there were a dozen heroes here. Encho began to ask who they were to come here, since they should know about the ban. Mado greeted them and introduced himself, adding that it was an honor to meet the 10 heroes. Gomyong interrupted him, asking him to go show off in front of the women and give them everything they had. Taking a closer look, Yoha decided that he was not one of his brothers, although he seemed familiar. Suddenly, he remembered that he was the guy who stood and watched as those damn kids bullied him. At the same second, 23 pulled out his sword, although he tried to show them respect. Their great sect will never prostrate itself before such filthy bandits. Hearing this, Yoha jumped up, sharply reducing the distance with Mado. The boy waved his hand and angrily declared that the Waring sect had never been great. In just a second, he was in front of his stepbrother, punching him in the face. Looking at him, Yoha noticed that he had quickly gotten down on his knees. Mado shouted and ordered the Blue Dragon Squad to destroy them. However, the smile still remained on Joe's face as his comrades also rushed into battle. Encho stated that they would also fight, because they were not used to standing on the sidelines. After the tournament and training under Joe's leadership, the Blue Dragon Squad was no match for them. Many didn't even understand what was wrong with them and why they were so weak. Yoha commented that they couldn't even call themselves snakes, let alone dragons. Then Mado used the first level of the Nine Heavens technique and rushed at the guy. The difference in strength between Joha and Mado was as clear as the difference between day and night. So the boy quickly dodged the attack and punched his brother in the head, saying that this was not how it was done. Mado was unable to respond because he passed out after one blow. They were much worse than the guy had expected, but he was able to get something. Joha caught his brother's sword in midair, leaving his one-handed blade behind. The mercenary gang was able to suppress the Blue Dragon Squad with unprecedented ease. In addition, they kept all the goods of the trade union for themselves, which is why the bandits threw a feast for the whole world. As soon as Varing appeared on the doorstep, their supplies were replenished many times over. Joha, examining his new sword, noted that it was a good weapon for a man with such weak skills. Sobek seemed to like the sword and asked if he would use his old blade. Fighting with the great sword master, the boy realized how limitless the potential of a real sword is. Rio noticed that this was the right decision, and since the sword belonged to the leader of the Blue Dragon Squad, it also looked good on the outside. But the girl became curious as to why he hated Varang so much, even though their martial arts were the same as his. Then she assumed that Yoha was also from their sect, but judging by his reaction, something happened that he would not tell her about. There's nothing she can do about it, and she'll have to figure it out herself. Suddenly, Sobek stated that Joha was the youngest son of the Waterung house, but they bullied him for no reason. They eventually disowned the boy, who had endured their ridicule for so long. Rio started asking more questions, but Yoha stated that they had no reason to reminisce about the past. He was more interested in why she had arrived so suddenly. Encho also wanted to know what brought her here, assuming that Joe's ban had brought them trouble. But that wasn't the case. Her father just wanted her to figure out the situation. However, Joka didn't care what the old man in the tiger hat said, because he wouldn't back down from his own. Rio didn't know the details, but if that was the truth, she had no reason to force him to lift the restrictions. Sobek agreed, and since the Green Forest had given them permission, they were obliged to take revenge on the Varing sect. That's what brothers are for. They have to teach a lesson to people who have offended their Joe. Gomyong suggested burying them so deep that they would never show their faces again. Someone noticed that the head of the guard seemed to be drowning in love for his newfound family. Since things turned out this way, wouldn't it be a sign of good manners to take proper revenge on the offender? Joha smiled maliciously and answered Rio that since they had come to this, they would take revenge on them as expected. A few days later, the 9 great sects and all the pious clans of the Orthodox Alliance gathered in Luoyang. Hearing the call to arms from the Orthodox Alliance, everyone was ready in no time. The head of the alliance demanded attention, but his subordinate decided to give a short speech in his place. The chief advisor thanked everyone for coming after receiving the call-up notice. The reason for the meeting was the battle against the Yumyan cult. Judging from the last battle, their commander was a master of the demonic sword, although 10 years ago his skill was not dangerous. However, when the heavenly sect's leader encountered him in battle, he was convinced that the boy's strength had increased. His subordinates were akin in strength to the elders of the 9 great sects. Therefore, the Orthodox Alliance is convinced that they have gained special power by sacrificing monks. If so, the Alliance must demonstrate steadfastness in the fight against such a force. That's why we decided to hold a martial arts tournament. This is necessary to restore justice, leave our names for centuries, and show the power of goodness and wisdom. Thus, the tournament raised the spirit of the Orthodox sects and made them thirsty for battle. He also summoned new heroes who could face the evil of the Yumyan cult. Miju couldn't believe that this was the level of an Orthodox sect, but if the warring sect can use them as stepping stones to greatness, then it won't be all that bad. For the sake of his family, Mubak must give his all during the fight. When they lost their stable jobs because of his sister, he, the head of the family, has to work even harder. Their situation has recently improved, and they have already helped merchants steal the treasures of the Samjin Merchant Union. However, they still have some work to do before they can fully get back on their feet. Therefore, he needs to achieve good results during the tournament by any means necessary. When the next fight was over, the referee asked who would enter the battle next. Miju sent Mubaik to show the power of the Wadiang sect. The guy agreed, jumped into the arena, and waited for his opponent. Everyone immediately recognized one of the survivors of the battle against the Yumyan cult. His brother noticed that the reaction of the people was quite good, which also pleased his mother. The guy said that maybe his skills are not that good, but he hopes to put on a good fight. The spectators began to whisper that he was a skilled swordsman, and there was no point in doubting the survivor of the duel with Yumyan. Suddenly, they noticed the arena, where a girl began to descend. It was the daughter of the Sword King, the flower of telepathy, Yeon Namgung. The mood of the tournament changed with the appearance of the heiress of the Namgung clan. While the public was eager to see her clan's martial arts, her first public fight began. Spectators whispered that she could solve any problem and that no one could match her in intellect. Miju immediately got angry, because if it weren't for this girl, Mubak would have gotten all the attention. The woman loudly asked why she came here and ruined everything. However, Joha became embarrassed and began asking how she was doing, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy assumed that since she was here, it meant that her father had arrived too. She didn't answer, and the guy thought that something had upset her. Suddenly, Chan, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, decided to say hello to the guy. He clarified that they arrived here today instead of their father. Yan asked him to be quiet, so Zhang suggested that they fight quickly. At that very second, the girl jumped up, drawing the blade from its sheath. She decided to give it her all from the very beginning and was already pushing Mubek back. However, it would be rude of him to simply dodge her attacks. After that, they began to exchange blows that did not reach each other. The audience noticed that they were both amazing and did not know how the girl actually fought. However, Mubek noticed that she was still as strong as in his memories. She remembered how they trained as children. He and all the residents of the Varying estate pretended to be ignorant, although they knew about everything that was happening, especially about Miju, her misdeeds, and all the hardships that befell that child. She still remembered the boy begging for forgiveness and being mortally scared. She remembers everything clearly, even 10 years later, and this makes her even angrier. Suddenly, Mubak noticed that the girl wanted to use the clan's technique during the tournament. It was just a friendly fight, so her brother advised her not to behave like that. But she too did not know the whole truth for 10 years. And she did not experience what happened personally. However, the rage caused by the sadness of that child does not subside. If she is so serious, Mubak has no other choice. Therefore, he used the second level of the Nine Heavens technique, Dragon Ascension. The spectators were delighted, but suddenly, a third man descended into the arena and prevented them from colliding. It was the leader of the Alliance who noticed how passionately they rushed into battle. However, this event only symbolizes the unification of the Orthodox Alliance. Mubek bowed to him and decided to follow his order. The man then turned to the audience, saying that they had two talented warriors. They must perceive this tournament as an opportunity to prepare for the battle with the cult and defeat the evil spirits. Mubek wanted to tell Yan that it was a glorious fight, but he was suddenly interrupted by someone's shout. It was one of her clan's disciples, and they looked like they had survived a massacre. Chan began to ask if they were okay and what had happened to them. It turned out that Moon Goddess Yumyan and Fox Wushan had surrounded their clan. Chan couldn't believe it, but they added that the boss immediately realized what was happening. He said that he and the young lady needed to be warned, so he sent them here. However, the entire Hefei was surrounded by Yumyan cult members, so all their exits were blocked, and they were late. They left the gentleman as soon as the commotion began, so they cannot know for sure whether he is alive. The attack took place between 3 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, meaning more than half a day had passed. There's no time, so John has to get back before something happens. She asked her brother to get up because they didn't know if their father was alive, and they needed to return immediately. Chan asked for help from Storm Squad, and the leader of the Alliance immediately agreed to send them to them. Then they decided to move out immediately and return to the Namgung clan. Now their main task was to find out whether their father and mother were alive. So Chan and Yan, having collected only the bare essentials, headed back with a detachment of warriors. But having barely reached the outskirts of their lands, they encountered illusory waves. Last night, 2 girls from the Yumyan cult infiltrated their clan. At the same time, the clan warriors fought the attackers to defend their home. The clan leader didn't expect this sect to be so powerful. If this continued, the Namgung clan would meet its end. Then Book ordered the warriors to leave the battle to him and go away to join the forces of the Orthodox Alliance. His wife could not leave him here and go away, offering to stay with him. However, he will only be able to give his all in battle if he knows that they are safe. She was immediately surrounded by 2 guards, asking her to trust the master and go to a safe place. While they were discussing this, one of the demon generals smiled as she watched them. She thought it was presumptuous that they thought they could elude her. Today, none of them will be able to escape, They will all perish in the darkness of hell and suffer there for eternity. At that very moment, the Sword King was told that they would kill his wife first. Buck realized that if nothing was done, she would be in danger. Then the man went into battle, heading towards his wife at full speed. He managed to reflect the blade, not understanding how the strength of this old fox could have grown so much. Meanwhile, the Moon Sage told him that he would die and reunite in the darkness with the head of the Warang. But at that very moment, Buck's wife pierced her stomach with a sword. She asked the man to live on for the sake of the entire martial arts world and for the sake of their children. Finally, she asked him to take care of them, which caused incredible rage in his soul. Now he was ready to literally destroy everything in his path, and so he used Ki to control the sword. In this way, he was able to push the woman away from himself and went towards his wife, saying goodbye to her. He promised that he would soon follow her, and vowed not to die until he cut off the heads of these inhuman beings. After that, he soared into the air using the endless blue sky sword. Rushing forward, he brought his sword down directly on the Moon Sage's blade. Meanwhile, Soho didn't care how good the King of the Sword was. After all, he can't really think that he can stand up to both of them. At that very second, they attacked, simultaneously, and their blow not only hit the man, but also destroyed part of the building. The Moon Sage was finally able to take revenge on this old man after 20 years. Now the head of the sect is waiting for news from them, and they should hurry back to the Citadel. A little later, when Sean got home, he didn't understand why he couldn't find any trace of them. The guy, with tears in his eyes, asked himself where they could have gone. John decided to support him, saying that their parents were probably alive and in hiding. The tragic fall of the Namgung clan, which occurred overnight, shocked the entire martial arts world. The Alliance's headquarters decided to take a countermove and move against Yumyan. In the name of the Orthodox Alliance, they will avenge the disrespect shown 100-fold. The entire alliance vowed revenge and began preparing to destroy the Yumyan sect. At this time, an elderly man came out to his subjects in the imperial palace. The leader of the Yumyan sect, who had long hidden in the shadows, has forged an alliance with the imperial palace. This marked her full-scale participation in the affairs of the martial arts world. The woman decided to ask the emperor directly what kind of power he wanted this time. The old man replied that he wanted an eternal influence that would never fade away. But he already takes it for granted, because His Majesty has accepted everyone associated with Yumyan and has achieved the influence he desired. As long as he does not leave them, his eternal influence will shine for 1,000 years. But he promised that the day he would leave Yumyan would never come, even if the sky fell to earth. Although her presence here was illusory, the head of the Yumyang sect finally appeared in the imperial palace. However, her bold statements were not empty words. After subjugating the Sword King clan, the Yumyan sect chose the right moment to fully join the alliance sects. They attacked other clans, leaving almost no one alive. Many asked them for mercy, promising to join the sect. It all started with a few students who surrendered under the onslaught of the sect's terrifying power. Then the masters from the numerous sections of chaos, who had remained neutral, rushed to join its ranks. Later at the shelter, Wufeng Joha finished his training. Then suddenly Yang Ak turned to him, asking what it was like to draw a real sword from its sheath for the first time. It was unusual for the guy, but it felt like he would be better at wielding a sword than a blade. It's probably because he's gotten so used to his old weapon. If someone could guide him, his body and martial art would unite. Suddenly, Joha noticed that it had gotten dark. Looking up, he saw someone dragging a huge stone. Rio rolls this stone to help Joha with his fighting skills training. Having thrown him off the mountain, she offered the guy to cut the boulder with one blow. Joha immediately took out his sword, decided to try it, and soared into the air. When it all happened, Rio tried to wipe the dust from her eyes. Yanggak was worried about the boy, not knowing if he was alive. Joha was able to cut the stone, and then the old man called him impenetrable. Rio had her doubts, but she didn't understand how he did it. He thought he was going to die, but it wasn't that bad, so he decided to try again. With their problems resolved, Joha and the Wufeng elite were able to peacefully focus on training. Time passed, and soon winter came to Mount Wufeng, covering everything in snow. Ensho was shaking with fear, trying to figure out when the snowfall would end. Since the sun was setting, they decided to return to the shelter and continue training tomorrow. Then the leader decided to find out how Yanggak's training was going, since they were already getting ready to return. He noticed that the old man was meditating and had fallen asleep, and offered to wake him up and bring him something to eat. However, Joha stopped him, because now it was impossible to interfere. He had reached a level of deep meditation. The technique that the sage demonstrated was the process of rebirth that precedes complete transformation. One wrong move, and the chi will go out of control again, like last time. The guy decided to stay and keep an eye on him to make sure everything was going well. What could be considered Yanggak's final test on the road to empowerment lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 4th morning, when the breathing technique reached its peak, the old man came out of meditation. Joha noticed that Yanggak had undergone a complete transformation, being reborn into a new form. If it weren't for the boy's mentorship, he would never have come this far, and is ready to repay the kindness with his life. Joha smiled and asked him to hurry, as 4 days of waiting and eating only rice balls had made him hungry. The old man remembered that he had not eaten for 3 whole days, so he was also hungry. When they returned, Yencho was the first to congratulate Yanggak, asking how the transformation felt. However, number 5 noticed that nothing much had changed after this event. But now an aura of calm and lightness hovered around the old man. Now that the old man's strength had returned, Enjo decided to raise the issue again. He has already relinquished his powers as the head of the gang and will soon leave the mountain. Everyone became alarmed and started shouting loudly in the pavilion. Sobek decided that it was too sudden, and Joha asked what happened. Recently, he began to sleep poorly, worrying about his family. Gomyang spent a lot of time with him, so he will leave the mountains with Encho. Since there was such a reason, he needed to hurry back. However, he didn't have any long-term plans, so he probably won't say whether he'll return in the future. Of course, now he must take care of protecting his family. From now on, the boy will hope to live the life he dreamed of with his family. Then Yencho will go to his family without regrets and offer to meet again, safe and sound. Suddenly, Cholson raised his hand and declared that he would stop being a bandit and open an inn to live a quiet and righteous life. The others were surprised that he could cook, but they immediately realized that he would take Chung with him. He will be the owner and the girl will be the cook, although she wanted to offer the same thing. Sobek noticed that everyone had a home except Wufeng, and she wanted to stay with Joha, but the life of a bandit would not be easy. She noticed that her friend had become sad, but he thought that she would cope well with the life of the tavern. He decided to take her with him because it was obvious that they would go together, because they were family. The girls hugged, deciding to build the best tavern in the world and work together until the very end. At this rate, by the time Gomyang visited them, there would be no more free rooms left in the inn. A week later, the 10 Wufeng elites, who seemed to be together forever, finally decided to go their separate ways. But their diverging paths became another step on the path to a different destiny. As they parted, Sobek hugged Joe and asked him to visit them if he ever left Wufeng. Rio noticed that her brother now had a place to come and visit, but she also has to return home because her father is waiting. She thought he was offering her to settle on the mountain, but Sobek immediately asked her to leave without disturbing the others. When everyone left, some of the gang members became upset as their numbers had noticeably diminished. Yanggak noticed that Joha also looked lonely, but he was now both bitter and happy at the same time. The boy knew that training could soothe even the most aching heart, so he decided to take the opportunity to practice his spiritual telekinesis technique. Yanggak agreed with him, and therefore decided to warm up himself and show the guy what he could do. After some time, Joha watched as the old man chopped down trees with unimaginable ease. Having demonstrated this, Yanggak decided that most of the degenerates of the orthodox sects would seem weak in comparison to him. When the old man finished, he asked what Joha had been doing all this time. He replied that he had tried to master the technique of spiritual telekinesis of the sword, but did not fully understand it. Yanggak couldn't believe that the guy had been staring at the sword and talking to it for the 4th hour in a row. However, the technique of spiritual telekinesis does not work with just looks. First, one must separate the ki gathered at the central point to merge with the sword. Half of the energy should be released outward and connected to the sword, and the rest should be used to control this connection. Although he explained it this way, Yanggaku himself found it difficult to imagine how to do it in practice. Then Yoha began to concentrate and stunned the old man by immediately grasping the technique in an instant. At the same time, negotiations were being held in Luoyang with the Shansao trading group. The guests asked to welcome the Namgung clan with open arms and promised to never forget their kindness. They will always be ready to help them in return, no matter what happens. However, the representative of the trading group felt comfortable in their company, unless he apologized for asking to accompany their caravans. Ever since the Yumyang sect made a splash, the bandits have become more active, and they have no choice. Chan stated that he had been close to Mubaik's brother since childhood, and therefore could not ignore what had happened to the Waryong sect. He then asked Yan if she would join him on this journey. However, the girl was noticeably indifferent to what happened to Varing. Even if their sect goes to someone's sword, they won't care at all. At the same time, Yoha was already practicing a new technique. Many people are unable to demonstrate the full technique, even though they have trained it all their lives. However, now the guy was showing something truly incredible. At first, he was surprised, but then he realized that he had missed important details, which is why everything turned out wrong. Yangak was surprised, but Yoha explained that the technique of that elderly master was on a different level. The guy tried to understand how he was able to convey to him what power was. However, by classical standards, Yoha has already become a master of this technique. While Yoha was diligently studying the technique of spiritual telekinesis, the Namgung clan accompanied the caravan of the trade union. Their path led them to Mount Wufang, and they were surprised that they hadn't run into trouble yet. In the end, even the most hardened bandits value their lives. So they thought. They were sure that all this was thanks to the reputation of the Namgung clan. Then, Chan was asked if he was sure they could get through without problems this time. The guy couldn't promise anything, but he believed in it with all his heart. According to the rumors he had heard, the ones who had brought Waring to its knees were the 10 Wufeng elites. Among them, they say, there is a young talent leading them. And just as he thought about it, a sword flew in front of them. The honorary representative's horse reared, and Chong rushed towards him to catch him. He managed to prevent him from hitting his head, and the man was simply discouraged. Suddenly, someone's voice announced that his power was out of control and asked not to interfere. Chong loudly ordered that the path be cleared, when he suddenly noticed that the sword was rushing straight at him. In an instant, he managed to read that the blade belonged to the Waring family. And then he knocked it away. At that very second, a guy jumped after the sword, wanting to return it back. Everyone was stunned that this guy called upon his sword and managed to return it back to its sheath. Yoha thanked them with a smile, whoever they were. The sword went haywire and he found himself in a difficult situation. The representative recognized the 10 elites of Wufeng, and Chung asked to provide it to him. He knew that among the 10 elites, there was a talented youth whose strength even the highest ranks feared. At that very second, Chan greeted the guy and then introduced himself. Yangak recognized the famous clans that were revered among the 7 sects and 2 schools of orthodox sects. Joha immediately remembered Sister Yun, and Jung stated that he came here for one reason. He dropped to one knee and asked to be taught a lesson and not to refuse his request. Yoha was taken aback as he did not expect to be approached with such a proposal. Yanggak was shocked that the Namgung clan had so boldly entered into confrontation. Namgung's comrades were surprised that the boy decided to offer a duel to the bandit. Chan decided to take silence for consent, after which he drew his sword and immediately attacked Zhou. Dodging, the boy thought that, as expected from the Namgung clan, his technique was frightening. He wasn't the type whose attacks could be completely dodged, so he used the 9 heavens technique of the 3rd level. As their swords clashed, Zhang noticed a familiar technique, remembering Waryong's sword. Then he decided to ask what his connection was with the Waring sect. Yoha replied that it was definitely strong, after which he introduced himself and added that he was not able to break these bonds. Chan's eyes immediately widened, as he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Distracted from the battle, he began to ask if the boy was really Uncle John's youngest son. He was a baby who held his sister's hand, but he had already grown so big. Then he wondered why this guy was here among the bandits. However, it was a long story. So Yoha suggested that they talk inside and finish the duel now. Chan would really like to do this, but he is a warrior to the core after all, so looking at his talent, why did he ask if the guy would feel sorry for him because he was still attached to his sister? Yoha asked not to say that, because from the very beginning, he did not intend to feel sorry for him. People from the trade union suggested that they were reviewing the entry fee. However, the 2 guys with smiles on their faces decided to fight heartily and show each other their strength. The duel, which began without any misunderstandings, might have seemed like a fight with an obvious ending. After all, Yoha was seasoned and fought with ease after duels with countless famous masters. However, his rival, who used every opportunity to attack, was the heir of the Namgung clan. Chan was also quite a powerful warrior and was currently using a limitless heavenly technique. She threw Zhou away, but then the guy decided to try out the technique of spiritual telekinesis in practice for the first time. By sending the sword flying, he noticeably surprised not only the enemy, but also his comrades. The force and momentum of the sword was enough to knock Chan off his feet, causing Joha to immediately run up to him and ask if he was okay. However, Chan's comrades, noticing something was wrong, began to prepare for battle. The bandits also took out their blades because they sensed that things were getting hot. However, Chan loudly declared that everything was fine and asked his men to lower their weapons. He explained that it was a friendly sparring session and then asked Zhou for confirmation. The guy agreed, but also confirmed that he had wounded him. Under other circumstances, Chan would have dodged, but suddenly felt a strong desire to meet his technique with his head held high. Joha decided that he was trying to elevate him in the eyes of others, because this technique is not that good. But since they were finished, it was time to talk. Having agreed, Joha mentally declared that this man had now become his brother. Rising to his feet, Chan began to mumble something, when suddenly he fell down and lost consciousness. Thus, Joha and the Namgung clan were reunited again. The warrior said that such a wound would heal quickly, so he asked Jock not to worry. The guy's comrades were shocked, because they had just been fighting, and now they call each other brothers. Yangat concluded that they would not be charged a toll for the passage, and he was right. Thanks to Namgun and Yoha, the Sanju Trade Alliance and the Blue Dragon Troop safely passed through the Wufeng Highway. Chan decided to stay with the gang for a couple of days to heal his wound. That evening, after a day of complete chaos, they sat down at the table to talk. When Chan came to his senses and listened to Joe's story, who couldn't believe that his aunt had treated him so terribly, the warrior also noticed Yanggak, who decided to stay near Joe until the end of his days. The guy said that he was just his decrepit friend, but the old man was satisfied with this option. However, after hearing his story, Jung understood why Yan did what she did. Yoha was surprised because he didn't know what she did or what had happened. It's common for her to ignore social connections, but recently she's begun to actively express her dissatisfaction with the Waryang clan. It's just a guess, but she acted that way because she knew what happened to the guy. Joha began to bite his nails, trying to comprehend that the girl did this for him. He was bullied for so long in his home, but he grew up to be a worthy successor to Uncle John. Usually everyone who represents the one who would inherit his art, so he can be considered the heir. But now it has become curious how he achieved such a level at such a young age. The guy explained that he accidentally found a book about family martial arts in the closet and, out of boredom, trained like crazy. Chan was stunned that he did this from a book and without a teacher, which makes him a genius. However, Yoha decided that this was not such an achievement, and was surprised that his brother did not even doubt his words. Chan decided there was no need to downplay his talent, and then asked how long he planned to stay. Junghu is currently in danger due to the return of the Yumyang cult, which is why it is important for everyone to work together to fight them off. Every martial artist in their ranks is important, so Zhang suggested the boy leave this life of thieves behind. A couple of days later, having recovered, Chan went to catch up with his squad. He invited Jock to come visit if he decided to leave here, because his sister also missed him. Having planted the seeds of the idea of leaving in Jock's mind, these seeds took root, blossoming in the boy's soul. He had hours to think about what he had learned from his guest. A couple of days later, Yanggak decided to approach him, but the guy drove him away, explaining that it was because of his meditation. The old man offered him to practice his telekinesis technique, but he didn't want to hurt anyone again. Then, instead of isolating himself from others, it would be a good idea for him to establish connections. A sage would have an answer to this. The guy could even stop in Luoyang and have a bite to eat along the way. He can also visit the merchants, where someone is waiting for him. Yoha doubted that this could be true, since she didn't even know he was here. The boy couldn't stand the old man's whining, but he understood that he wanted to leave the mountain. If Yoha can learn something from leaving Wufeng, then it's not all bad. Besides, now he has a home to return to. And what's more important is that there is someone he wants to see more than anyone else in the world. Joha smiled, deciding that he had no choice but to leave here for the old man's sake. Yanggak smiled, replying that he would be happy to go with the boy anywhere. Eventually, Yoha left Wufeng and embarked on a new path. He promised his gang that they would return soon, and asked them to take care of themselves until he returned. Everyone was very upset and said that he had to come back. However, before they go to meet Yan, they must visit Master Chanji on the mountain. Of course, after that, he will go to Luoyang and see Yan. And a few days earlier, John was sitting in a restaurant and looking out the open window. Suddenly, drunk men started hitting on her, noticing that the girl looked lonely. They invited her to drink with them, but Yan immediately grabbed her sword and waved it at the insolent men. Then 2 more men approached her, saying that they were there to convey that the head of the Orthodox Alliance was eager to meet her. He couldn't go into detail right now, but it was about the Yumyan cult. A little later, Joha and Yanggak descended from Mount Wufeng and entered the central regions. Meanwhile, the Waryang sect also underwent great changes. Today, the wedding of the eldest son of Warung and the eldest daughter of the Yang clan took place here. The man announced that they would tie the knot today. Warang finally became related to the Yang family, thus finding a solution to her problem. Miju declared that from now on, the future of the sect lay with both of them. So the wife had to help Mubaik. The girl bowed politely and accepted her mother's request. His brother and sister couldn't believe they were seeing their brother blush today. It really was a historic day. Suddenly, Miju turned to Solju, suggesting that he follow her example and behave decently until they find her a worthy husband. She also decided to send someone to the trade union for negotiations. Hearing this, the daughter turned away in displeasure so as not to listen too much. Her brother asked her to be patient a little longer because the wedding ceremony was nearing completion. He understood everything, but it was truly a touching sight. 20 years ago, their father and the head of the Namgung clan stopped the Moon Fairy. After that, due to their father's illness and the degeneration of their clan's martial arts, they began to slowly fade away. But thanks to the hard work of Mother and Mubaiku, they were able to recover and blossom in all their glory. Solju wasn't sure about her mother, but her brother really worked hard. However, the mother may be rude, but she also tried for the good of the family. So Solju should stop getting into trouble. Rubbing her head, the girl didn't understand why everyone was constantly yelling at her. The brother had successfully formed an alliance, and their ban on crossing the mountain ranges would soon also be lifted. The boy hoped that his father was watching them as they continued to fight for a bright future. Suddenly, Miju loudly announced that today was a holiday, so she asked everyone to have fun from the heart. Following her, everyone raised their glasses to the greatness of the Waryong sect and the Yang clan. Mado told his aunt that only good things would happen to them from now on, so she should allow herself to rest today. However, she didn't care about her dead husband. The Waryong sect would finally forget its dark past and flourish in their Mubai cans. Solju noticed the sly expression on her mother's face and grimaced herself. The ceremony was almost over, so the girl decided to return to her chambers. They really think she'll lock herself at home and quietly marry before making her mark in the martial arts world. She has her father's blood in her, but just because she is a girl, she was not given a chance to prove herself in battle. However, Solju was determined that she would not become a slave to the trade union. At that moment, she was ready to run away from home and go to the heroes of Luoyang so that her name would spread throughout the world. But as soon as the girl stepped outside the estate, she too was attacked by the Moon Sage. Everyone heard the explosion, but everyone reacted differently when they noticed the unfamiliar woman. Miju asked with displeasure if she thought her head would stay on after being disrespected like that. However, this seemed funny to the guest as she looked at Solju lying on the ground. Her revenge hadn't even begun yet, but now she swung her sword, destroying the estate. The warriors immediately gathered together to protect the important guests and begin the evacuation. Soho started laughing, suggesting that she try to fight back. And at that very moment, the guy rushed at her. He immediately asked who she was and why she was being so unfair to the Waryong sect. The woman couldn't believe that when the Swordmaster died, she was not forgotten. Hearing this, the guy realized who she was, but immediately received a blow to the stomach. She noticed with a smile that he couldn't dodge such a simple attack. Compared to his father, his skills are just laughable. Miju ordered to rescue her children and contact the Orthodox Alliance immediately. The woman didn't understand why Soho appeared today. Suddenly, Solju screamed that the woman had barely managed to beg for mercy from their father, and now she dared to appear here. Soho was taken aback by such words, after which she concluded that this girl must be his daughter. Using her powers, she pulled Solju towards her, gripping her tightly by the throat. The woman promised to tear her to shreds, asking if her father would ever come out of the grave. Then she asked why the girl suddenly became silent, why she didn't open her dirty mouth any further. At that very second, Mubek headed towards them, quickly rising into the air. Soho reacted instantly and repelled his attack, but the guy only needed to take his sister. She thought there were only weaklings here, but the tiger cubs had already cut their teeth. But it doesn't matter that much unless the Swordmaster rises from the grave, and as it is, there is no one in the world who can defeat her. Meanwhile, Mubek turned to the woman again, wanting to attack her. Using the Nine Heavens technique, he ordered her to get out of here immediately. However, this only brought a smile to the woman's face, and she easily repelled his attack. Then he decided to see how long she could maintain her calm. She wasn't sure it was necessary. However, it was clear that Soho was just playing with the guy and not taking him seriously. Now the guy has personally encountered the power of the Yumyeon cult and understands everything well. I need to finish her off with my strongest, 7th level technique, Nine Heavens. When the attack was about to overtake her, she was offered to experience the full power of the Waryong sect. However, she didn't even smile and swung her sword. In this way, she dispelled the attack into which Mubak had poured the power of all 7 of his stars. It seems Soho overestimated them and didn't expect them to be so pathetic. Before the attack, she declared that the guy was not even worthy of holding a sword. At the same moment, she struck with her bare hand, breaking the blade in two. Mubak thought he had defended himself, but Sohu struck again. All his relatives immediately began to worry, but the guy couldn't answer anything. The brother then declared that they too would fight, ordering the sex warriors to protect the heir. However, Mubek tried to explain that they couldn't handle her. Without an heir, the sect has no future. So he must be protected even at the cost of life. One look was enough to understand how pathetic they were, and Murion did not want to teach his descendants. There was no point in her continuing this circus, because the enemies were already at the walls. Soho ordered them to be burned to the ground, finding nothing of interest there. The warriors tried to defend the sect and the estate, but they fell one after another. Ubak couldn't believe that the martial artists would lose so quickly. At that very moment, the guy's wife turned to him and asked him to order them to retreat. If the battle continues, there will be many unnecessary casualties, and they need to escape to her parents. Now the guy had to make an important choice, but he didn't believe that the wearing sect would really fall. Meanwhile, Miju sat on her knees and sobbed, not believing that she could stop this. Then Mubek loudly declared that everyone was retreating and they would have to surrender the estate. Thus, like the family of the Sword King, the history of the Varying estate was consumed by flames. The Moon Fairy's subordinates began to ask if they would really let them go. However, such weaklings can be finished off at any moment. But for now, there are more important matters. Noticing a familiar person, she said that she had no idea how long she had been waiting for this day. Not far from the estate, she found Murion's grave, declaring that he would not hide from her even there. The posthumous decapitation, her hatred for the swordsman who cut the moon, was too strong. So she took all the bones out of the coffin and threw them away, which people soon began to whisper about. Hearing this, Yoha frowned and asked where exactly she had thrown the bones. The guy stood up and asked people to tell him the details. The Moon Fairy, who everyone thought was dead, suddenly appeared and destroyed the Namgung and Waryong clans. The head of the Namgung clan, one of the greatest masters, has gone missing. And the swordsman who cuts the moon has suffered a posthumous decapitation, and no one knows what will happen next. Then Yoha decided to ask about the members of the Yon family, whether they were alive. He was told that they had managed to survive, but all that remained of the estate was a pile of ashes that could never be restored. Suddenly, Yanga got angry and told the guy to just give the order and he would bring the head of this hag. The Moon Fairy committed all these atrocities against the Varying estate, and it must be stopped for the sake of revenge. Yoha asked in surprise if the old man had any relatives in the Varying estate. When he answered negatively, it became unclear why they bothered, since it was none of their business. Even if it comes to the posthumous beheading of his father, it is not their concern. The boy hoped that the old man would look at him at least once, despite his illness. If he had seen his condition, he might have shown at least a modicum of attention, but he was mistaken. A little later, Yangak suggested checking the Yumyon cult, as the matter was clearly not simple. It seems the Moon Fairy harbors a deep grudge against the Yon clan, and he is worried that it will affect Joe. The guy suggested that he thought he might lose to this old hag. Suddenly, a woman invited them to the registration desk, thinking that they were participants. She offered to write down their names, checking them off the list before leading them inside. Yoha didn't understand what she was talking about, because they were just passing by. The girl was surprised that they were not members of an orthodox sect, and quickly apologized. But even if they were martial artists, why would they take part in something like this? Besides, they already have plenty of people. Why even more? As if they are preparing for war. She explained that it was all because of Yumyon. Recently, a group of merchants had betrayed them and started collaborating with the cult. The unshakable rock, known as the Victorious Alliance, is about to crumble due to the Yumyon cult, a small but dangerous fragment. More and more factions are joining the cult, and the situation resembles the growth of a mercenary alliance. Factions are starting widespread conflicts. Many have joined the Yumyon cult. Their pavilion became the site of such conflicts, although on the surface it looked like an ordinary quarrel. But if you dig deeper, the battle was between the Victorious Alliance and the Yumyon cult. Many factions have suffered at the hands of the cult. The old man understood why the woman mistook them for enemies, because their opponent was Yumyon, and they were on the edge. When she saw the young master's sword, she thought that a powerful master had arrived to see them. Only from the pattern on the scabbard did it become clear that he was probably a high-ranking student. Joha thought, the guy's skills were disgusting, although the sword turned out to be good. The old man asked what they were going to do, but the boy didn't fully understand what they were talking about. Given the current situation, a clash with the Yumyon cult is inevitable. So why not infiltrate the ranks of the Sincerity Pavilion's assistants and assess their strength? Intrigued, Yoha asked if he would be paid to fight them. Depending on their achievements, they were promised from 100 to 300 moon per day. When Yoha asked to record him, the woman was incredibly happy. But when the boy said his name and clan, her eyes widened in shock. She said that by looking at his hair, everything became clear. Therefore, the guy counted on at least 1 silver yang per day. After some time, the girl passed the information on to her elders, and they were shocked that the guy had entered without permission. Demanding 1 silver coin a day, this man was no different from the bandits. In addition, he used the name of the Varing clan, as if they would not be able to recognize a direct descendant. Everyone knows that after the recent events, they left Luoyang, so they decided to check it out personally for Solju's sake. Bursting into his room, the guy loudly asked who dared to pretend to be a member of the Warang clan. Yanggek smiled, pleased to see familiar faces. The warriors were, to put it mildly, shocked. And the woman who recorded Joka did not understand what was happening. Yoha was not surprised that even 5 heroes joined this action, and put forward another condition. He demanded 1 silver a day, plus all the money that was intended for these guys. The woman said that no one would agree to such conditions, but the heroes agreed without hesitation. After some time, Yanggak declared that it was time to forget about the Nanyang merchants. It was nice to relax for a couple of days and earn some money, but today, that will come to an end. Joha was bored, and if he had known that everything would drag on, he would not have joined them. When asked if the Moon Fairy had appeared, they replied that the chances of her appearing were extremely high. However, the boy became angry when the old man spoke of revenge again. The hatred and thirst for revenge that consume him at the thought of Varing are equal to, but not stronger than, his anger towards the Moon Fairy. But things were complicated with my father. There was a period when he was seething with anger because of his father's indifference. What he felt when he heard about it at the hotel was pure rage. Yoha didn't understand why he felt this because his father was cold and never gave him a glance. Meanwhile, at the main entrance of the Nanyang Trade Union, all merchants were called to listen carefully. Not only did they join Yumyun, but they also insulted the pavilion. To teach a lesson, countless warriors have gathered, and they must come out and pay for their crimes. Some couldn't believe that the head of the pavilion was in league with the Orthodox Alliance. They wondered if Yumyung had sent reinforcements, but there was no news. Then one suggested going out and fighting without anyone's help. However, the older man doubted that they could put up an equal fight. After a series of defeats, the Orthodox Alliance has lost its honor and is determined to maintain its victory over Yumyan. Those gathered were masters of famous sects. Some even sent elders to participate in the battle. If Yumyan doesn't join, they'll have to go back to the Orthodox. Suddenly, one voice noticed that among them there was, although he didn't like this way of thinking, next time he wouldn't get away with such impudence. Having recognized one of the Yumyans, the man immediately apologized for what he said. The man noticed that a huge crowd of Orthodox sectarians had gathered outside. After this, he stopped chatting and ordered the gates to be opened. When the people carried out the order, the warriors outside immediately announced their readiness. But instead of merchants, a squad of black shadows emerged from the premises. The Orthodox sect couldn't believe that the Yumyan's numbers had grown so much. Suddenly, one of the opponents declared that it was their own fault that they were not up to Yumyan's level. However, they forgot the times when they themselves stood on their knees in front of the pavilion, begging for protection. One of the warriors noted that the alliance was too loud. If they were going to fight, then let them fight. When it comes to the Orthodox, there is no point in talking to them. Until they see the difference in strength, they will keep their noses in the air until the end. He is one of the 12 demon kings, an all-powerful demon who was looking for a worthy opponent. One of the Orthodox warriors couldn't believe that they even sent a demon. But when the monks entered the battle, the boy smiled, deciding that they would be able to hold out. One of the monks declared that he would take the demon's life as a tribute to the deceased. The demon realized that this man was the elder of those insects. He then announced that he would personally send him to the next world, after which he swung his sword. The monk managed to defend himself and replied that he would not fall for such a primitive attack. It was hilarious because the demon didn't even have time to release a stream of ki, and the monk already began to celebrate his victory. The next second, the demon lowered the sword, breaking the blade and plunging it into the monk's body. Turning his head, he noticed that now only Zhang was left. The old man couldn't believe how much power this demon had, and he didn't know if the victorious squad had even a chance. The enemy liked the expression on his face, that of an animal being hunted. Suddenly, someone's voice said that the man was very noisy, after which Joha kicked him in the face. The Black Shadow Corps was shocked that someone was able to strike the almighty demon. Zhang was also amazed. The speed was so great that the demon did not have time to react. The old man did not immediately recognize the young man standing in front of him with his back to him. The demon thought there were only worms here,
but it seems that one can withstand his blow.
Then Yoha asked menacingly if the moon fairy had come with him. The demon noticed that the guy was too smug, even though he had only carried out one successful attack. However, this was more likely said about himself, as a bored Yoha noted. He mocked the weak, thereby elevating himself at their expense. The man noted that Yoha was truly smug, even for an Orthodox Christian. He decided to teach him a lesson. But the boy asked him not to cry later, and asked again if the moon fairy was here. She's the demon queen, and there's a hunt for her head, so there's no need for the butcher to bring a sword to the slaughterhouse, he said. Yoha asked why he was talking such high-flown nonsense if he himself didn't know what he was talking about. The demon decided that the boy had lost his fear, and today he would show him why he should be afraid of Yumyan. At this time, the rest were rushing to take the elders away. The monk said he lost face by losing too quickly. He hoped that the fall of the Wadong and Namgung clans was just a matter of chance. However, they became curious about who this young man was, assuming that he had been sent by one of the 5 great clans. Huang asked for his opinion, stating that he is notorious in the martial arts world. He met this man personally and knows his reputation. But Yangak interrupted the speech, pointing out that the boy's tongue was his enemy. He did not understand why they were so careless and asked them not to say anything for which they were not ready to answer. If Joha hears, they will hardly be able to cope with his anger. Upon learning about the Swordmaster's son, people realized that a significant figure had come to them. The clan survived a terrible attack and now has received help. The old man explained that they were away at the time of the attack, but the 5 heroes were ready to confirm their identity. Suddenly, one of the monks called for a rally. The all-powerful Demon King had begun to act. At that very moment, the man rushed at Yo, declaring that he had insulted the Moon Fairy. However, the guy simply asked if she was here or not and did not see any insult. The man demanded silence, attacking with a blow from the almighty demon. Standing calmly in place, Yoha noticed that people like him always looked for trouble. Suddenly, he was informed that the Moon Fairy was not here, and Yangak asked to leave the small fry to him. He then repeated the demon's words about the butcher not bringing a sword to the slaughterhouse. The old man successfully carried out the attack, asking them not to worry. He was not so weak as to lose to a second-rate warrior. Hearing this, the demon was offended and decided to find out if they knew who he was. Yangak claimed he was a nobody, suggesting he was a pathetic thief from Henan. At this time, Yoha suggested that there were still places where she could be hiding, and they needed to hurry. The demon didn't understand how they dared to chat while he was standing in front of them. Rushing forward, Yangak declared that since Joha wanted it that way, he would finish him off quickly. The demon also jumped forward, and they almost collided. Looking at the absurd battle, people thought that the old man was no match for him. Yangak noticed that the demon had gained an unknown power in Yumyan and was now exuding the might of a beast. Realizing his superiority, the demon declared that the power of his cult was terrible. But now it was too late to regret, and the demon again rushed to attack. He ran towards the standing old man, who was ready to take the blow. At the very last moment, Yangak jumped up and dodged. He was surprised that the thought of beheading a frail old man inspired him so much. The demon realized his carelessness too late and missed the blow. The sword pierced his back. He fought with self-confidence, relying on his newfound strength, but underestimating his opponent cost him his life. Suddenly, one of the cult members declared that this should not be, looking in fear at the demon's defeat. Yoha noticed that the old man would do anything to attract attention. However, this act inspired the Orthodox sect. Smiling, Yangak said that a little skill could boost morale. The guy advised me to stop talking nonsense. The Moon Fairy is not here. They are leaving. The 5 heroes appeared out of nowhere and disappeared into nowhere again. One of the men asked permission to know their names before they left. Another began to tell the fallen demon that he was pathetic. But suddenly the demon was enveloped in power, turning him into a monster. No one could understand that he was no longer a man, but a real monster. Even the Black Shadows did not understand what their elder had turned into. Yangak realized the truth behind their special power. There is no place for creatures like him on their land, so the old man decided to deal with him personally. Yoha loudly asked to stop. He would not be able to defeat this evil spirit. Yangak assured that he would defeat the monster with ease. But before he could get any closer, he received a strong blow. Lying on the ground and shaking, Yangak told Joha that he wasn't pretending this time. Yoha saw this and asked to just watch and not interfere. Drawing his sword and approaching the monster, the boy asked if he could speak human, but the monster tried to strike. The guy dodged and decided to respond accordingly. Then he used the 3rd level of the 9 Heavens technique. He tried to hit the monster in the shoulder, but didn't leave even a scratch. This made the monster even more angry, and the boy realized that he was strong and terrible. Joha used the 9th level of the technique, but it didn't help either. The question arose as to how invulnerable he was, but the guy did not stop attacking. The others noticed that after the blows, the monster didn't even flinch. Yangak was stunned. Even the Demon Lord could not withstand Joe's attacks, but now the guy's attacks are not producing results. Johu began to get irritated by his screams. He was a brainless creature, but strong as a rock. If the 9 Heavens technique doesn't work, there's only one thing left to do. The boy used the first technique of the 9 Heavens Sword Master, bestowed by the mysterious maiden. Joha was sure that now the monster would shut up, and the sword would penetrate the enemy's body. The attack worked, and Yangak knew the technique was bound to work. But I noticed with surprise that even after the wound, the monster was still standing. Suddenly, Joha felt that he was influenced by his technique before the blow. He had encountered something similar during the battle with the Yumyan sect, but now everything was different. There was almost the same darkness hovering around. He didn't feel pain or suffocation. He had to break through the illusion. Just as the guy was about to act, the illusion vanished and the monster disappeared. The Black Shadows did not understand what had happened and where the monster had disappeared to. The Orthodox were glad that the guy defeated the monster. The others noticed that Yumyan had initially behaved insolently, but was now shaking with fear. One man asked the Black Shadows to do something, but they pushed him away. They themselves did not know what to do. If they ran away, they would be punished. Since the disappearance of the 12th Demon King, their chances of victory have vanished. They wanted to report the strange transformation, but Jock's voice interrupted them. He thought they had a moon fairy, but it turned out they were real monsters and had to be destroyed. At that very second, they decided to retreat and rushed towards the exit. The man with him shouted that they had promised to take responsibility, but suddenly he was grabbed by the shoulder. The Orthodox declared that now all responsibility lies entirely with him. The fleeing Black Shadows thought only about how to get to the temple as quickly as possible, but suddenly their path was blocked by other warriors, confident of their victory. The souls of our fallen comrades who gave their lives will be avenged. Joha folded his sword, noting that it was not needed here. The old man who came up to him said that he was incredible in battle. However, Yangak didn't understand why the boy had hidden the 9 Heavens sword technique for so many years. Joha did not understand what was being discussed and asked if the old man had seen himself being sucked into the dark cloud. However, all the man saw was the monster crumbling to dust from the guy's blow. The boy realized that the others hadn't noticed, which seemed very strange. Then he asked Yangak to forget about it and leave, because the deed was done. The old man began to ask what incarnation the all-powerful demon had turned into. Suddenly, one of the warriors noticed their departure and offered to treat the rescuers to dinner. However, Joha showed no interest and said that if they wanted to show their gratitude, it would be better to give money. The man was surprised because the guy said that he was a descendant of Murion, but spoke like a robber. But, like his ancestor, his skills were incredibly strong and impressive. In the lost world of martial arts, a new master may emerge who can stand against Yumyan. Yangak suggested that they would once again hunt down anyone who followed in the Moon Fairy's footsteps. However, this turned out not to be the case, and Joha decided to first find Old Man Chonji. Joha noticed that even a small fry of the Yumyan sect was capable of turning into a terrifying monster. That creature, nicknamed the Moon Fairy, may actually be much more terrible than the devil. If they have to deal with her, they definitely need an ace up their sleeve. The first step will be the telekinetic sword technique. A few days later, someone asked Joe what made him climb the mountain. He answered honestly that he wanted to meet the sage, who said that he could come here whenever he wanted. He was immediately refused because they couldn't let him through without proof. Joe didn't have much evidence, so he asked to tell the old man that he had arrived. The boy's eyes could not be deceived, but it seemed incredible that the elder would allow the young man to come to him. It is difficult even for sect leaders to arrange a meeting with the sage. Moreover, having reached the temple, Changji devoted himself to training and solitude. Joha couldn't believe that he wouldn't meet him and offered to check his words. But he shouldn't have expected the elder to appear at his call. A little while later, a messenger eagle flew to Changji. The boy sent a message to his elder and promised to leave if he didn't receive an answer within an hour. He didn't understand why this was so, because if they reported it, they should come immediately. The interlocutor thought that Joha was talking nonsense, imagining himself to be a big shot. But at that very second, he heard a familiar voice and saw the elder approaching. Changji ran towards him with a smile, wearing only a towel. The subordinate hurried to bring him fresh clothes. The man thanked him, but the boy asked him to hurry so that the other students wouldn't see. Joha smiled.
Such haste seemed unnecessary.
However, it was obvious that the old man missed him. He hadn't heard from him for a long time and began to think that the guy had forgotten about him. He then suggested that Joe go to the top and settle in the palace, which stunned his subordinate. One of the men couldn't believe that the teacher had simply accepted a stranger. Moreover, he took the guest to the Jinmu Palace, and Joha saw them heading there. Even the best students have difficulty getting permission to visit the palace. The boy did not understand his brother's plan and decided to personally come to the head of the Wudong sect. Meanwhile, Chanji talked about the sculptures that preserve the history of the sect. Entering the room, Joha was delighted to notice a multitude of books, the sect's secret publications. The old man guessed that the reason for Joe's arrival was related to martial art. It was obvious because what else could they discuss except martial arts? The guy was able to enlighten even the one who came to take his life, and now he wants to follow his path. The place is full of manuscripts with advice wiser than he could give in person. Now, Joha is allowed to study whatever he wants. When he wanted to know about spiritual telekinesis, the old man was surprised. This guy still surprises the sage. He has already achieved this technique. Although he is not very good at it yet, he understands what to do and wants to know how the old man learned this technique. Sometime later, they were drinking tea, and Jungji learned that Joha had fought with a master of the heavenly sword. Only a handful can stand against his sword, and the exchange of blows is already impressive. Joha couldn't defeat that old man and tried to repeat the technique of spiritual telekinesis. But it didn't work as he expected, and the guy almost gave up. But after the duel with Yumyeon, he changed his mind. On the brink of death, the enemy turned into a monster, and attacks no longer worked. The sage was stunned to hear this, and could not believe that Joe's attacks had no effect. Luckily, another technique worked, and we managed to win. But the problem was that it was only the 10-headed demon king. Meeting someone much stronger will be much more difficult, so Joha needs to become stronger. If what was said is true, Yumyeon has much more serious problems than they thought. He shared valuable information, and the sage will inform everyone so that they can prepare accordingly. Joha also said that he was traveling with old man Yanggak, and the sage was surprised why he was not with him. Meanwhile, Yanggak enjoyed the scenery while drinking alcohol. Having nothing better to do, he decided to count how many members of the sect had a grudge against him. When the sage heard this, he laughed, realizing that it was very wise of the boy to leave him there. Mount Wufeng has also undergone changes. Most of the elders have already left the mountain. The mercenary union has lost great talent, and the demon lord is probably kicking himself. Joha suggested not to worry about him because the man was so strong that he was completely beyond the boy's strength. Chungji was surprised that after the battle with the Heavenly Sword Master, he managed to cross blades with him too. However, if these two had fought seriously, Joha would not have survived. And after meeting them, he became thoughtful. If the enemies he faces in the future are this strong, then at his current level, he won't be able to protect anyone. The sage noted that there was no point in such uncertainty. He was still young and gaining strength, and besides, he was no longer alone. The Wufeng gang brothers he protected would now become his greatest strength. If an enemy appears that they cannot overcome with their combined efforts, then the sage will stand up for him. Moreover, the demon lord will probably say the same thing, so there is nothing to worry about. Joha didn't expect the fact that he was no longer alone to sound so pleasant. However, there is a burden that one must bear alone, so the man understands his doubts. Then the sage asked to show him the technique of spiritual telekinesis. When they came out onto the court, the guy immediately began to demonstrate his modest skills. The sage couldn't believe that he was actually able to perform this technique. Moreover, its performance is already above the level of those who cannot control strength. This boy aimed for the same level of technical mastery as the Heavenly Sword Master. However, Joha repeated that he was having trouble controlling his strength. When he felt this, he warned the old man to be careful. But the man has dedicated himself entirely to training and must also demonstrate everything he has learned. Suddenly, his power resonated inside the boy, and he tried to understand what kind of power was hidden within him. At that very second, an explosion was heard at the place where the sage stood. A few minutes later, Joha apologized, but the clash continued. The guy continues to exceed the wildest expectations, so the sage can hardly give him advice. However, Joha came here without any particular expectations. Seeing the old man was enough. Qi is born from thought. It directs energy. Qi circulates in the body, increases, decreases, divides, and unites. All this happens by the will of the mind. The mind is Qi. And when Qi is in harmony with the world, the swordsman masters the sword. Later in the evening, Yanggak, sitting fishing, thought about when Joha would return. At that very second, the fish began to bite, and the old man hooked it, trying not to lose his catch. He caught a fairly large fish, which turned out to be surprisingly strong. Suddenly, the fishing rod fell from Yanggak's hands, as if someone's sword had pierced the fish and froze in the air. The old man was stunned to see Joe, who declared that the sect's food was not to his taste. Meanwhile, the head of the sect came to see the sage, surprised that he had received a rather mediocre guest. But judging by the tracks, they had managed to conduct a training fight, and this guest seemed important to the sage. Chunji felt like he was deliberately making the leader feel forgotten. However, the problem was that he neglected his students and accepted the foreigner with all his heart. Moreover, even though he is the eldest, the palace is not a place where you can easily let strangers in. Then the sage reminded him of the task he had given him last year. The leader remembered that this mission was related to the Wanzhou merchants. The man realized that the sage was talking about a bandit from the mercenary union who had defeated him and turned out to be their guest. The head of the sect couldn't believe it, but the guy's name remained in her memory. The sage once said that thanks to his power, he was able to reach their lands. Apart from the 10 great masters, there are few warriors who can stand against the sage. But the boy was able to defeat him. The leader stated that this time, Changji had made the biggest mistake by inviting a bandit from the mercenary union. However, there is no need to worry, because Joha studied Taoist martial arts and will never turn to the dark path. He is a member of a gang that is not part of the Orthodox Union. Now the sage is worried about the rumors circulating around the Young sect. If Buke did not fall by accident, then the power of this sect has already surpassed the power of the 9 sects. That's why now they especially need a strong hero who can unite them, just as the Sword King and the Moon-Cutting Swordmaster once did. The leader couldn't believe that this guy would become this hero, but that was her humble opinion. It was clear that the old man valued him highly, but he should not have let him into the palace, where the greatest secrets were kept. Changji assured that Joha had not read a single book inside this palace. He initially wanted to show him the manuscripts, but changed his mind and simply taught him the most extraordinary technique. It was the only technique he knew, the quatrain of the Heavenly Sword evasion technique. A technique that the legendary immortal swordsman learned from the sage Zhenren. Although his students passed on the knowledge of Wudon, no one ever mastered this technique, cementing its reputation as unattainable. If he really did pass on his knowledge of this technique to Zhou, then he was wrong to doubt the sage. He made the chief worry, but all his worries turned out to be in vain. And in this matter, the chief relied entirely on him. From now on, he promised to be more reasonable and not to bother the head unnecessarily. Since he had come down from the mountain for the first time in a long time, the chief decided to invite him for tea. The head didn't know that Zhou's ki had no limit, and the boy had reached a level where he didn't need manuscript. He couldn't even imagine that he had already mastered the quatrain of Yo's heavenly sword evasion technique perfectly. And since the head of the sect valued Wudon the most, the sage decided to keep silent about something. Namely, that Yoha had already reached the other end of the lands of swordsmen and was honing the technique of spiritual telekinesis. Having heard the quatrain and having attained absolute clarity of mind, the guy seemed to have already achieved enlightenment. Meanwhile, Yanggak continued to question Zhou about his new techniques. The old man couldn't understand how, with such amazing technology, they managed to master only the plum blossom technique and the infinite sword. However, the guy repeated that it was impossible to learn it. The human body is not capable of withstanding such force. But Yoha managed to learn it the first time, although what he understood may be different from what they heard. The guy didn't come here to learn this technique, but thanks to it, he became better accustomed to the telekinetic sword. Yoha was tired of unnecessary talk and decided to find out how much time was left until Kaifeng. At this rate, they would arrive by nightfall, and Joha realized that he would meet him today. He tried to count how much water had flowed under the bridge since he had last seen him, because he missed him. By evening, Yancho looked completely beaten. His wife and children asked him to come back, but he asked them not to worry and to wait inside. His opponent laughed, noticing that he was acting tough in front of his family. Since I had already come home, I could have kept my head down without creating problems and shortening my life. Today, they will finally be able to avenge the fallen comrades he killed. However, Yancho recalled that it was their man who broke into the brothel and attacked the woman. The man wanted to resolve the matter peacefully, but the other challenged him and used a deadly technique, forcing him to defend himself. As a result, while dealing with him, Yancho was unable to check the woman's wounds in time. The poor girl, not yet 20 years old, who had no choice but to work there, died. The hooligan was surprised that it was all about that cheap girl. Although you could buy one like that for a piece of silver, but the price for a killed warrior will be several times higher. The hooligans pounced on Yancho, determined to take his family, income, and everything else as compensation. The man understood that he could not overcome them alone because his wounds were too deep. He needs to at least protect his wife and children. He can't lose them again after their long-awaited reunion. He told himself that he had to do it, when suddenly he heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Gomyong who came to the rescue. He would first solve the problem and then ask what was going on. He couldn't believe that the hooligans dared to raise a hand against a member of the 10 elites, ordering him to make a dying wish. They recognized the one who always followed Yencho's shadow, and they were lucky enough to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Gomyong thought he should have arrived earlier, but he noticed severe wounds on his comrade's body. Moreover, Yench looked at him with a face full of disappointment, which stunned his brother. The thing is that the man thought that Yoha would come to the rescue, but they both understood that the guy wouldn't show up. The sun had already set behind the horizon, and they had only just begun the battle. Gomyong noticed that the opponents were strong, and that it was no accident that they had wounded his brother. Their interaction is flawless, and they are more troublesome than most elite caravan guards. Meanwhile, the bandits claimed that he was a pathetic mercenary hired by the brothel. Gomyong understood why his brother was so upset when he saw him. Yencho asked not to be distracted, because these people are professional fighters. Unable to bear it, the man asked who they were, but the bandits had the same question. They didn't look like simple security guards, but they weren't street bullies enough to wear down 2 serious warriors. They say that leaving home means dooming yourself to suffering, and they especially miss Jock. Yencho said that he was making him suffer for no reason, and now he felt awkward. Suddenly, the leader had a request. While he was distracting them, Gomyong should take him and his family away from here. The brother cried out in displeasure that they had agreed to die together no matter what happened. But Yencho explained that one day he would get married, and when he had a family and children, he would understand his feelings. However, Gomyong did not want to agree and suggested that they should defeat these freaks together. Then Yencho said that for him, Gomyong was already closer than a blood brother. That's why he asked for help and wanted him to listen. Meanwhile, the bald man was unhappy that they were making plans right in front of them. If they think a walking corpse can stop them, let them try. A few seconds later, one of the warriors struck Yencho in the rib with a blade. Gomyong felt furious, but at that moment, a boy with a scythe approached him. He didn't have time to return and received a painful blow to the shoulder. The bandit stated that they were not bad, and he did not think that he would have any difficulty in fighting the brothel guards. He was furious that this job wouldn't bring in any money. So, he would take their heads too. Suddenly, they heard someone's voice complaining about a disgusting smell. He heard that this brothel was the most popular among the poor, but the hospitality here was poor. The bandits were surprised because they hadn't announced any new clients, and these ones had clearly gone crazy. 3 said they would see which of them had really gone crazy. The old man offered the boy to take them on, but Yoha refused. He was angry enough to deal with them himself. At first, Yencho thought he was seeing things, but Gomyong confirmed that it was Joha in front of them. The boy asked his brothers to be patient. He would get rid of the parasites and come to them. The bandit found it funny. He was being threatened by a boy with milk on his lips. Gomyong suggested laughing while he could, because he would soon realize that he was finished. Suddenly, Yencho screamed that he thought he was going to die and was now angry. He asked Joe to do something about the freaks, because they were trying to harm the family. The guy concluded that they wouldn't even dream of getting out of here alive. The bandits wanted to enlighten him, but Joha dealt with several of them at once. All the bandits, except the bald one, fell by the sword or lay on the ground. The man thought it was impossible. He defeated the elite assassins instantly. When Joha asked if his brother was injured because of him, he began to make excuses. The guy asked him to shut up because he would die a painful death. Within minutes, all but one of the bandits were holding a huge boulder above themselves, but the bald man beat Joka until he begged for mercy. With his skills, he could easily cut those bastards in half. Although in a fit of anger he had promised to kill them, Yoha still tried not to take lives in vain. Yangak suggested that controlling the power to keep prisoners conscious came at a cost. Meanwhile, Yencho's wife asked what to do with his wounds, but he said he was fine. The man is happy that he can hold her in his arms again, and now they are not in any danger. Gomyong told Joha that he thought a heavenly maiden had descended upon him. Why did he decide to ask what was going on if the old man was already here and the fortress was standing without them? The guy said that they were doing well without them now, and he got bored, so he decided to see the world. And then he remembered the brothers who had left the mountain, and so he hurried here. It seems it was worth it, because if he hadn't appeared, Incho wouldn't have been able to hug his wife and children. At the same time, on the outskirts of the forest, Yangak decided to question a man from the gang of assassins. He understood that the quarrel was just a pretext, so he asked who hired them. Unlike Yak, he was not so merciful and would not let him go with a light heart. The beaten bald man asked what happened to the others, since the old man had taken them first. However, Yangak asked the same question, but the bandit stubbornly refused to answer, and his patience was not limitless. The bandit was stunned that he had killed everyone and was not afraid of becoming a victim of the assassins. From that moment on, his life would turn into a nightmare, and he would be marked with the death seal placed on him by the assassin. The old man smiled in response, reminding him of his lack of patience. Yangak thrust the sword between his fingers so quickly that the man didn't even notice. The old man planned to start with one finger, but his night vision left much to be desired. It seems he just scared him, but this time, he will cut off the finger properly. After some time, the man could not believe that the best assassins had failed. His subordinate did not see this personally, so he asked his master for forgiveness. He paid them 30,000 silver, and they were unable to kill the two guards. It was impossible because they had managed everything before, but even with the brothel, there was a hitch. Suddenly, a voice behind him said that the man was upset that Encho had survived. The boss and Gomyong broke down the door, surprised that the man was so eager for his death. Yencho bared his teeth and asked the owner of the Yunhee pavilion to explain himself. Moon clarified with displeasure that he had already celebrated everything, so there was no need for unnecessary talk. Gomyong screamed that he was trying to take another man's wife away by hiring assassins. The man asked not to talk nonsense and explained that he had been robbed. Then he declared that Yencho was unworthy of her and that she needed a better husband. 5 years ago, when he committed a crime and left the village, he ordered to take care of the family. But by the time he reached them, his pregnant wife was dying with a baby in her arms. He swore to protect her and the children, provided them with everything they needed so that they would not feel inferior to others. She was too good for him, and Moon waited patiently for her to open her heart to him. He vowed to make her even happier, but suddenly, Encho appeared and started playing the role of a good father. Gomyong stated that he simply fell in love and got lost in his own fantasies. Due to his obsession with someone else's wife, he hired assassins and almost sent them to the next world. Suddenly, Yencho asked his brother to stop, as if he had forgotten how he had narrowly escaped death. Not everything he said was a lie, and he is sincerely grateful to Moon for caring for the family. However, after today, he no longer considers himself in his debt. From this moment on, if the man sees him again, there will be no mercy. Moon asked not to make him laugh because it would cost him to disappear, and no matter what it cost him, he would return them. He was ready to do everything to bring her and the children back to him. Hearing this, Yencho swung his sword sharply, cutting off the man's head. The thought that he would never see his wife and children again burned all doubts from his heart. He remembered the truth he had learned as a bandit, the law of the jungle. Not everyone is like his brothers, and if you show weakness, you will be eaten. If you weaken, you won't be able to protect anyone. This is the law that guided Yencho. Joha and Yangak, watching them from the tree, realized that there was no need to worry. They were renowned assassins, and a confrontation with them was a serious test. If there are more assassins hiding here, things are bad. The brothers are wounded, and the situation has escalated. The old man noticed that the boy was misperceiving them as family, but for the first time he saw Encho kill without a shadow of a doubt. This was in stark contrast to his father, who continued to drink, not caring that his son was being beaten until he lost consciousness. His sins are hard to deny, but it is quite difficult to speak ill of one's father. 3 days later, the leader of the assassin gang appeared at the Yumyung Sect's outbuilding. He held a bloody bag in his hand, a gift for the chief. Their gang provided the sect with a rich life, and they came to demand proper payment for it. They should have sent an official notice, but they decided to come in person. As one of the demonic soldiers of the sect, he needs the strength of a great warrior. In exchange, he brought money, the amount of which was 3 times greater than the usual tribute. All his assassins fell in the brothel, so the man fell to his knees and asked to destroy them. This incident has caused irreparable damage, and he must take revenge even if it costs him everything. A request to kill one of the generals is a sensitive matter. However, getting paid to take care of small fry sounds good. An elder from the Jin sect came out to him, accepting the offer, and asked who these people were. Sometime later, she was already on her way, rejoicing at her good fortune. The girl didn't have enough money for a new base, so the payment will definitely come in handy. The 700-headed kings rule over Yumyan. They say their power is enough to rule the world. Once upon a time, she was able to prove her strength, which pleased the head of the cult. The woman said that it reminded her of her in her youth, when her blood was hot. She's so young, but her skills are already good. All that remains is to wait until she brings benefit to the sect. The leader acknowledged her when she was a nobody, Jin trained for days to justify the trust. She will take advantage of the chance to gain more trust, and from there, it won't be long before she reaches the role of the 100-headed king. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a guy collecting herbs whose basket had overturned. Yoha asked with displeasure who she was and whether she had made a dying wish. Jean noticed that the youth had a great aura and realized that he was a red-haired boy and a teenager. Her thoughts were interrupted by the guy repeating the question and starting to get angry. He was her target. But Yoha asked her to lift the basket, then he would let her go. Jean stated that he saved her time on the road, which was a little. The girl asked where his old man was and why he was alone, since it would be nice to kill them both at once. Yoha didn't understand what was wrong with his aunt and assumed that she was also an assassin. However, she was outraged that the guy called her auntie, although she was young and beautiful. Moreover, he dared to compare her to the pathetic assassins, even though she was one of the 10-headed demonic generals. Yoha immediately realized that they were talking about Yumyeon, which was ruled by the moon fairy. Hearing the insult directed at the head, Jin became noticeably angry. The guy said that it was an insult to dig a person out of a grave and throw him into a compost pit. The girl was surprised that the boy was talking about a posthumous mockery of the swordsman who cuts the moon. Yoha was also surprised that she decided to attack head-on, but she explained that words were unnecessary. If he is connected with the Waryong sect, he must consider Yumyeon his main enemy. The guy replied with a bored look that he hadn't gone that far. But since there are reasons to kill each other, Jean does not intend to hold back. Compared to previous boyfriends, Yoha noticed that she would be better. The girl thanked him for the compliment, but he shouldn't relax. Releasing the sword from his hands, he almost touched Jock's eye, but the latter managed to kick it away. Jean was surprised that the guy reacted at such a distance. Getting even more irritated, Yoha declared that his aunt had really surprised him. The girl asked if he had eyes, because how could he look at her and call her auntie? Then she realized that he was just showing off on purpose because he thought she was a beauty. He is young and has never seen such beauties. She is probably the most luxurious woman he has ever seen. Thinking about Sobek, Chen, and Ryo, the guy fell out of reality for a few seconds. He then declared that Jean was simply ugly, which clearly offended his opponent. But now he won't be able to get away with it by getting on her nerves. And a miracle has just saved him. But she is relying on a miracle because with such skills, she barely managed to suppress him. Yoha was very irritated by Jin, but his skills were something to be reckoned with. That sword strike was a smart move, but it wouldn't work with him again. Suddenly, she asked her sword if it thought she had just thrown it away. At his level, that's probably what it looked like, but if he looked closer, he'd see technology that would blow his mind. Taking the sword out of the ground, Jean asked him if he had ever heard of the unity of soul and sword. After that, she released the blade from her hands, waving it around herself. Yoha just frowned, not understanding what she was doing. Why she was drawing circles with the sword. This technique allows you to control the sword without touching it. He must have never figured out how it works. By training tirelessly, she reached the level where she could control the sword from a distance. Rushing forward, the girl promised that now he would know what horror was. In his eyes, she must now be like a single blade. Yoha replied that even a sage could fight off this victim of feeble-mindedness. The guy only needed to raise his hand up to prevent Jean from getting closer. She barely managed to dodge, after which she began to jump away from the guy's sword. The girl couldn't believe that this young boy already possessed the technique of spiritual telekinesis. Without thinking twice, she decided to retreat, since such a monstrous level of skill was beyond her capabilities. Yoha noticed that she was dodging and weaving like a rat, but was not about to attack. As Jean dodged another attack, she realized that the boy was playing with her. He noticed that she had good movements, but he was already bored. It was time to bring herbs to his brothers. He wanted to finish as quickly as possible, and so with one blow, he trampled the girl into the ground. Having summoned the sword to himself, he was ready to deliver the final blow. But Jean asked for forgiveness, just this once. The guy asked her if she knew what happened after the death of the 10-headed demon generals. Without waiting for an answer, he jumped straight at her, plunging his sword straight into her chest. Although Yoha tried his best to avoid killing, the Yumyeon sect was always an exception for him. Having come face to face with them several times, he realized that they had long since lost all humanity. As soon as the guy took out the sword, he noticed that Jean immediately transformed into a monster. This one was enveloped in flames, which was different from the previous demon. The last one was strong to the point of being melee, but she seemed like a completely different matter. At that very moment, the monster disappeared before his eyes and suddenly appeared behind him. It was incredibly fast, but the guy had foreseen it. He's already had his share of grief, so he doesn't intend to spend more energy today than last time. When the monster tried to attack again, the guy tried to keep his distance. No matter what she did, she was still no match for him, and he repelled all attacks. Then Joha went on the attack, and with one swing of his sword, cut off her arm. While the monster was perplexed, the guy appeared behind it and delivered the decisive blow. This time, everything went faster, but Joha again began to envelop himself in red mist. He was not mistaken. Having defeated the warrior Yumyeon, he finds himself in another dimension. However, this time I saw a huge demon in front of me. Last time he hadn't seen anything like this and had no idea that such titans existed. A few seconds later, he came back, trying to figure out what the hell had happened to him. When it became known that the general had been defeated, Yumyeon could not understand who was capable of such a thing. According to the information, they were Old Man Yangak and boy Joha. Both, according to eyewitnesses, used the wearing family technique. Jinx stated that if they had decided to take revenge, they would have taken it out on those involved. But why fight one of the 4 generals of the Citadel? They probably acted out of ignorance, since no one knew that the general had gone at the invitation of the Red Gang. The fact that they did not plan the murder in advance does not relieve them of the burden of their sins. They also wanted to avenge the general, but Joha discouraged them from approaching him. As a result of the incident, the Citadel lost a general and a dozen demonic soldiers. It wasn't that they were afraid of him, but rather that it went against the direct orders of the sect. Jink asks since when they had orders prohibiting avenging fallen comrades. Until they had defeated the Orthodox sect, they were ordered to avoid conflicts with other sects. This order was given out of fear of the growing sect of chaos, in particular, the Demon Lord. Hearing this, Jink couldn't understand what this had to do with anything. During the investigation, the subordinates discovered that Joha was personally marked by this lord. In addition, he was appointed the second person in the mercenary union, the head of the guard. The stubborn demon lord appointed the boy as second in command. 20 years ago, the Citadel's leader fought under the rule of a demon lord. He was once one of the top 3 masters of the mercenary union. Then he proved to the chief that he was the strongest among the 3 masters. Jink asked to be appointed second in rank, since there was no more suitable candidate to be found in the entire union. Muhei confirmed that he was the most outstanding of the 3 masters. However, he has not yet earned the title he so desired. The guy was surprised because he had carried out his order, proving his strength in a fair fight. The Demon Lord asked to look at himself. In words, he is so brave, but in reality, he looks like a beggar and a rogue. He believes that the second in command in the Union should be comparable in strength to him, and his hard-won victory proves nothing. But be that as it may, Jink won, so the leader must keep his word, because the condition was victory. Then he offered to prove right now that he was capable of reaching his level. This made Muhei laugh, and he liked his attitude. But he forgot his place. With an evil smile, the Demon Lord asked the boy if he was sure he wouldn't regret it. No matter how hard Jink trained, he felt that the level of the 10 great masters was unattainable. But now he was curious about how things would have turned out. At that very moment, the subordinates asked whether it was worth informing the other 100-headed kings about Jock's desire to take revenge. Jink gave a negative answer, because perhaps the situation was even better than he expected. The 100-headed queen is currently busy expanding the sect's influence within the mercenary union. The 7 10-headed demon warriors were able to regain their title as branch heads during the Mercenary Alliance tournament. The heaven-crushing demon lord surely knows all about them. But since the union believes that the strongest takes the leadership position, it has no compelling reason to get rid of them. The bottom line is that the demon lord has been yearning for a head of the guard for many years. However, if Joha truly has all the necessary skills for this role, then the demonic warriors are in for a failure. There are about 20 of them under Li Mei's leadership, but it seems they need to be put in their place. Realizing what the master was talking about, the subordinate smiled and declared that he understood everything. The head of the sect has been absent for a long time, and power over all of Yumyeon has been transferred into the hands of the powerful 7 kings. If the leader never returns, one of the 7 will become the new ruler. It's only a matter of time before the Yumyeon sect conquers the world, and for the sake of a bright future, it's necessary to keep an eye on the other kings. Then Jink decided to test how useful Joha would be. Meanwhile, in Hainan province, Joha and Yangak reached the old man's hometown. He had spoken of something similar before and mentioned 3 demons. Looking back at those times from the vantage point of old age, their martial arts were shameful. The guy decided not to go into details, realizing that the old man had made a lot of enemies and was now hiding his face. This place is extremely famous as a paradise for martial artists, and sometimes one of the 10 great masters comes here. He needed to hide because even if he was beaten to death in the alley, He couldn't count on Joe's help. By this time, they had reached the best tavern in the area, a place famous for having the best cuisine in all of Hainan. The tavern was huge, looked like a brothel, famous for its courtesans. But the cuisine here was beyond praise. If the old man remembers correctly, you can eat on the first floor, after which he showed you the way. But when Joha took a step, he suddenly felt something was wrong. His body trembled, and an unknown fear seemed to appear in his eyes. Yangguk was at a loss. It was the first time he had seen Joe so worried since the meeting. Even when fighting with 10 great masters, he was steadfast and unwavering. However, now the boy looked like a child who had seen a ghost, and the old man followed with his gaze where Joha was looking. He was incredibly interested to know what could have caused such fear in the guy if he himself was one of the strongest. And then his gaze found a middle-aged man and woman, so ordinary that it seemed their necks could be snapped like a twig. The man smiled and said that dumplings were a special dish of the local cuisine, and even she would not remain indifferent to them. Miju smiled, agreeing with the wonderful smell and taste, but asked for his help. She felt awkward about him treating her to lunch. However, everything was fine, and he was glad when he learned that she had succeeded. It was all thanks to him and his clues about the 9 bells, and she was ready to repay in any way possible. The man smiled slyly, deciding not to refuse such a generous offer. However, he was forced to ask what had prompted her to approach the Moon Fairy personally and offer a deal. It wasn't easy for Miju to decide on this, but she soon realized that it was no longer possible to resist the will of the Yumyeon sect and live happily ever after. After meeting the Moon Fairy, she became completely convinced of this. The woman then asked if Miju was sure she wanted to give the sect the sacred artifact as a sign of loyalty. Hearing her consent, the head of the cult valued her intention to extend a helping hand to her sworn enemy more than the gift itself. After this, the Moon Fairy asked to tell her what her request was. Miju asked that the feud with her late husband not be reflected in the next generation. And now the woman, sitting on her knees, tearfully asked for help in reviving the Warang sect. It has been 2 years since Joha left the Warang estate. It seemed like the image of his 6-year-old, completely helpless child had long since faded. But he came face to face with memories that were like nightmares. Now he is strong enough to tear apart the source of all fears in the blink of an eye. However, now the boy was no different from his 6-year-old self. Looking at his comrade, Yangguk suggested they eat somewhere else. The view of the surrounding area from the 7th floor must be breathtaking. Joha immediately went forward, deciding that he needed to go up there. As they were climbing, the man agreed to Miju's request. However, the people upstairs said that they couldn't because the House of Pleasure was still closed. Joha brazenly walked forward, although they tried to explain that there was no passage to the 7th floor. Yangguk asked to calm down, because the House of Pleasure was about to open its doors. The 7th floor was only for special guests, and they don't even know how much it costs. The old man showed the bag of money, thinking that this was enough. They were reluctantly let through, and the old man went forward, wanting to find Jock. He found the guy on the balcony, asking if he was okay. Joha calmly said that the view from here was wonderful. You can't see such landscapes everywhere. The only time he had seen anything more captivating was when he had stepped outside the estate for the first time in 10 years. The old man decided to ask a personal question about the woman they had seen earlier. The guy confirmed that it was she who locked him in the estate for 10 years and tortured him as best she could. Then Yangguk allowed them to come down and bring her head. However, Joha said that he could handle it himself. It was just that this meeting caught him off guard, and he froze, unable to move. He could point his sword at any moment, but would it be revenge? The girl suddenly interrupted the conversation. It was the owner of the first tower who declared that it was a great honor for her to meet such warriors. She would be happy to host them, but they have an important event today. She apologized and politely asked him to leave. Joha was upset because he liked it here. Yangguk did not argue, and the girl thanked him for his assistance. A bunch of warriors hid nearby, but now she wanted to present the bill. If they both paid 10 silver coins, she would forget the misunderstanding. The old man's face frowned upon hearing the number. He asked to take a good look because they hadn't ordered anything. Even if they threw a feast, it wouldn't cost more than 5. The girl laughed, thinking that they were unaware of the prestige and reputation of the 7th floor. This floor is often used by members of the imperial family to relax, and one should not step here thoughtlessly. The guy didn't understand what she was trying to say, but she decided to simplify it. This place is so prestigious that masters of orthodox sects can only dream of getting there. Since they are expecting an important guest today, they will show their generosity by letting him go for only 10 silver coins. She heard that they had a lot of money, wanted to resolve everything peacefully, and advised not to resist. The guests are important people, Each guard is a master of his own style. Yangak concluded that they were digging a grave, but those who are careless regret their words in the end. The old man asked Joe what they would do, offering to teach him a lesson. The guy headed towards the chair, deciding that since it was his fault, he would pay the price. But after hearing the conversation, he immediately changed his mind. Just when he was feeling better, they ruined everything and he was in a bad mood again. He decided to see who the important guests were, but the girl ordered the guards to get rid of them. At this time, a carriage drove up to the building of the first tower. A man came out of it, noticing the guards complaining about the warrior. The guards at first mistook him for a stranger, but then recognized the master. They were glad that he had arrived, deciding that this was the end of the freaks. They told the story, adding that the situation had gotten out of control. On the 7th floor, Yangak, after defeating the others, was heading towards the girl. Yoha asked to stop because he was the only one having fun, and the guy didn't get anyone. He was hungry, asked to pack up and tell them to bring food and drinks. Suddenly, the guard declared that it was too late to beg for mercy. They would soon understand the gravity of the sin. Their arrogance is over, and when they find out who has arrived to punish them, they will immediately fall to their knees. Yangak smiled that no matter who they brought, it wouldn't make a difference. The man shouted angrily that they would soon encounter one of the 10 great masters. This is the one whose interest Yoha has piqued. His face has changed. A rough voice asked the guard to get out of the way and tremblingly asked Jock what to do. Instead of answering, the guy grabbed his sword, but suddenly froze, not understanding what this man was doing there. The head of the mercenary union appeared before them, looking different, without his tiger hat. The man wondered what kind of fool had the nerve to cause a commotion on the 7th floor. While he was laughing, Yangak bowed his head and greeted the head of the union. When Joe asked how he ended up there, Muhei could not ignore the monk's call for help. When the world falls into chaos, everyone needs the help of the head of the mercenary union. At this time, the owner of the establishment, having heard about the head of the guard of the mercenary union, realized that they had arranged a duel with an important person. The guards dropped their swords and fell to their knees, loudly apologizing for not recognizing the head of the guards. Recently, they said that Jock's presence was tarnishing the reputation of the place, and now he has fallen on his face. The guy couldn't close his eyes, because what would they do with his broken heart? Muhei asked not to mock them, because he had an important meeting. There was a lot of time ahead. He suggested going downstairs and having a drink. Sitting down at the table, the demon lord concluded that they had met at the right time. After solving the monk's problems, he planned to go to the Wufang Mountains and see the guy. Suddenly, Muhei noticed that the old man was not himself, and was now wielding a sword well. Yangak did not hide the fact that he had adopted several techniques from Joe, but he still had a lot to learn. The demon lord laughed. To develop such talent in 3 years was a real gift. Joha asked to stop, asking what kind of meeting with the elders was supposed to take place. Muhei received an interesting offer, so much so that he covered the entire journey in no time. One of the 7 sects and 2 schools with an ancient history, it is a pillar of the Orthodox community. These proud monks asked for a meeting with the head of the mercenary union. His heart was beating fast. He arrived 2 hours before the appointed time. Shaolin does not act without a reason. If the Orthodox sects find out, there will be an uproar. If they need a reason, they will get it, because Muhei was part of the Shaolin. However, when he was there, not even a shadow of them flashed before him, and now they need him. Yoha recalled that the man was going to look for him, deciding that he was planning to involve him in some kind of adventure. He wanted to ask the head of the guard to fulfill his duties regarding the unrest surrounding the Yum sect. The guy asked with displeasure what they had done again, although he had already noticed something strange about them. He recently fought 2 soldiers and they turned into monsters, and he was pulled into a strange space, in which an unfamiliar figure appeared. But given Muhei's skills, he would have easily defeated them. Upon learning that Yoha had removed someone like them, he was glad that he had chosen the right person and offered to help him destroy this sect. He himself had reasons to dislike Yumyan, but it was interesting what they did for Muhei. The man became angry when he heard how they had recently been called the strongest warriors in the martial arts world. But now Yumyan has turned her sword against the Orthodox sects. If they fight until they squeeze every drop of juice out of each other, this will be an opportunity to seize the initiative. Muhei had this thought. That's why he silently kept his finger on the pulse. But then, these degenerates took root in their union of mercenaries. Those people who won the union tournament 3 years ago became gang leaders and went on a rampage. They kidnapped people and sold them, committed massacres, and, it is said, engaged in cannibalism. Joha was surprised, because this was already beyond good and evil. However, it is unclear why Muhei let them get away with it. And since he personally took up the matter, it means the situation is not simple. At first, the man also thought about simply getting rid of them, but it took him time to figure out who was behind them. And the only rule of the union, which states that might is always right, stood in his way. If he, the head of the union, crosses the only rule, their unity of the union will fall. This is probably what the Yumyun are counting on. This sect has managed to destroy the Namgung clan more than once, which means they are a real threat. 30 years ago, he crossed blades with the King of Swords, and at that time, no one could stand in his way. If he had prevailed, Muhei would have been called the only great master. It was obvious that they would both receive wounds, not a fleeting title. The Demon Lord laughed, noticing that his words were at odds with his actions. After that, their blades clashed, but they only exchanged a couple of blows. He was the first opponent to whom Muhei could lose, and now they say that the King of Swords was defeated. Yanggak knew one of the 10-headed soldiers. His skill remained the same, but his strength increased 100-fold. The defeated 12 Demon Kings said the same thing, and they should know exactly how the sect obtains this power. Suddenly, Joha agreed to accept Muhei's offer. As the guy said earlier, he still had a grudge against these degenerates and was indebted to the Namgung clan. However, he had a condition. The man had to stop the revival of the Waryong clan. The man was surprised because their sect already existed, and it was unknown whether it was even possible to restore the clan. Yoha wants to eliminate even the slightest possibility, and everything related to Varing must be destroyed by the Demon Lord. However, first the man decided to find out why the boy hated this sect so much. Then Yanggak decided to explain everything to the head of the union himself, and Joha gave the go-ahead. The old man began his story about how Joha ended up in Wufeng, including the events concerning the activities of the Warang sect. He also told about the twists and turns of the story that even Yoha himself could not unravel. The Demon Lord already guessed that the boy had a difficult past behind him, and when Muhei heard the story to the end, he was incredibly angry, and his rage was out of control. In that very second, he swore that he would make this clan beg for death. Pouring alcohol to the head of the union, Yanggak declared that he was counting on him. Miju deserved to be beaten to death, but even Murdyong turned out to be rotten to the core. Muhei then asked the boy if he knew that some members of the Namgang clan were currently in Zhengzhou. Yoha mentioned that he owed the clan, so the man shared it with him. They stopped near the first tower, and the boy was surprised that Brother Chan and Sister Yan were so close. He immediately began asking where he needed to go, and the Demon Lord was surprised that he would actually go there. Later in the evening, when they reached the right place, a girl suddenly ran out of the building and rushed into Zhou's arms. Chan wondered where his sister had suddenly gone at such an hour. But when he stepped out onto the threshold and noticed Jock, he was quite surprised. The guy asked if his brother was okay, because he heard that they had settled here for a while. Chan greeted him in shock, not believing that his sister was hugging someone. When they brought Jock inside, they told him their story. Chan was glad that the boy took his advice seriously and ended his life as a thief. Yoha became embarrassed as he told Yan that almost 10 years had passed and she still remembered him. If he got scared at night, he remembered her. He once met a fairy who looked just like her. For a while, he even thought that she pretended to be a fairy to help him. Noticing that the guy took her hand, Chan decided to change the subject. Joha revealed that he had made a deal with the Demon Lord, who agreed to deal with Yumyan. Chan would never have thought that Orthodox sects would ask for help from mercenaries. Besides, if Yoha takes the initiative, it seems like he's at the forefront of the battle between the Order and Chaos sects and the Yumyan sect. The guy didn't plan this, but if Mu's negotiations with the monks were successful, that's exactly the impression he would create. Now, given that Yumyang is actively conquering the world of martial arts, the Orthodox sects are suffering the most. Most won't be able to cope even with 10-headed mercenaries and will suffer huge losses. Fearing that Yumyan would get out of control and grow if Joha also joined the fight, people might think something. Obviously, they would think that the moon-cutting swordsman had returned, which seemed like a nightmare to the guy. Either way, his name will be on everyone's lips one way or another. The cult was powerful enough to take down even their father, and if they targeted the boy, he might find himself in a difficult situation. However, Yoha didn't care about this, because he had already decided to destroy them. The actions remind him too much of his childhood. The fact that they enjoy torturing the weak is disgusting. For the first time, he doesn't have enough strength to fight back. But he will no longer run and hide, overcome by fear. Just as his sister protected him 10 years ago, he will protect people from their cruelty, since he has the power. The old man reminded that underestimating the sect is fraught with consequences. If they send several masters after him, it will be very difficult to deal with them. Suddenly, John announced that she would go with the guy. Chan was surprised that his sister spoke, but what was more important was that she decided to go with Yoha. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord met with the monks. They were not entirely happy to be invited to such an indecent place. However, Muhei did not scoff and simply chose the best establishment. As long as the hearts of those gathered are pure, they have no objections. Once they had sorted that out, they decided to skip the idle talk and get to the point. Regarding the temporary alliance against the Yumyang sect, Muhei has only one condition to accept the offer. He asked to forbid the revival of the Warang clan. If they promised this, he would destroy the sect. The monk noted that the Warang clan was trying to revive itself, and it was unlikely that the Order sect would oppose this. In the past, Warang suffered serious losses due to attacks from the mercenary union. Muhei had no personal enmity towards them, but their head of the guard had every reason to hate them. And among all the people, the one who will destroy the Yumyang sect in his place must be him. Now the monks have no reason to limit the revival of the clan and unleash a full-scale war. However, depending on the strength of the Union Guard leader, their view of the situation may change. This man's fighting skill must be as great as Muhei's. The man confirmed that Yoha was truly strong, and he was convinced of this when he fought him personally. Even if he were to be counted among the great masters, it would not be an exaggeration. The Orthodox sects had already suffered enormous losses, and so they had no choice but to accept the offer. And this decision was passed on to the very stronghold of the Orthodox alliance. The loss of one of the 10 great masters, the destruction of clans, the Orthodox sects were driven into a corner. And so the head of the Orthodox alliance made a decision. He agreed with the monks to conquer the Yumyang sect, which meant that the sects of order gave way to the sects of chaos. It also meant that in order to get a break, it was necessary to swallow one's pride. If the world finds out about this, the alliance will be laughed at. And it's hard to believe that that kid is now in charge. Zhang became curious about how strong he had become during this time. A week later, people from the Orthodox Alliance branch met with Yoha. They turned out to be two people, Sol from the Heavenly Sword School and Sik from the Golden Sword sect. They cannot be sure that the Mercenary Union will stand against the Yumyang sect. Therefore, following the orders of the Alliance, they will join the expedition. It is not proper for the sect of chaos to turn up its nose, because the Union of Mercenaries is still a group of bandits. Yangguk realized that the Orthodox sects had proven weak and failed, and that the same thing awaited them. The men felt they had been openly insulted and decided to deal with everyone personally. Suddenly, a girl behind them hastened to stop them, suggesting that they not ruin this historic moment. They will do everything to stay out of Zhou's group and moderate their hatred. She looked forward to working together and then introduced herself as Sol Ha from the Changjin sect. A week later, Sol said that the man said that if she had to choose between him and the whole world, she would stay with him. If it meant they could be together, she would put her life on the line. Solha thought it sounded cool because she loved men like that. And it seemed that Yoha was one of those who could say such a thing to a girl. Sik whispered to the lady that she had drunk too much, so he suggested that she leave. The girl was upset because she only felt better even though she only drank a couple of glasses. Yoha also agreed that it was time for them to go their separate ways, as they had a long journey ahead of them tomorrow. But when else will she have the opportunity to have a drink with such a handsome man in such a beautiful place? Unable to bear it any longer, her comrades immediately grabbed the girl and dragged her to the exit, promising that they would take care of her. However, everything turned out to be not so simple, and Salha began to break free, but to no avail. The guys couldn't imagine how she managed to wear out even such a scary guy as Joka. Suddenly, the girl calmed down a little, explaining that she hadn't even tried. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically, explaining that they needed another drink. Until this moment, she had only pretended to be drunk and realized why they were both not married yet. Just a week ago, they were ready to cross swords with him, but now something made them tuck their tails between their legs. Even though it was just a training fight, even the heir of the Namgung clan could not resist him. However, Salha doubted that the alliance would trust a weakling to destroy the Yumyan clan. Now she had to retreat. One way or another, there were still many opportunities waiting for her. Sik decided to ask out of curiosity if she was interested in Joha, since it seems a guy was also interested in her. Perhaps she will become the wife of the head of the guard of the mercenary union. His comrade asked him not to speak heresy, since now, due to the threat of Yumyan, the alliance was forced to work with mercenaries. After the cult is destroyed, the mercenary union will become the next target. Solha thought he sounded old-fashioned. But then she noticed a guy standing nearby. He walked silently between them, and the girl noticed that he looked very much like Jock. Meanwhile, Yoha didn't understand why everything was so complicated and promised that next time there would be no alcohol. However, the old man felt that he liked the girl overall, although he had no reason to hate her. The old man smiled, confirming that she was a good photographer. He personally saw that they were holding hands recently. But the old man must understand that she took his hand
This girl is more terrible than the monster Yumyan with whom he fought.
At that very moment, a red-haired guy entered them, apologized, and wanted to talk to the head of the guard. Yangak immediately jumped up, declaring that they did not allow him to cross the threshold. However, the guy remained standing, asking for a minute of their time. Yangak wanted to throw him out, but Yoha asked him to go and drink somewhere else. 1 month has passed since the Demon Lord made a contract with the monks. After the Alliance agreed not to interfere with Waring's affairs, Muhei reminded everyone of the Tripitaka. As a result, everyone who had hoped for the restoration of the clan and further cooperation turned away from them. The factions of the Orthodox sects, exhausted by fatigue, did not react to this statement. The worst part was that Waring had already lost the favor of the head of the mercenary Union Guard in the past. And now that the Demon Lord had intervened, no one dared to remain within the clan's fold. The guest then stated that he should have come and greeted Jock properly much earlier. The guy grinned, because even if he wanted to, he couldn't forget his own brother's face. He knew why he had come to him, but it was surprising that he was now behaving so politely and awkwardly. When they were children, Mubarak, like his other brothers, laughed at him, insulted him, and mocked him. Suddenly, the brother fell to his knees and said that he could not distinguish good from evil, and that a grave sin lay on his soul. Whatever he said now would sound like an excuse. Even despite the current situation, he wanted to come and apologize. Joka asked not to try to throw off the burden of responsibility because you can't behave as much as you want and then simply apologize. Mubak knows only too well how shameful and dishonest it is to come here and ask for forgiveness. But even so, for the sake of their father's bright memory, Mubek asked to be given a chance. Grimacing, Joha assumed that his brother knew perfectly well what was happening to him in Varang. The brother admitted that he knew everything, but he had the audacity to come here and ask for forgiveness. If he is here to apologize, then those who hurt him should have come in person. Ant, the elders of the Yan clan, the warriors of the Beck clan, their master and Lord Yang. If they all come and fall on their knees before him begging for their sins, then he will think of abolishing the Tripitaka. There was no other way out, and the guy was not going to make things easier for his brother. If a person is ready to lose everything, it is not surprising how they will act. So I asked the others to tell them about this. Even the mere mention of the possibility of abolishing the Tripitaka was an important step for both brothers. But both Mubarak leaving the room and Joha speaking after him were confident that the culprits would never fall to their knees. And so they returned each to his own path in deafening silence. Sometime later, the group reached the village of Lansi, and Solha observed the snowy beauty. Even in winter, there was so much interesting here, but she was asked to sit up straight. The girl said that everything was not so bad, and it was a pity that they would be very busy. She only thinks this way because she is sitting in the warmth, but if she steps outside, she will immediately freeze. Brother Sol is praying for a quick arrival out there, suffering from the cold. Salha didn't think about it, so she decided that she would sit there next. Joha also decided to swap with Yangak. He had come all this way just to carry out the assignments. Chan decided to take part too, and it would be easier for everyone to cope together. However, the guy indicated that only he would be replacing him, and not John. When asked why, Joha briefly answered that it was cold there, which noticeably surprised his brother. The guy decided to find out if he didn't like it when his sister was cold. Suddenly, Yan smiled and declared that she could handle it easily. Suddenly, the others noticed that Sol Ha had become surprisingly silent. Meanwhile, in the Du clan village, orders were given to seize people and take away their belongings. They needed no more than 20 captives. We need to show them the price they will have to pay for turning a blind eye to the demands of the Storm Gang. People begged for mercy, and women trembled, hugging their children tightly. The cries of suffering were music to the ears of the gang leader. Dan ordered their destruction as a warning to the other villages. The neighboring village decided that they could not allow him to continue doing such things, but they are not strong enough and can only rely on the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, Joe's group reached the village of Du, seeing a terrible picture. They didn't understand where the guards and the Union were looking, as if they were unable to send a detachment to help. The old man noticed that this village was the closest to the Storm Gang's dwelling. The bandits were unable to make money from the peasants during the winter cold, but the fact that they completely wiped out an entire village proves that the gang has gone crazy. Then Joha asked if this was really what the mercenary union was. He was angry because Wu Feng had never stooped to such a level, and it was all Yum Young's fault. The cult's madness also played a role and brought everything to such a lousy outcome. The Wu Fengs were indeed a special gang, as the merchant clans in the area were rich and prosperous. But Joha defeated them all with his immense strength, and their leader was not greedy. He did not take more than they required, and many traders could pass through their mountains without any problem. But if the merchants suddenly disappeared, They would also rob the nearby villages. Now the guy was sure that the Union was a bad place. Meanwhile, Storm's gang was celebrating, as they had robbed 10 times more than in previous months. Until that day, they had not been so active and realized that stealing little by little was ineffective. The leader decided that if they continued in the same spirit, they would become rich. The more they tarnish the name of the Union, the greater the chance that no one will side with them. But now the thought of staying here forever is so tempting. Suddenly, a subordinate ran up to them and declared that they had huge problems. Some people started a brawl near the gate. One of them claims to be the head of the guard of the mercenary union. Yoha ordered them to stand in his way and bring the leader of Storm's gang to him. The guy was ready to destroy him without a single regret. So if they attacked again, there might be no mercy. At that very moment, the headman stepped forward, asking the guy to follow the rules since he had come as a guest. Even the head of the guard is not allowed to do such things, and besides, he is too young for such a role. The man asked for proof, while the boy asked if he was the one who killed the Du villagers. The chief shouted that the boy had no manners and dared to insult him in his own home. At that very second, something flew towards the man at high speed. Yoha asked to answer whether he was responsible for the murders in the village of Du. Noticing the head guard's badge, the dentist replied that it was their job to attack villages when the gang ran low on food. However, all they have to do is take away some of their money. But the guy heard that he even captured several residents. The gang leader decided that the guy was trying to figure out how much money they had stolen. Apparently they captured a couple of people. It's profitable. Thanks to this, their wallets are full of coins. Yoha frowned, asking if he had eaten any of the prisoners. Suddenly, some of the bandits raised their hands, declaring that they had done it. Then they suggested setting the table for the head of the guard so that he could relax. Yoha turned to Yanggak, ordering him to kill the two. The old man was just waiting for his permission, and therefore abruptly pulled the sword from its sheath. It took Yanggak only a moment to cut off the heads of the two men. Seeing this picture, the leader of the gang immediately became angry and decided to join the fight himself. He killed crowds of villagers and ate their flesh, when suddenly he became concerned about the lives of his people. The old man could not consider him a man. It was enough for him to strike him with one blow. The gang leader noticed that he was strong, although he thought that he was just lucky to kill his brothers. Yanggak was about to cut him in two, but realized that he was practicing defensive techniques. Dan told the old man that he was almost dead for daring to start a showdown in his gang. Whether it was the head of the guard or someone else, they were the first to start the slaughter. Then he shouted to his men that a man of such a level should not thoughtlessly attack his own. If they continue to sit idly by, they will also lose their heads. His brothers immediately grabbed their weapons, agreeing with their leader. There were only 7 of them, so dealing with them was no big deal. Sik knew it would happen, but the others knew a battle was inevitable. Chan offered to take care of everything, but Yoha decided there was no need. If he hurts them, the demon lord will be furious, because they only came here for the Yumyan bandits' sake. Then the guy said that, on the orders of the demon lord, he came here to teach Yumyan a lesson. He doesn't want to hurt the brothers of the mercenary union, but if they intend to fight, they can attack. However, anyone who decides to do this will go against the head of the union. And whoever does this will be considered a minion of Yumyan and will be killed immediately. Noticing the indecision of his comrades, the leader of the gang ordered that they be finished off. Some felt a strange air around them, but decided to hurry and help the boss. They decided to first attack the old man who had killed their brothers. A group of people immediately surrounded Yanggak and rushed at him at the same time. However, the old man was not afraid when he noticed the Yumyan dogs sticking their noses out. All that remains for them is to reunite with their comrades in the afterlife. Everyone was stunned that he killed them with one blow, and the gang leader became even more angry. He and his subordinates ran straight to Yanggak. The old man noticed that the previous sect cur he had fought was much stronger than him. Dan started to lose his temper and decided to see how long his farce would last. Zhang asked Joe why he never told him how strong Yanggak was. However, the guy clarified that this henchman Yumyan was simply weak. If Chan had taken the notice, Yumyan's soldiers would have already been lying on the ground. The gang leader decided that this was impossible, since he was losing to the grandfather, who was not even the head of the guard. One of his subordinates managed to catch him, asking if the boss was okay. He only shouted at his comrades because he ordered them to attack. However, some doubted because they were immediately told that they were going against the will of the head of the union and the head of the guard. They say his strength is comparable only to that of a demon lord, and they hardly have a chance of winning. Dan was stunned that they were willing to stand by and watch their leader suffer defeat. However, they had no reason to follow him. They obeyed him only because the law required it. If they cut down the head of the guards among them, there is no need to follow him. So they are ready to renounce their allegiance. Dan recognized the Moon Peak monster, deciding that it was his twisted way of getting revenge on him for taking his place. However, the man didn't care about this, and he can no longer turn a blind eye to his antics. They may be thieves who steal things from others, but they are not alien to the basics of human morality. But the leader stated that it was thanks to him that their gangs raked in so much money. Although, before that, everything was bad. He concluded that Moon should have been killed back then, so that he could not find a reason to rebel. However, the warrior asked not to make fun of him, because Dan had never been part of a mercenary union. Now everyone knows that it is no different from the Yumyan cult. His comrades always thought he was strange. One of them had a friend in Du Village, and another had recently heard that guards might come here. Dan became angry, although in the past, they had quickly joined him. At that very moment, Yoha concluded that things were bad for him, and that it would be somehow even boring to dig further. Besides, the guy was hungry, so he suggested that he die quickly. Dan realized that this guy was obviously stronger than that old man, and he had no chance. Then he threw away nothing, fell to his knees, decided to ask for forgiveness, and tried to explain that he did not serve the Yumyang sect. He promised to track down the cult members, as he had wanted. First, he needed to survive, and when the opportunity presented itself, he would go back to the cultists. As the head of the guard, Yoha was obliged to forgive the gang leader since he apologized. But the boy knew that Dan was a 10-headed soldier. The man immediately began to assure him that this was not so. But the guy decided to check it out himself. Moreover, he would have finished him off even if Dan had been a simple member of the mercenary union. Sol decided that this was impossible because the guy defeated the 10-headed warrior with one blow, and his fighting power truly knows no bounds. But that's just the beginning. Yoha told them that the death of such a soldier turns him into a monster. To successfully fight against the cult, they must carefully record every detail and send reports to the Alliance. Even after the transformation, the guy looking at him remained calm. The same heat emanated from him as from that ant, but in appearance he looked more like the first monster. There is no need to think much about this, but Dan's comrades were seriously scared. Yoha called the monster to him, and it immediately turned its head in his direction. Since he decided to turn into such a freak, there was no need to make a scene. Yoha was hungry, but he was holding him back. Moreover, he still had 6 more gangs to get around. He was catastrophically short of time for him. So Yoha decided to deal with him quickly. Meanwhile, in the mercenary union's citadel, Rio brought her father a letter from Joe. The man recalled that he asked her to address him in public as the leader of the gang. He didn't understand who would marry her, adding that the future was becoming increasingly bleak. But she began to complain that instead of reading the letter, he began to get on her nerves. Muhei asked not to worry when Rio decided to ask about what was in the letter. It was said there that he had already cleared out the first gang. This guy is a real treasure of the mercenary union. In order to rebuild the village, which had suffered significant losses, he gave all the money of the Storm Gang to its inhabitants. He also released all the hostages and sent them home. It's not quite in keeping with the spirit of the union, but it won't hurt right now. Storm's gang had tarnished the Alliance's reputation in the eyes of others. So Joe's actions were entirely justified. Rio agreed, but she couldn't believe that the monsters in the picture could actually exist, although it's hard to believe it without seeing it with your own eyes. The battle itself ended quickly as Joa began his rounds, successfully suppressing Yumyan's influence in less than 3 months. The bandits ran away from their leaders as soon as they noticed that he had turned into a monster. They decided that they should tell everyone about it as soon as they arrived. Suddenly, Yanggak stood in their way, noticing that the rats had decided to sneak away under cover of night. But if their cult knows about everything, it will cause them inconvenience now. The bandits immediately grabbed their weapons, preparing for battle. Thanks to Yanggak's efforts, no one was able to escape. That's why Yumyan didn't know about the raid. But soon, an incident occurred that became a signal for them. One day, the bandit didn't understand why the head of the mercenary union's guard was interfering in their affairs. Joha briefly explained that they are connected to the Yumyan cult. One guy attacked them first, thereby declaring war on the Yumyan cult. The guy had already visited 2 gangs, and it was the members of their sect who were hiding in the Union of Mercenaries and bringing chaos to the gangs. Therefore, he concluded that they were the ones who started all this first. However, within Yumyan, there are different gangs with their own rules, and the man is not a member of this union. Well, one way or another, he is still a part of Yumyan. The bandit realized that there was no point in talking any further, and then grabbed his weapon. Self-confidence clouded the boy's mind, even though he had only defeated a couple of 10-headed soldiers. However, they were indeed on the same level, although if he managed to entertain the guy, that would be even better. This angered the gang leader, who decided to teach Joe some manners. But at that very second, Yoha appeared behind him and kicked him in the stomach. Having risen to his feet, the man concluded that the boy was indeed strong. However, he does not intend to give up, although it is difficult to fight him alone. This battle has already been won, because he is not the only 10-headed soldier sent here by the Cycle of Life sect. Yoha wasn't particularly surprised that there were two of them, but if they both became monsters, it would be inconvenient. Suddenly, someone's voice said that he could not imagine that the bloody killer Gok would find himself in such a stalemate. Yangak invited the guy to join, but he refused, deciding to handle it himself. Coming down from the roof, the man noticed Yo's confidence. And this in front of two 10-headed soldiers. Do Yan, the sect's demonic assassin, wanted to see for himself what the guy was like. Yoha assumed they had met before, but he was doubtful at first. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened as he remembered that this guy was protecting a sales representative. Suddenly, a shudder ran through the man's body as he remembered it. Who would have thought that he was the head of the guard? But considering how strong he is, it's not that sudden. Even with two of us, it would be difficult to fight him. When suddenly, someone's voice asked what was going on here. There are two of them here, but they still look lost. Turning his head, Do-Yan recognized the black and white demon brothers. They didn't particularly bother the first man, so he suggested that his brother deal with it alone. Noticing the two new arrivals, Yangak remembered that he had already heard about them. This was the name given to the famous former masters of the Chaos sect. They were equal in strength to the three heroes of the Mercenary Union. They say that when these two fight together, they cannot be defeated. However, Yoha remained incredibly calm, although he understood that 4 was too many. A few seconds later, he entered into a fight with one of the brothers, who looked quite large. The battle seemed almost imperceptible to the eye, but it turned out that the demon was gaining the upper hand. It had been a long time since the man had met those who had resisted his blade for so long. Yoha noticed how strong the uncle was, so he too had to give it his all. The guy noticed how good the opponent was at blocking and offered to block the next attack. His brother immediately asked him to leave quickly and rush to help. Joha was unhappy that they decided to fight him together. The strong man began to complain, because Sim said that he would not interfere. He decided that age had finally caught up with him since he couldn't recognize the level of his enemy. However, the man found it hilarious, because he couldn't believe it. But since he can compete with him, the boy can go on par with 10 great masters. He pretended to be weaker than he actually was in order to deal with them separately. Then Yoha smiled, noticing that they had seen through him too quickly. The strong man was stunned that this brat was actually playing with him. And he wasn't just playing around. If the man had laid all his cards on the table, this fight wouldn't have been easy for him. Then Sim turned to the bloody demonic killer, offering to join. Jung and Yangak also decided to join the fight, deciding that they would definitely be able to defeat one of them. Yoha thanked them, as that was exactly what he was about to ask for. However, those two old men are stronger than them, so the guy will take them on. The problem is that they need to put them down one by one. If they all take on a monstrous form at once, only Joha will be able to defeat them. If this is allowed to happen, it could lead to serious consequences. They can't defeat more than one monster at a time, so it's better to join forces and destroy them one by one. However, if they group together, John could get caught in the crossfire. Yoha will try to get rid of them as quickly as possible, so the rest should keep them as long as possible. The remaining 4 members of the group just stood there, unsure if they should do anything. However, they will not have enough space to successfully join such a fight. Suddenly, one of the killers recognized Yangak, because he had aged so much that Yangak barely remembered him. But in the past, he had already tried to fight him and was quite unsuccessful. Then the killer decided to show him his entire arsenal so that he would admit defeat. Yangak has become stronger since last time, but it is not enough to defeat him. Having repelled several attacks, the old man concluded that his strength would have to be reckoned with. He thought that with his current techniques, he could easily destroy him. But this guy is one of the strongest 10-headed soldiers. Meanwhile, another bandit was fighting with Chong, who was trying to buy time. The boy noticed how strong the enemy was, realizing the power of the demonic soldier. Then he realized that even though he was the heir to the Namgung clan, he could not defeat him playfully. Apparently, it's time to lay all the cards on the table, because as long as he doesn't kill him, everything is fine. The bandit stopped in surprise, felt a sudden change in his aura, and suddenly felt that his hand had been cut off. One of the two brothers did not expect that one of them would begin to give up their positions. And that sudden step is not perfect. It is still a technique of the Namgung clan. Suddenly, his brother shouted at him to stay focused and look ahead. But they both didn't have time to react, which is why the first one got hit in the stomach and the second one got pierced in the shoulder by a sword. The demon concluded that this guy was simply a monster, because he didn't get exhausted even after all their combined attacks. Joha noted that their teamwork was pretty good. If they hadn't let their guard down, he would have been in big trouble. But even if he had been on guard, he still wouldn't have been able to withstand such an attack. For more than 6 decades of his life, he looked at his order for every fighter who did not belong to the 10 great masters. Joha wanted to deliver a decisive attack, but suddenly a stronger man stood in front of him. He should have ignored this fight and left, but he didn't listen to his brother, and it all led to this. Before he fell to the ground, he advised his brother to run. Joha was going to finish them both off, but now there was a feeling of urgency. Then the man with the eye patch declared that he would not forgive the boy, even if his life was the price. Joha was surprised that they were killing innocents left and right in the name of the cult, but were worried about their comrades. He then advised them to look at what his dear old friend would become and what fate awaited those who chose the power of the cult. The strong man began to turn into a monster, stunning his brother, while Yangak turned to Joha. His opponent was stronger than he thought, so he was forced to ask for help. However, it was not that the old man could not cope. It turned out that he killed him. At that very second, the guy was attacked by a blue monster with wings. He thought it was unfair since he could fly, so he decided that the power of the form depended on his own combat power. Meanwhile, the surviving demon could not believe that it was really his brother in front of him. He didn't understand what it was. And Joha pointed out that this was exactly what they had doomed themselves to by succumbing to the power of the Yumyan cult. The subordinates of their sect are not people to him, and Sim is no exception. But given the circumstances, even though this man became a monster for him, who protected his friend, he will allow Sim to live. Meanwhile, Yangak ran away from the second monster, confident that it was no longer his opponent. However, the monster caught up with him and threw him against the wall, causing the old man to curl up in pain. It was too dangerous, but he had to hold out until Joha intervened. But he still complained that this scarecrow turned into a monster right now. Joha noticed that the flying monster was still not coming down, otherwise he would be able to do something. Even if he were to launch the Nine Heavens technique entrance for a decisive blow, he was still too far away. If he doesn't finish him off quickly, the others will be in danger. Meanwhile, the monster almost caught up with Yangak, but Yan came to his aid. Noticing that she was able to damage the monster, Joha realized that he could relax a little. A moment earlier, Chan had assumed that one of the demons had sent this Joha monster to catch up with them here. However, Sim answered negatively, because she had made a deal with the head of the guard. The guy said that if he took on this guy and then left, he would be spared. Suddenly, the boy realized that he had hesitated, noticing that the old man was in danger. He was too far away to help, and even if the guy used the yin-yang technique, he could not be saved. It happened in the blink of an eye, yet he still couldn't excel in the clan's main technique, unlike his younger sister. The boy seemed to have blood on his forehead, trying to follow in his father's footsteps, but John overtook him. The girl looked calm, but in reality, she was merciless, using the imperial sword. Yanga was surprised that the monster had taken such a blow, but was still standing. Chang had some doubts, but he never thought that his sister had already reached such a level. He still has trouble performing this technique, let alone using the imperial sword immediately after. However, John felt sorry that she had hidden this from her brother all this time. He asked her not to apologize, because now he was in anticipation of seeing hope for the Namgun clan, and now they need to get rid of the monster together. At that very moment, the winged monster froze in place as a sword pierced its skull. Joha hadn't thought about it before because he had only recently learned the technique. He didn't want to waste time, so he decided to deal with it quickly. Rising into the air, the boy pointed his sword down, and with it, the monster. Fighting on the ground was much more enjoyable. So, it was time for him to pay for the chaos he had caused. Stepping forward, Joha used the 5th level of the Nine Heavens technique. At the same time, beyond the borders of Mount Kunlun, there was a place considered the home of immortals. The head of the sect and master of the 3 immortals called an urgent meeting, summoning the immortals to the world of ordinary people. They were shocked that the sect's 8 trigram plate had begun to move, even though it had been at rest for centuries. However, the leader would not have called them without apparent reason, and the world was about to be covered by a veil of chaos. The demon-haunting plate is a sacred relic and a compass that guides one to demonic key. Legends say that the plate is set in motion when a chi so powerful that it is capable of destroying the mortal world awakens. However, the leader believed that this problem needed to be resolved by the 3 immortals, and an investigation should be launched. However, if this is a sign of the end, then even their combined efforts will not be enough. That is why he entrusts them with the sect's most sacred relic, the sword that repels evil. At this time, Yoha began to strike the monster with his technique. Yanggak was amazed by the boy's abilities every time. He destroyed such a powerful monster with one blow. But there is something strange about it. At this time, Chan did not understand how tough the monster's skin was, because he had already used everything he could. It is not that dangerous in itself, but its durability is simply amazing. But if Joe's attacks are penetrating them, that means they are not invincible. So they must take advantage of his openness. Yangguk understood that they were no match for Joha in strength, because even the Namgung clan could not harm the monster. Meanwhile, in a province near the city of Huayin, at the foot of Mount Hua, a man also fought a monster. But he could not have imagined that the information he received from the Orthodox Alliance would turn out to be true. If you kill a demon soldier, he really does turn into a monster. They mentioned that after transformation, monsters become 10 times stronger. The man then decided to check if this was true and used the 5th level of the plum blossom. He was surprised to notice that his skill was not enough. After the transformation, these wars are completely different, slower than before, but their power is immense. But once it dries, the vibrant plum blossoms should change everything. At that very second, the man tried to attack the monster again, but this also brought no results. He hesitated and almost missed the blow, but was able to dodge it. It's terrifying to think that the Yumyang sect has countless monsters like these. So the fact that the disciples of Mount Hua cannot see them is truly a blessing. The Infinity Master, one of the 10 Great Masters, barely managed to defeat the turned soldier. Meanwhile, near Mount Jiaxing, at the tomb of the Earth God, one of the soldiers also turned into a monster. Chan and Yan couldn't figure out how to defeat him even though they used all their skills. And even his sister, whose techniques were better, was also unable to injure the enemy. Suddenly, Yoha came to their aid and apologized for the delay. After that, he used the 2nd level of the 9 Heavens technique, literally destroying the monster. They could not believe that the monster, whose skin was like an armor, was destroyed with one blow. Despite his strength and skills, even the Namgung clan's techniques were useless, and Joha killed him with one swing of his sword. Come to think of it, when he first fought the demon after his transformation, he used several powerful attacks. However, there were not even abrasions left on the skin of those who had already been reincarnated. This means that since he can now defeat them with ease, it is due to the special technique of the 9 Heavens sword. Even if he is not a direct heir to the Warangs, he will not be able to fully master all the intricacies of the family technique. Even if you search all the central lands, you will find at least one person besides him who has mastered it. The 9 Heavens sword's special technique was originally a counter to the Yumyan cult's mastery. 20 years ago, the only reason Murian defeated the cult could have been because of this technique. Yoha may not like it, but he is already following in his father's footsteps. But as soon as the old man saw the guy's menacing look, he immediately remembered that he had made a mistake. Although they barely survived the encounter with the demons, the incident was reported in detail to the ruling Yumyang sect. This cult has shown the world its desire to return to the world of martial arts. And now, for the first time, he received news of his own defeat and massive losses. Soho couldn't believe they had lost 2 soldiers behind the mercenary union lines. Each gang contained 10 first-class warriors, and not one of them survived. They immediately apologized to her, but when the Black Shadows came in person to make sure of everything, there were no survivors left. But besides their cult, the sect of the Cycle of Life also suffered, losing 2 soldiers. Soho suggested gathering the soldiers who had not yet been sent out to the gangs, and sweeping away the enemies with one blow. But even when 4 demons attacked them together, only 2 managed to survive. Rumors are coming that the strength of the head guard is similar to that of 10 great masters. The woman couldn't believe that the guy's skill was enough to kill several soldiers at once. It was difficult to believe Namgung's game, but she decided to check if they really killed the Sword King. His subordinates answered in the affirmative, since he definitely could not survive with such wounds. Even if he had fallen dead on purpose, they wouldn't have been surprised, especially since the man had personally dealt him the finishing blow. Although he was unable to bring back his head, only King Yama himself could have brought him back to life. Soho thought that by killing the Sword King, their cult would be freed from the obstacles in their path. They can't turn a blind eye to this, so they need to take all the warriors from each gang and deliver them to the Citadel. Her revenge will be absolute and bloody, as she will act against them personally. At the same time, on Mount Wudong, where only a few could enter, somewhere on a remote mountain range, a man sat. It was a sage who was meditating, thinking that the smoldering ember was once again blazing with a bright flame. At the gang's stronghold near the Yangtze River, All units were ordered to bring back the head of the guard leader. Having discovered the red-haired guy, they immediately attacked. Joha dodged, but was asked not to be offended, as there was a huge reward for him. The guy didn't understand why bandits were always so self-confident. Yes, even a 10-headed soldier is no match for him, but he decided that he could manage to rip his head off his shoulders. At that very second, Yoha began to destroy his opponents, one after another. The trembling man asked him not to dare underestimate the Black Shadow Squad. Standing still, the guy simply threw the sword behind his back, thereby blocking it. The man had fought countless times, but he had never seen such a monster. Yangguk, who came to the guy, did not expect that they would attack him so immediately. At that very second, Joha lowered his sword under the water, deciding that someone had stopped hiding. Meanwhile, inside the Citadel of War, they were worried that the enemy was approaching them. Apparently, they will break into the Citadel at any moment. However, Soho smiled, deciding to see what all this commotion was about and what his face looked like. Suddenly, the guards discovered that the intruders had crossed the entrance and decided to remain in their positions. When the boat approached the gate, they closed it and then prepared to shoot with their bows. At that very second, the archers opened fire, hitting all targets. They immediately suspected something was wrong, after which they noticed a scarecrow sitting in the boat. The soldiers did not understand where the enemies had gone because the fog made it difficult to determine their location. A week earlier, Joe's group sat by the fire, catching their breath after the battle. Chan remembered that the guy left 2 demons alive, but from now on, the 2 sects would unite to stop them. As Jung had noted, it was dangerous for them to continue their march, as the next gang would team up with Yumyun's elite unit. Considering how much trouble the 4 soldiers had caused them, it was impossible to fight them with their numbers. Thoughtless actions will lead to senseless casualties, so it is necessary to retreat and think through a strategy. Yoha really wanted to see with his own eyes how strong the kings were, but if hordes of demonic soldiers come with them, they will have serious problems. Whether they continue their patrol or not, the situation will not change. The Citadel and Mount Wu are located quite close to each other. Even if they change course, they will not escape pursuit. So it's better to pretend to continue patrolling, deceive the enemy, and allow the Orthodox Alliance to strike from the rear. Saul saw a response from the Alliance a couple of days ago. They said they were on the brink of war. Led by the 3 great masters, hundreds of martial artists had already been divided into divisions. More than once, both Yumyun squads focused their attention on them, knowing that the Alliance intended to engage in battle. However, Yangguk did not know if they could hold out until the Alliance succeeded in its task. Under current circumstances, no, but if they take into account the specifics of geography, then there is a chance. The area has long been known for its dense fog and poor visibility, and the forest will allow them to hide. But until they cross the threshold of the Citadel, the enemy is unlikely to show its true strength. They will try to trap them inside to kill them, so they need to split up at the entrance to confuse them. But if they get separated, it will be too difficult to hold out until reinforcements arrive. In this case, they may request support from a mercenary union. Having suggested this, Yoha immediately decided to hear Yon's approval. The mercenary union has shelters scattered throughout the central lands, so they can send reinforcements without delay. Moreover, if the request for help comes from Joe, they will go to the call without asking questions. They will reach the Citadel in about a week, during which time they need to contact the mercenary union. The next morning, after the patrol regrouped, the wings of the messenger falcon marked the beginning of the Great War. The Demon Lord had already expected to receive such a letter, and therefore was not surprised. The bird obediently raised its paw, waiting for its owner to take the message. The longer the man read the letter, the more his face frowned. Meanwhile, in the Orthodox Alliance, the subordinates ran as fast as they could to the overlord. He brought him an urgent message, after which the man stated that he was not particularly happy that representatives of the Chaos sect would be in the vanguard. Having 8 eyes, I was shocked that Joa had escalated the scale, although I wasn't particularly happy about having to fraternize with the Orthodox Alliance. The Orthodox sects will strike first at the Citadel and refuge of Mount Wu. The Demon Lord promised that the Mercenary Alliance would come to Joha immediately. At this time, the boy was throwing stones into the water, thinking that in 7 days he would finally clash in a duel with the kings. Somehow, he found himself on the front lines of this war against the Yumyan sect. If they turn a blind eye to their vile and filthy depravity, the boy will lose those he wants to protect. It won't be easy, so we need to become even stronger to protect everyone. While he was thinking about this, Sol Ha approached him, noticeably surprising the guy. She hugged him, noting that if a man with such strength were to suddenly catch a cold, the rest of the squad would not be able to fight. Blushing, she suggested that he hurry up and come back together. Yan, who had been watching all this, turned around abruptly and headed into the forest. Left alone, she realized how it was done and then repeated Solha's words. However, John and Yanggak heard her, which made the girl become embarrassed and cover her face.